All right, test, test. I think we got the audio working. Yep. Okay, I can definitely hear myself, so that's good. Let me know in the chat if any audio issues, but I think it was actually a pretty relaxing afternoon. Watching storms, setting up the stream, working on the back end with some stuff. So anyway, just kind of monitoring the situation, and the storm stayed mostly sub-severe until just a little while ago. About a half hour, 40 minutes ago, we got a severe thunderstorm warning that covers portions of eastern Texas. And then within that, a few minutes ago, right as we started the stream, a tornado warning popped off. So while I was finishing some of the last minute storm prep and refilled the water bottle and things like that, just you guys saw the warning kind of going in the main screen. And it's one of the tighter areas of rotation that we've seen this afternoon. There were a couple kind of weak areas of rotation earlier this afternoon. Still not super tight, but still a ongoing radar indicated tornado warning. Another 11 minutes here to really it stayed north of downtown Longview in Texas. It's approaching Hallsville in the next couple minutes, and then should stay south and west of Marshall, Texas. How's everybody doing today? Happy New Year for those that we haven't seen on streams in a while. Looks like Addie's in. Hi, Addie. Sarah. Yeah, it's been kind of quiet for Missouri. You guys got some snow and some super cold earlier a couple weeks ago, right? Let's see. Just jumped up and dropped your phone upwards. Yeah. Yeah, that area's been pretty quiet. We haven't really had a second season of severe weather too much in the Midwest. So Missouri and the Missouri Valley, pretty quiet. Probably a good thing for how busy parts of, especially the Mississippi Valley from south of St. Louis and St. Louis areas down into northeast parts of Arkansas were in the last spring. It's actually probably pretty good. Those areas have gotten a little break of severe weather. I don't see any really indications that this is a tornado ongoing. There is a little bit of an RFD surge right in here. Those brighter greens, they're approaching Hallsville. That could be some pretty good wind in there, at least about 60 miles an hour, if not a little higher. Oh, that's pretty cool. Let me check real quick while we're looking at those storms. There are some other rain and storms elsewhere, but I don't think Missouri has too much going on right now. A lot of rain. It looks like rain around St. Louis into southern Missouri. Now, your chances of getting storms the rest of the day look pretty minimal. Yeah, not much going on in Missouri. We do have to watch some cold core action. There could be some isolated larger hail and even a cold air funnel, potentially even a little bit of a land spout. We do have to watch this area back under the cold core into parts of western and central Oklahoma. None of those storms are severe warned. Those aren't going to really make it up to Missouri. It's not like they're going to swing east or anything. They're really just going to kind of stay down in this cold pocket where some daytime heating kind of destabilize the atmosphere. It's very cold aloft. So even though there's not a ton of moisture and instability, it's so cold aloft that they're firing storms into central Oklahoma right now. But most of the action should stay confined to really the I-20 corridor and point south. And I see some more severe thunderstorm warnings going off, so we should get those in just a minute. Why am I not hearing the warnings? I should be able to hear warnings. I'm sure we're going to be covering you within the next month or so, Sarah. It should start to get into more of this severe season for the Midwest and the mid-Mississippi Valley. Not a lot of hail in this today. We do have severe storms in eastern Texas now, north of Marshall, all the way down to approaching Lufkin, Texas, well east of Dallas-Fort Worth right now. One tornado warning around Hallsville in eastern Texas. It's approaching I-20. And here is one of our new looks, a live cam out of Texas. Texas has upgraded their camera infrastructure and has live cams now. That is out of the east side of Lufkin. That is on this Lufkin Beltway here into the main body of the storm. So I'll probably drop that camera for a second and pick up a different camera elsewhere. So let me do that. In fact, as I speak about it, there's a little our quad core set up for the radar. Let's see if we have anything out. Hallsville doesn't have anything right at Hallsville. Oh, that camera is just west of Hallsville. So that rotation passed just to the north of that camera. Okay, we'll pull this camera. This is out of areas just south of Marshall on I-20. Like it's right about here. So it's on the very eastern edge of our tornado warning. That may be a good camera to see what's going on. Can't really read that screen. I would hope it's telling people there's a tornado warning. The electronic sign there in the corner of the screen, but I think so. I can't tell though. But hopefully those people on I-20 know that there is a tornado warning. This is I-20 right in there. So that area rotation, it's weak. It's just north of, really right over Hallsville, Texas, just north of I-20. And this is an area in East Texas. There's a lot of piney woods. So it's very similar more to the Dixie Alley versus other parts of Texas where you can see literally for miles on the horizon. So this little tricky area, little tricky for chasing and seeing tornadoes. You can see off to the side of the highway, there's a bunch of tall pine trees and wooded areas. So it does make chasing in this area a little bit trickier. Yeah, happy Valentine's Day to everybody. Hopefully everybody's having a good Valentine's Day. And that worries me a little bit. When there's severe weather on big event days or big holidays, it tends to get my interest because some people may not have severe weather in the forefront of their mind. So hopefully people are getting the message with the weather alerts and things that there are tornado watches for this whole general area. So if you know anyone that lives in this area, eastern Texas and then extreme northwestern Louisiana around the Shreveport, just give them a happy Valentine's Day text or phone call and let them know that you're thinking about them. Let them know there's a tornado watch for them, and areas that really haven't seen much action all day around Houston and even Shreveport has been pretty quiet. They're about to get into some different weather than they've had most of the day today. This is a pretty nasty looking storm down here, around Yorktown and Cerro, Texas. Not seeing any really rotation with that one, but quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. I wouldn't even be surprised if there's some larger hail in this. Yeah, there could be some larger hail in here. Maybe a little larger than quarter size. Probably more like $half size. Even a golf ball or two. I wouldn't be surprised if that's really upticking there. So if you're out ahead of this, Yorktown, Westhoff, and Cerro, Texas, you need to really stay in a sturdy shelter. You maybe have a couple minutes or out in Cerro to get that car in the carport or the garage before some pretty nasty wind and hail are approaching. And let's just take a look here and see what it's traveling at. Oh, it's going fast too. 60 miles an hour. So this one is moving. Yeah, that is actually going pretty fast. It's outside of our tornado watch area, so it's mostly an elevated storm, which means it's more of a hail threat than a tornado threat. There's more instability as we get into eastern Texas and western Louisiana. So as storms kind of get in this area, that's where some of these elevated storms may be able to route down towards the surface level and tap a little more instability, but also higher wind shear as we get closer to the Gulf Coast. So there is still, look at this area of rotation and still not seeing anything on the correlation coefficient that would show us any debris that's lofted. We're still a little far from the radar, but we are getting closer to that Shreveport radar. So a decent height that we would probably see something if it was, especially if it was a somewhat significant tornado. Even if we don't see debris, there could be a weak spin up that we just aren't detecting on radar. But at least again, for a significant tornado, we'd likely be seeing some form of debris on the radar. There are a couple CC lowerings, it looks like, kind of following this line right there. And that is not tornadic CC debris. That's likely a little bit of just leaves and twigs getting picked up just on the leading edge of this line of storms. So that does show me that there's at least some pretty good wind in here. So I wouldn't be surprised if this line is producing that 60-mile-an-hour winds. Yeah, that's what it's being warned for as that approaches areas like Jefferson, Marshall, Scottsville, Texas, eventually down towards Carthage, and then right now running through Henderson, all the way down through Wells, areas just north of Lufkin, Texas. Pretty good solid line of storms right there. And then we also do have some non-severe storms, look like up towards Texarkana right now. They're going to extend the tornado warning. Another 31 minutes. So this is moving pretty quickly, just south of Marshall. So still seeing that area of circulation in here. It's not super tight. Let me see. Anything else really shows it. Yeah, it's in here. It's just not super tight. Right along Old Highway 80 and really between Old Highway 80 and I-20. That's the area of circulation that we're watching. And again, really not seeing any debris signature with that. So likely not on the ground. It's just going to replace that old tornado warning. So this does include areas just south of Marshall. This is for southwestern Harrison County in Texas until 5 p.m. in the central time zone. And it is moving at 25. I think it's moving a little quicker than 25. But either way, if you're south of Marshall, especially south of downtown, you want to take your tornado safety precautions, lowest level into your room, away from doors and windows, and put as many walls between you as the outside as possible. That basement or storm shelter is the best option, but if you don't have a basement or storm shelter, go to that interior room. A lot of times it's a closet, a hall bathroom, something like that. Just put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. A little bit of a bookend vortex on this line segment, where it kind of breaks up here. You can see it on the reflectivity too. We have this little bookend vortex. Those can sometimes produce tight enough rotation for tornadoes. They're generally on the weaker side, but it does show us that this environment is a little bit more favorable here. Storms are starting to tap in a little bit more vorticity in the atmosphere. And a lot of times this little bookend broad area of rotation kind of creates its own basically localized low pressure system. On the southern flank of that is where we tend to see some accentuated winds. So I'm curious if that strengthens. We do have to watch maybe the winds in addition to a QLCS tornado threat out ahead of that. It's going to be approaching areas like Linden right now. You can see it in the reflectivity, and even if I put it into motion, you can see it in the reflectivity, but also the velocity. You can kind of see that broad rotation. Yeah. This has weakened as it's worked east and north sides of Longview. So we'll keep the tornado warning going for now, but that may get dropped if that continues to weaken. Just want to look at the rest of this line. Nothing too crazy right now on the rest of this line. Yeah, let's go back to our big hailstorm. A little more elevated storm here, some damaging winds potentially, but quarter-size hail is probably guaranteed. Again, I think it could be up more like a $50 size or even a golf ball or two as this approaches Cerro, Texas. And this one was moving a lot quicker, right? It was at moving east at 60 miles an hour. We'll see how far this gets, but this could get into some more populated areas south and west of Houston. So we'll keep an eye on that one. It's not a tornado threat right now. You can even see there's a little bit of an outflow boundary out ahead of this. So as long as it kind of stays behind that outflow boundary, it's likely going to be mostly of a hail threat. I do want to, let's play with our tracking tool and make sure everything's working as we get, especially I think later this afternoon and evening, we'll get into a little bit bigger of a tornado threat. But the leading edge of this, Cerro, about 13 minutes, and then out towards Yoakum, Texas, 25, and then center line, Lewis, Texas, and just west of El Campo, about 65, 70 minutes. Yeah, not a tornadic threat on that storm right now, but that is a storm to watch for some pretty good hail. And yeah, that's showing up on CC too, so we do have a bit of a hail spike kind of showing up right there. We're getting radar, yeah, getting pretty close to the radar, so we're getting decent radar data on that storm. That is a pretty beefy hailstorm. There's been a couple today. The Vills were up a little bit south of San Antonio. There was probably some small hail, just sub-severe south of San Antonio, but wouldn't be surprised if we get a random warning or two out of these storms, as they do have some potential for hail as elevated storms. Go back to our only tornado warning right now in Harrison County, Texas. It's a lot weaker than it did look earlier. We're not seeing those bright colors anymore. Kind of just broad, very weak, kind of some semblance of a circulation. Let me look at a different product. Look at Storm Rally. Yeah, it's not showing up like it did even just a few minutes ago. When this was tornado warning back just really over Hallsville, you can see a little bit better here. The wind's going away from the radar and then coming towards the radar. You can see it still was kind of broad and weak, but we at least see this cyclonic rotation here and just not seeing it anymore. Yeah, it's really weakened. It's basically over I-20. Is it over our camera right now? It's basically over our camera right now. Yeah, it's like right over our camera. If there was anything on the ground, we would see it even with the trees, because it is physically over this interchange and this camera. There's some lightning on the camera. The camera itself is not bouncing up and down, so I don't even see a lot of strong winds in here at the moment. I don't see the trees, shaking in the distance or anything. So yeah, it looks like mostly this is just a heavy rain and some gusty wind threat. That rotation is significantly backed off. It also doesn't look as promising here on the reflectivity. If I back this up just a few scans, see when there was a little bit better area of rotation, it's kind of this little bulge in here that sticks out, and then the inflow is on this north side and the outflow RFDs on this southern side. So that does show a little bit of a hint of rotation in there. Not seeing that anymore. Hey Chipmunk, how's it going today? Tracking storms right now in East Texas. Pretty good line of severe thunderstorms, and there's more further south that aren't severe, except a big hailstorm approaching Cerro, Texas right now. But just in the last hour, about 4 o'clock Central Time, the Storm Prediction Center issued a tornado watch. Covers parts of south and eastern Texas, and then extreme northwestern parts of Louisiana until 9 p.m. Central Time. And that does include some pretty good cities. Houston, Shreveport, Beaumont, Longview, Lufkin, Texas. So a lot of population in it. I think we see population in here. I don't know if we can. OP chipmunk? Yeah, we can do that. OP chipmunk. Doesn't show the stats like it used to, maybe? Let me pull the stats on this tornado watch. Let me do it manually. Let's see. I don't know why it's glitching out and not showing those stats like it normally does, but we'll grab those. All right. Yeah, until 9 p.m. I think I said that correctly. And then scattered damaging winds up to 60 to 75 miles an hour will be a concern, along with a few tornadic circulations embedded within the line. So they are warning this mostly as a QLCS tornado threat. Scattered damaging winds, likely isolated significant wind gusts up to 75 are possible. Isolated large hail events up to 1.5 inches in diameter are possible, and a few tornadoes. Low percentage of 2+ diameter hail. Low percentage of even 1+ diameter hail. Moderate percentages of 75+ mile an hour winds. Low percentage of a EF2 tornado, and then a moderate chance of a tornado. So that's the specs on this tornado watch. And that's what the models have been pretty consistent on, is an organizing kind of QLCS threat as this line starts to organize and punch into a little bit more instability, and also a lot more wind shear. And again, this is one of our new live cameras from Texas, or Drive Texas. And we're essentially 1 for 1. What was left of this tornadic circulation, or potential tornadic circulation, crossed directly over our camera. And we were able to basically confirm it was not on the ground, as radar also shows a very weak circulation. And it's basically even non-existent in the latest scan. So let's see. They have 19 more minutes on that tornado warning. They might even drop it early. It's going to be, yeah, I don't know. If I was them, I'd drop it, because this doesn't look like a tornado threat on the reflectivity or the velocity or storm relative. That's what's left of the circulation. A little bit less wind and kind of more wind. That's basically it. Yeah, I think they're gonna drop this tornado warning. If I was them, I would. But let's look at the rest of the line, just checking it out. Still watching this kind of bookend vortex, broad area of rotation in here on the north side of this line segment. Maybe a little tightening of rotation right there that we do have to watch. You can see it's another one of those little thumbs that kind of stick out. So you get the inflow forming right here, then outflow surging out on the southern side of that storm. Keep an eye on that one. Take a look real quick, zoom in on that. It's just kind of maintained right now. It hasn't really tightened much, but something to watch. Honestly, that looks more prominent than this right now. So we'll keep an eye on both of those. But that tornado warning, if you're in that tornado warning, still stay in your tornado safe spots for a few more minutes. Let that circulation pass. Otherwise, it's mostly a damaging wind threats up to 60 mile an hour gusts approaching Lufkin and Nacogdoches. Seeing some winds pick up on this storm near Brenham. So keep an eye on that one. These are mostly, again, elevated storms to the west of Houston right now. It does get juicier as we get into Houston and then points east. So we'll see if those can route more of a surface level base storm. Otherwise, mostly gusty winds and some hail. This is our biggest hailstorm, I think, of the day so far. Being warned again for still just quarter size hail, but I wouldn't be surprised if there was some $half size hail in this storm. Hold on just a second. Hold on, I will be right back. Let's just take a look at this. We'll stay on the stream, and I'm sure we'll get some more big weather as soon as I step away, but just got to deal with a dog situation, and then I'll be right back. Okay, that's good. Sorry about that. Had to get the dog settled for a second. And outside. And now we're good. All right. I don't think anything big has happened in the last like 60 seconds since I stepped away. It's always as usually any of us streamers step away for like 2 seconds, something goes nuts, but I'm not seeing it right now. In fact, they did drop that tornado warning. So good signs there for Marshall, that area in Harrison County, Texas, no longer under a tornado warning. So that is good for you guys. Thanks for all of the, see some new people coming into chat and also some new viewers coming onto the view count. So thanks for joining us on this Valentine's Day. Hopefully you're having a great Valentine's Day. And we're having a good one here, spending it together, looking at some weather. Severe thunderstorm chances here increase this evening. And we do have a tornado watch until 9 p.m. Central Time for eastern Texas and extreme western Louisiana, as storms are getting into a little bit more favorable environment. Anyone along the I-35 corridor had storms really most of the morning and afternoon. Those are pushing away from I-35. Still just some rain and scattered showers and maybe some embedded thunder, but severe threat is all now pushing towards eastern and southeast Texas. I did see a comment now that we don't have a tornado warning. We can look at Puerto Rico. Ooh, yeah, there are some beefy storms out here. Nothing severe. Looks like kind of pushing on the sea breeze from the north towards the southwest. So anytime Puerto Rico is a pretty mountainous island, especially in this center area here, anytime we do get thunderstorms kind of sitting over this area, it could lead to some localized flash flooding. But mostly it looks like some pretty good rain coming in right now. Seems to be a bit heavier on the western side of the island. And not seeing any severe weather as far as gusty winds or really any tornadic circulation, anything like that right now. But we will keep an eye on that. If we get any warnings, we'll see them here. They happen every now and then. They get a tornado or especially a severe thunderstorm warning. We'll get those notifications if we do see those. Okay. So right now, no tornado warnings. We do have some pretty strong storms approaching Texarkana, and I do want to look at those. Let's take a look. And grab that. There's a look at Texarkana. Already the rain coming down, but the stronger storms are just to the west of there. Non-severe, but a pretty good wind line is approaching the Texarkana area. So we'll kind of keep an eye on these areas as it's going to get gusty with some brief, really heavy rain before things start to clear up. And then also watching for some isolated storms, actually kind of lining up a little bit more than the models showed. A cold core setup for potentially some cold core funnels and even some small hail out in western and central Oklahoma. Yeah, the models did not really have a line of storms, so that's interesting. But it's going to be hard to really see anything on radar because they're not really, mesocyclonic. There's a little bit of rotation right in here near Mulhall, maybe. But yeah, cold core funnels don't show on radars really much compared to what we're looking at down here. But taking a look here, this area of Marshall still producing severe weather, 60-mile-an-hour winds, pretty heavy rain. Looking back at our camera for Texas. Yeah, let's go back to that camera for a second. You can see the traffic is slowing down as that heavy rain is moving through just south of Marshall. Heavy rain, gusty winds. That is pretty much right where our camera is, where some of the heaviest rain is. Yeah, you can see people putting on the flashers. Also, a lot of water on the roadways. You can see the cars making a wake as they travel into that. So that is a pretty messy situation on I-20, just in the areas around Marshall. Heavy rain, wind, and lower visibility with those heavy rains. And that can create those ponding on the roadway situations can create situations for hydroplaning. So do keep an eye on that. A little bit of circulation. We noted that a few minutes ago, just to the north of that original tornado warning. It's up here near Baldwin, Texas, Karnak, Texas, and approaching the Caddo Wildlife Management area. So lower populated area. It's going to continue working towards the Texas and Louisiana state line towards Caddo Lake. So anyone out on the lake, it's going to get, at the very least, it's going to get windy with a pretty quickly approaching line of storms. There is an embedded area of rotation in there that I'm kind of keeping an eye on. That down here is the Bossier-Shreveport Metro. This area would go north of there, so not a imminent tornadic threat there, but just kind of keeping an eye on this little area of rotation right in here near Big Cypress Bayou. And yeah, you can see it on the reflectivity as well. A little bit of a weaker inflow region right in there, and then a little bit of a surge in the outflow. So that always piques my interest a little bit when we can see it on the velocity, but when we also see signs of it on the reflectivity, that shows a little bit that there is something there. Otherwise, Nacogdoches, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Yeah, definitely coming into the west side of Nacogdoches right now, down towards Lufkin, Texas. Those 60-mile-an-hour winds. This is a radar hole. I wish we had a radar somewhere around Crockett, Texas. So if you live in this area of eastern Texas, call your representative. Let them know you want a NEXRAD radar for the National Weather Service right here. And I'll have to post it. There is news the other day. Sarah, I don't know if Sarah's still on the chat, but there was a article I saw the other day out of Kirksville. They are going to put a National Weather Service radar in Knox County. Yeah, here's Knox City, Missouri. So I don't think it's near Sarah, but that is one of the more annoying radar holes. Yeah, this is Knox County, Missouri, and the closest radar is out of St. Louis or Lincoln, Illinois, or the Quad Cities, which is like up off our map, or even Kansas City down here at Lee's Summit. So this area in southeast parts of Iowa, northern Missouri, western Illinois has really desperately needed a radar for a while, and they got National Weather Service funding through their congressperson. So you can do that in other locations too, is write your congressperson. They work for you. No matter what party you are, no matter what party they are, that is part of their job duty. It's a public safety thing, and they can get funding for it. So it is nice to see that this area, I think within the next year, I think they were going to get the funding in the spring and then start construction, and then it was going to take a year or so. Maybe by severe season 27, we might actually have this area filled in for a radar hole. So there's parts of southern Missouri, northern Arkansas that could use one, like out of the West Plains area. That's one of the more annoying radar holes. And this one is too, around Lufkin, Nacogdoches, Crockett, Jacksonville, Palestine, Texas. This area is not covered super well, or especially like this area is not covered super well by radar. They did up this storm out of Cerro, Texas to a ping pong ball sized hail. I was calling that like probably a half hour ago that there was more than quarter sized hail in here. It just has all the hallmarks of a bigger hailstorm, and that is still going on just to the now east of Cerro, Texas. Let me see if this was spotter confirmed. No, radar indicated. So they saw the same things on radar that we did of the hail going up. Looks like a different National Weather Service office there is going to warn the same thing for their sliver of that county. North Central Victoria County in Texas. I think Corpus Christi office. So San Antonio is covering this part of the storm. And then Corpus Christi covers this county. Looks like the biggest hail might actually go just to the north of that new warning. So it may stay kind of just in this area here, which actually lowers in population. I don't think there's much out here. It's kind of oil and ranch country. So that's one good thing, is we're not going to get many populated areas until we get closer to El Campo, Texas. This storm is also starting to beef up a little bit, likely an elevated hail threat. Now just to the east of Brenham, Texas, approaching Hempstead. Let's take a look. Some hail in there. It doesn't show as big as the other storm that we just looked at, but those stronger reflectivity colors do indicate some hail. That's going to generally ride towards Prairie View, the Woodlands, and let's just line this out and just let's get all this into frame. And I'm just going to draw a little bit of a path for this storm just to get you an idea of how fast it's going. Probably about 45. So that would put it into Prairie View about 15 minutes. Magnolia, Texas, 32. Tomball, 43. Spring, 60. And the Woodlands, about 52 minutes. So keep an eye on that one. North sides of Houston. That could be a pretty beefy hailstorm if that continues. And actually, the hail just ticked up a little bit near Rock Island, Texas. That area may have some larger hail. Yeah, there's a bit of a hail spike showing there too. So that is an upscaling. This is all hail spike. So our radar is just double check, make sure I got our radar. Yeah, our radar out of League City is, our storm is right here. And this is all of our hail like that. So our storm, or our radar is sending out a beam, and some of that gets reflected back as the correlation coefficient drop, and then all this like hail creates this hail effect in here on the radar, and that's what we're seeing, this this hail spike past the radar beam. It's just the radar's kind of bouncing around all these different hailstorms and just, or hailstones, and just causing an interference with the radar essentially. So that is a bigger hailstorm. Also some pretty gusty wind showing with that. I wouldn't be surprised if that gets a severe thunderstorm warning. Again, coming towards the Woodlands, Texas. Let's go back up and check our storm near Lufkin. Yeah, looking at cameras, there are quite a bit of cameras that show ponding on the roadways, like we saw in our other Texas cam. So these storms are putting down a pretty good hit of water in a fairly short time frame. This is just south of Lufkin, and it looks like it's looking southbound. So you can see the darker clouds on the right of the camera. This line of storms is approaching this area. This is at Dibble, Texas. So we should get a pretty good look at this storm as it moves through the Dibble area. And that is one of those areas of the storm that has a little bit of a bow feature. So we may get some little bit of more serious gust of wind in there. Parts of SEMO, Hattie, I think, let's see. Depending on what part of SEMO you're in, this area actually has pretty good radar coverage from the Paducah radar. It's back towards like west, or I guess central, south central Missouri that has that big radar hole. Up toward northern Arkansas, like Mountain Home, Mountain View, Ash Flat, up towards West Plains, Mountain View, Mansfield. Mansfield starts to get into the Springfield radar. But yeah, it's kind of this area. Thayer, this area right in here is a pretty rough radar hole. The Paducah office does a pretty good job for SEMO out towards like Sykeston and Cape Girardeau, down towards Caruthersville. And then we get into the radar on the north side of Memphis that covers a lot of the eastern parts of Arkansas pretty good. But this northern Missouri one, that was, I'm happy to see that they're getting a new radar right here in Knox County. That's going to be really helpful for areas like Ottumwa, Fairfield, Mount Pleasant, Burlington, Fort Madison, Palmyra. That's the Hannibal, Quincy area, and then also like Kirksville, and even some of those areas north of Columbia, like Centralia, Paris, and Moberly, Missouri. And some of those names I recognize. We've had tornadoes that we've covered in this in the last year or two in this area. So this is a pretty active severe weather radar hole that's going to get covered. Looking at that storm in Texarkana, looks like the rain has definitely picked up on that. I went to the wrong one. Let's see. Yeah, the storm is still off to the west of Texarkana, but the rain has increased a little bit over Texarkana. Severe storms further south. Ooh, you can really see this bookend vortex in here. There's kind of see that broad circulation. Again, usually doesn't create strong tornadoes, but it sometimes can, especially on the southern side of the bookend vortex. So we will kind of watch this area for a little bit more enhanced QLCS threat as that approaches the state line between Louisiana and Texas. I do want to make sure I got our social media covered. Let me just update. While we have a minute of downtime, I do want to update our social media and make sure we link this to our Twitter and our Facebook. I usually do this right before we go live, but since we had let me get this. Since we had a severe thunderstorm producing a tornado warning, it was more important to get on right away and not post to socials. But now that we have a second of downtime, let me just make sure we get this up. Okay. Nope, that didn't work. Hold on. Why did that not post? Try again real quick. I wish there was a button just to share all of the accounts, social medias. That would be really helpful, but okay, that went through. Definitely subscribe above if you're new here. Give us a like and follow. Click the bell icon to get notifications when we go live. And then there is our other channels, WXCastUSA on X and Facebook. Give us a follow there. Not just severe posts on days we don't go live, but also we post the morning, usually mid-morning weather brief, detailing the day's major weather events, and then also we'll update, if we're going to go live on a day, things like that. So just continue. If you follow, got a pretty chill chat that you may have noticed already. Definitely give us a follow on our other social media channels as we kind of build a really cool weather community here. So yeah, there is this broad kind of bookend vortex. We'll continue to watch this as it essentially works in from Texas into northern Louisiana. It's not producing a tornado. It generally doesn't. It's usually more of a QLCS threat on the leading edge, as well as a threat for a little bit an enhanced wind threat on that leading edge of the bookend vortex back in here. So we'll watch this leading edge. This is approaching Oil City, Mooringsport, Benton, Blanchard, and eventually the tail end of this will approach Shreveport with some gusty winds and a potential for some embedded tornadoes. But so far the line is behaving itself. Oh, wow, look at this. Camera has changed. Let's see, sorry. This is our camera out of that Dibble, Texas. And we can see the rain and wind moving from right to left. That is west on the right side to the east on the left. This camera faces south. And you can kind of see the wind is blowing across the radar screen. Kind of see the wind-driven rain, sheets of rain blowing across the camera. Luckily, not a lot of people traveling right now on US 59 around the Dibble area. And yeah, this is one of those annoying radar holes that I mentioned a few minutes ago, so we don't really have a great look, low-level look at Dibble, but we do kind of see the sign that there is some wind right in there. Looks like the strongest part of the storm is pushed now to the east side of Lufkin, also east sides of Nacogdoches, watching a little bit of broad rotation in there to the south of Nacogdoches. Keep an eye on that one. Yeah, see that ponding on the roadway? This is not the only camera that shows that. So these storms are putting down a pretty good batch of rain pretty quickly. Taking a look down here, we got new warnings for this cell. Quarter-sized hail, Edna and Granado, as well as ping-pong ball-sized hail back here towards Fordtrin, Texas. This looks to be our biggest hailstorm ongoing right now. Luckily, it's in a little bit lower populated area. It did go across Cerro recently, and let me make sure I got my storm reports on. No, I don't. Okay, a couple storm reports to look at here. Tyler, Texas, 61 mile an hour wind on a mesonet. Gilmer, Texas, 1-inch tree limbs. That was when that storm was not tornadic, but had a pretty good burst of wind in here. That is the same area that we were just talking about with some pretty good winds approaching this area right along the state line around Caddo Lake. Yeah, still watching rotation kind of right over Caddo Lake, but it's been broad so far. Back to our camera there, iDrive Arkansas. This is at Texarkana, just up the road. Let's take a look. Yeah, those storms are just west of Texarkana. Should be coming into this camera pretty quickly with some heavier wind and rain. Not much of a severe threat north of I-20. Basically along the I-20 corridor. That's really, most of the severe weather should stay along and south of I-20 and the counties that kind of touch I-20. So that's pretty much a Arkansas and Louisiana state line. As I-20 basically almost goes due west to east across northern parts of Louisiana. So we'll likely get downstream watches, as this is expected to go well into the evening. So again, likely not our first severe or tornado watch of the day. And this may get all the way over by midnight, 1 a.m., 2 a.m. kind of time frame over into eastern parts of Louisiana and also into Mississippi. So I do have, we got this storm covered with cameras. We do have cameras in Texas, Louisiana, multiple cameras in Louisiana, Arkansas, and also Mississippi. So as this line of storms works to the east, we're going to be tracking it with you guys on a happy Valentine's Day for everybody. So some good news, and I will say it is going to be still rainy and kind of messy, but if you're west of this line, the severe threat is over. So Dallas, Fort Worth, have a great Valentine's Day. Watch us another day. Go enjoy your Valentine's Day. Longview, Tyler, Crockett, Texas, Bryan, Austin, San Antonio, your severe threat's all over too. Have a great, happy Saturday. We'll probably be live tomorrow too for severe weather. So if you want to check us out then, do that. Go enjoy your Valentine's Day. For the cities right now in eastern Texas, Marshall, Nacogdoches, Lufkin, give it a few more minutes and then your severe threat also winds down. Houston, it's been kind of showery, muggy, not a super nice day, not super sunny, but no severe threat or that has happened yet. This is going to be a little different for the people down here in Houston as you're getting ready to go out maybe this evening. Do plan for some, at the very least, stronger storms, but a potential for severe storms. So definitely have a severe safety plan. Maybe park the car in the parking garage, even if it's a little longer walk to the restaurant tonight, something like that. Have a plan for some severe weather. And then certainly if you are out to eat for an early Valentine's Day, it's 5:15 in the central time zone. Just, give yourself a check the radar app on the way home. Make sure you don't drive into a hailstorm or a tornadic storm. When I'm in a situation like this under a severe thunderstorm or tornado watch, especially like they are here in Houston, I do try and check that if I'm out and about. I'll pull up the weather app and just make sure my drive home or drive to the next, errand stop or the next restaurant isn't impeded by a severe thunderstorm producing, severe weather or hail, especially, or a tornado. So this storm that we identified a little while ago back towards Brenham, Texas, is now severe warned, at least part of it, for some small hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. A little surprised I didn't warn like a little bit more of the storm with some hail showing up in there, although it doesn't show as much as it did earlier, so that's good. But let's take a look at the winds. Yeah, they are kind of surging out right in here. They still look like I would have warned it more like this, but they're warning kind of a piece of it. So everywhere like Magnolia, Stagecoach, Tomball, and even over towards the Woodlands, definitely pay attention to this storm as it's moving into the area at about 55 miles an hour. So Magnolia, about 5 to 7 minutes. Stagecoach, 10. Decker Prairie, about 15 minutes. And the Woodlands, about 23 minutes. This is a really populated area, starting to get into the northern suburbs of Houston. So a lot of people living here, a lot of people out and about on Valentine's Day. Definitely, pay attention to the storm. Yeah, I haven't done a deep dive into the severe season yet. I do have to kind of make a better forecast for it. Last year, this area was really, really active. um, the mid-Mississippi Valley into the very lower Ohio Valley, especially like this area in Arkansas and southern Missouri was really active. This area was really quiet. Iowa was super quiet last year. Uh, I think we'll see a little bit of a return to some more severe weather in kind of this area, but yeah, like this area here was much more active in 24 than 25. So I think we'll see more severe weather there. I have to do a deeper dive into because we're switching between La Nina into a neutral phase, and then looks like later this summer we might get into more of an El Nino phase. So there's some big, broad global weather patterns that kind of affect how severe season's going to go. And I saw a little bit of some other people on social media making their kind of educated forecast for it. I don't really want to get into their forecast. I'll wait to kind of make mine, which actually is a good video idea. So thanks, Addie. Maybe this week. I'm trying to think of what I'm doing this week. Maybe this week I'll get into a little more research into that and get a video out by the end of the week. I took a vacation last week, so I did not get a video out and didn't really do any forecasting for about 4 or 5 days straight. So I'm just kind of getting back into the groove after about a week. Neat look here. Actually, this is interesting. This is out of I-10 in Lake Charles, and you can see there is sun out ahead of this storm. So this does have some implications down the road as these storms work into the juicier environment that has a little more instability. It's not a high instability day. The instability is moderate at best. But especially closer to the Gulf Coast, there is more instability along the Gulf Coast. And then as these storms work east, they will work into a very high shear environment with especially low-level shear is going to be really generous. So there is a potential for more embedded QLCS tornadoes and also more damaging winds as these storms continue to work east. And that's what we're seeing here even that we mentioned a while ago. These were elevated storms when they were back towards San Antonio. They are becoming, I think, a little bit more surface-based, which is why we're starting to see some of the warnings start to develop in this area. The hail has also dropped off just a little bit. So we may start to see more of a wind threat evolve with these storms and slightly less hail threat. This one still has, I think, some pretty beefy hail in it around Morales, Texas. $half size hail. Quarters for sure, but $half size hail coming into Mount Olive and Morales, Texas. And then here's another storm actually being warned for 70-mile-an-hour winds. Yeah, that's interesting. 70-mile-an-hour winds and penny-sized hail near Three Rivers, Oakville, George West, and Beeville, Texas. Definitely want to stay inside. Wind-driven hail can do a lot of damage. This has a little bit of an inflow notch, but I believe this is still kind of back in that more elevated territory. If these were surface-based storms, we'd probably be dealing with some bigger hail and tornado threat down in this area. But yeah, that is interesting. It is sunny in parts of Louisiana. This is out of the Shreveport area. And seeing a little bit of kind of mixed clouds and sun there too, but this is actual sun. Looking, I don't think we have any cameras down by Morales, where a couple of those bigger storms are. We do have a new tornado warning, though. Tornado warning for parts of eastern Texas, east central Nacogdoches, and northwestern St. Augustine counties, and eastern Texas. It's near Melrose, or about 14 miles south and east of Nacogdoches, moving east at 35. Chirino, I think that's how you say it, and also Denning, Texas, are in this warning polygon. Let's zoom out just a little bit. Chirino is right here. Denning looks like little communities, but still there's people who live out here. Redland, New Hope, Union, Texas. Oh boy, Adawac, Texas, and Sutton's Mill. You guys are all in this tornado warning. So lowest level into your room. This is that area, again, that's in a radar hole that we noted, I think, earlier that had some rotation on it. So good on the National Weather Service. They're taking caution that this could have a surface-based circulation. Unless this is a mega tornado, we're probably not ever going to see this on the velocity or on the correlation coefficient. It would have to lift debris up really, really high. See ya, Addie. Have a happy Valentine's Day, and yeah, go enjoy yourself. We'll probably be on later. This is going to be, I think, a late night stream. This could be one of those 6 or 8 hour plus streams. So if you're back later, give us a look. But you're in Missouri, right? You should be good to go for tonight. Maybe just some showers. No severe weather in Missouri today. Yeah, we're so far away from the radar site that there would have to be something pretty beefy on the ground to lift the debris up to our radar height. So unless we get ground confirmation, that's but why especially these communities here need to treat this like it's on the ground, because we won't know unless it's confirmed. It is getting dark in Texarkana there as that line of storms is pushing in. So this is our second tornado warned storm of the day. I think it's our third technical tornado warning. They reissued the warning for the other storm twice since it moved out of the first warning polygon. But our second tornado warned storm of the day. Yeah, these look a little less healthy up here as they're pushing into Texarkana. So mostly just heavy rain, maybe some lightning and thunder. Still watching kind of a broad circulation on this kind of bookend vortex near Vivian. Kind of creates its own little localized low pressure, and on the leading edge of that could get some spin ups. There's one of those kind of little spins just on the leading edge of that that's crossed through Oil City near Gilliam and coming out towards Plain Dealing. We'll keep an eye on that area of the storm. And then it looks like pretty just gusty winds to the south. And they've actually dropped that severe thunderstorm warning across this area. So that concurs with what I'm seeing on radar. It looks like just a line of gusty winds at the moment, but I don't see any really strong gusts in there right now, like we see a little bit further south, now east of Lufkin and east of Nacogdoches. There's kind of another bookend vortex in this little area here. Again, those usually don't produce tornadoes themselves. They're more like localized low pressures. But where we see the more enhanced kind of QLCS tornado threat is on that leading edge, and that's where one of these are. So that kind of checks out with everything. There's kind of this localized low in here that wraps everything in, adds a little extra vorticity, and just gets some low-level spin. Strong storms, big storms, but not super punchy coming into Conroe, the Woodlands. Severe thunderstorms with some small hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. And we do have a little bit bigger storms now down towards Edna, Texas, with some gustier winds and at least quarter-size hail. It looks like it's backed off a little bit. Still wouldn't be shocked to see some half-dollar sized hail in there. And then this storm also 70-mile-an-hour winds with some quarter to half-dollar sized hail in that one near George West, between Three Rivers and George West, Texas. See that hail core in here, approaching Oakville. Highway 73 or sorry, 37, Highway 37, um, south of San Antonio, north of Corpus Christi. A couple more storm reports. Let's see, 1-inch trees, Longview, power lines down. And then a couple new storm reports. Emergency management, quarter-sized hail. That's in DeWitt County. Let's see. 59-mile-an-hour gust on a mesonet. So some scattered severe storm reports coming in. Haven't seen anything like super concentrated. We're not seeing a derecho or any type of really concentrated severe gusts yet. We're going to get a new severe thunderstorm warning that reissues out ahead of this line. So eastern Texas, the Angelina National Forest, Sabine National Forest, areas like Center, Huxley, St. Augustine, Hemp Hill, Pineland, and Broadus. That whole line is moving east at 45 miles an hour. So that's all pushing basically from the areas to the east of Nacogdoches up towards Tipson, and then we'll get into eastern parts of Texas here in the next little bit. It's not a tornado possible tag because we're not really seeing at least right now, we're not seeing like a whole line of embedded circulations. It's more like just one or two. It appears like this circulation may be riding along the northern edge of this. It looks like it may have turned a little bit more easterly from where it was warned. So just keep an eye on this one. It's still broad, but we're still far from the radar site. So anywhere here around Chirino, and especially just north of Chirino, you need to stay in your tornado safety measures around Atoyac, and especially like New Hope. I would also do that if I was in Aronza. I think that's how you pronounce it. There is kind of a broad area of circulation in here, so maybe some small hail too. And yeah, because we're in a radar hole, we're looking pretty far up in the storm. So that one's going to be hard to really see. Haven't had much in the way of tornadic circulations down here. Most of this looks like just a big mess of wind and rain coming through Conroe, Cold Spring, Livingston, and then down towards the Woodlands. It's definitely going to get rocking and rolling, but so far this area has behaved itself pretty good. A little bit larger hail down here towards Cerro, now sinking towards Victoria. But the hail signatures have come down on these storms too, so it's mostly a damaging wind threat, 60-mile-an-hour damaging winds along the areas here from Victoria up to Edna, and then approaching El Campo, south of Houston. The storm has a little bit larger hail, I think, in here, $half size hail, and 70-mile-an-hour winds. It's most of this has gone to the north of George West. And one note, the winds do look like they've dropped off a little bit. This whole cell has, I think, decreased in intensity just a little bit. You can see it kind of pulsed up right when it was starting to get warned. It was definitely in an up phase, and it's kind of maintained itself. Like, it's weakened maybe a little bit here in the last scan, so we'll continue to watch that one. But that is generally headed towards Beeville, Texas, moving east at 70 miles an hour. Beeville, Texas, about 16 minutes. And then areas like Orangedale, 10. Cadiz, Texas, about 3 minutes or less. Back to our tornado warned storm. Well east of Nacogdoches near Serrano, Texas. Yeah, I'm not seeing it as much in the, maybe right in here. The area I'm actually looking at more is just basically along and north of the warning polygon. Again, we're very far from the radar site, so it's kind of hard to see what's going on at the ground level of this area, but yeah. I think it's kind of lifted a little bit more towards the north of this. It's kind of come in like that. So anywhere in this warning polygon or just to the north of it, Atoyac up towards Ironza, that would also be in my tornado safe space. Kind of like this area here. And then outside of that tornado warning, we have strong winds coming towards center Texas. Let me see if we have a camera out there. This is in a little bit lower populated areas, so cameras are going to be a little bit harder to find out this way. Yeah, they are. That's a look. I think I mentioned a little while ago the storm's coming through Texarkana. Non-severe, but just some pretty gusty winds right along that line. Non-severe right now, but you can see there are people putting the flashers. The heavy rain sneaks up on you here pretty sharply, but it's going to be a quick pass. So if you can, it's about 5:30. Maybe just do a dinner stop in Texarkana. You know, refuel, get some dinner, and then head back out on the road. If you're driving, I think is that I-40. I think no, that's what is this 30? I'm blanking on which highway this is. 40 goes west. Shoot, why am I forgetting? Is what I was saying to Addie earlier. I took that vacation for a couple days and now I'm all blanked out. 30, Interstate 30 through the Texarkana area. Yeah, just maybe take a dinner stop and then get back on the road. Let those storms pass. Same if you're on I-20 around Shreveport. Those are coming into the west side of Shreveport, so if you can, I would maybe take that dinner stop. Something is going on our other camera. They just actually switched over. Take a look at whatever this is. Looks like an accident. This camera was in Lake Charles, and it looks like we have an accident. Non-weather. Non-weather related, but I can see there are some police cars out here, and this is all blocked up now. So it may have just happened because the traffic backup isn't very large. See, it's windy, it's breezy, but otherwise good weather conditions. But yeah, we're looking at this area, definitely around Lake Charles. Has some implications for later today, as this line of storms are going to work into a little bit more favorable environment for severe weather. Yeah, that is a mess. Looks like That's on I-10. That's a really well-traveled highway, too. Non-severe storms right now coming into Shreveport. They're just kind of sub-severe. Watching a little bit of a circulation to the north of Shreveport, but that's headed up towards Spring Hill. And we'll keep an eye on these storms here coming towards Shreveport. There's a look at downtown Shreveport. It's still cloudy and showery out ahead of this, but things are moving okay. Resize that, and that should be good to go. All right, live production for you. There we go. There's a look at downtown Shreveport as these storms come into that area. So we'll keep an eye on these storms as they move into the areas just west of Shreveport right now. They have dropped that tornado warning. Taking a look at Shreveport, though, everything looks pretty good right now. It's mostly just gusty winds, heavy rain. So again, if I was driving on 20, I would just kind of take it easy and grab a bite to eat. Those strong storms are coming through Texarkana right now. And then back down here, we do see that bookend vortex showing really nice on radar. You can see how it kind of hooks around itself. Again, those generally don't produce a lot of tornadoes themselves. There is some rotation in there, but generally we look for that to enhance the vorticity on the leading edge. Also enhance the wind gusts coming towards St. Augustine and center. So we are seeing some pretty good winds in there, 60-mile-an-hour winds with some circulation still showing in this area, but it's very broad. It's approaching San Augustine, Texas. Further down, tornado possible tag near the Woodlands. This is that area of the storms that we've been watching for quite a while as these are approaching the north side of Houston. They are solidifying a little bit. You can see on the last couple scans. Kind of messy. And then it starts to kind of solidify a little bit. So we will kind of pay attention to that. And let's get a camera up on that area. This is I-45 northbound at Rayford Road for anyone that lives in this area. I believe that is right here. So we are looking towards those storms, and they are going to be coming in really hard and fast into this area. Yeah, right here is 45 and Rayford Road. I believe we are looking towards the north. Yep, there's the McDonald's. And we can see the golden arches there on the right. Wow, it's getting slammed, this camera. Heavy rain coming into Spring, Texas, and the Woodlands. And it's about to get even heavier. Wow, that is a pretty good rush of wind. This is a severe thunderstorm with 60-mile-an-hour winds, some small hail, and a tornado possible tag. It's kind of messy, but it'd be right on the leading edge. And that's kind of where this camera is too. So this is basically the circulation coming across this area around Spring, Texas, just south of the Woodlands. Yeah. Right in here between Klein and Spring. And this is Farm Road 2920. This area is not much of a farm road anymore. They should probably rename that. That was probably a farm road back when it was named as a state highway. But that is definitely not a farm road anymore. Wow. Yeah, you can see the wind blowing across this highway. And the flashers are going on. This is under the storms. Just the difference between under the storms and out ahead of the storms is a pretty big look. This is the accident over in Lake Charles at I-10. You can see there are more vehicles there. It looks like police blocking the left lane. And you can see it is windy. Some pretty gusty winds. Well, let's go back to that. This is our look out of the Rayford Road and Spring, Texas. And it looks like we just had a power surge. The McDonald's lights went off, and I believe, yeah, you can see the lights are flickering. We just had a big power surge. It looked like power's out. Just captured that on the live camera. Yeah, there you go. When everything went back on. See how bright everything just got? The golden arches just lit back up. There's some pretty strong surge of wind in here, and their circulation in this tornado possible has picked up a little bit. Very near our camera. And there it went off again. May have a developing tornado. At the very least, this is going to be some pretty damaging winds right in here. I don't know if the radar's showing this very good. It's showing at 45, 46 miles an hour, but it may be higher than that. Where is our... It probably is higher than that. This storm is moving perpendicular to our radar beam. So our radar beam out of League City is shooting basically to the north, and the storm is moving to the east at a really pretty crisp pace to it. We get better radar data when we're parallel to the storm. And actually, let me take a look and see if we have that in our... Yeah, this might be a better look. Although it's still not showing a ton. This is our tower radar out of the Houston area. I don't know if radar is grasping the that wind profile very good there, but yeah, definitely some power flashes or power surges as the power went out in that whole big section. Not just a localized power surge, but yeah, that whole camera basically went dark there. That whole side of the highway that we're looking at. Hey, ST Nguyen. Hopefully said that right. How's it going today? Hopefully everybody's enjoying a nice, happy Valentine's Day. And we're keeping you updated on Valentine's Day. I know a lot of people have plans this evening and afternoon, and we're going to keep you up to date on severe weather into the evening. And this is, I've said this before, this is not the only camera that I've seen this on today. These storms are putting down a pretty good amount of rain in a very heavy or very short amount of time, because we are seeing the wake as those cars are driving by and some ponding on the roadways. So these storms do mean business, but beyond the severe threat of damaging winds, lightning, obviously with any thunderstorm, and then also this possibility of line-embedded tornadoes, there is definitely a heavy rain threat as these storms work through the area. Taking a look towards the north, where we've had a couple of tornado warnings today in eastern Texas. Nothing confirmed. They were both radar indicated areas of circulation. We've seen a few other weaker areas of circulation, but nothing imminently tornadic. There's some broad circulation around this area around Tipson and Center. Keep an eye on that one. It's kind of associated with a little bit of a bookend vortex, but it's right also where these line segments kind of come together as a little bit of a dog leg. So we do need to watch that right in there on the kind of leading edge of this near Tanaha, and then approaching Logansport. And then watching this tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning. Not a super tight area of circulation, but there is some around Spring. And we have seen a power bump with really all of those businesses in that camera view losing power a couple times briefly. Even the golden arches you can see right in the middle of this screen kind of went down for a little bit. We've lost our severe thunderstorm warning around Beeville, but special marine warning out for the areas around Corpus Christi for those strong thunderstorms that are approaching from the west. So anyone out boating today, it's time to pack it up. And then they have added some counties, it looks like, to the tornado watch. They've added a couple of these counties into northern parts of Louisiana. So areas around Minden and Homer, Arcadia, down towards Natchitoches. And then Coushatta and Campty are all in these new, or I guess existing tornado watch. As these storms are moving a little bit quicker on the northern side of this. So they're going to work through this watch area a little quicker than our southern storms. That is still a mess with police, and it looks like maybe a cleanup crew finally there on I-10. I do want to take a look at our camera out of the, let's See if we can get this to populate. There it goes. There it goes. Our Shreveport camera, getting a little darker there in Shreveport. That is getting a little bit more concerning near the Tenaha area and areas around Flat Fork. Starting to see a little bit more winds going towards the radar and away from the radar. Getting a little bit brighter. It's still kind of broad right now. But that is an area to watch as this approaches Logansport. Don't know if we have a camera in Logansport. Let me go check that. Now that's a bit of a camera hole on the border between Texas and Louisiana. Where was that camera? I just had a great camera. Why can't I find it? Where is that camera? Why did I just lose this camera? Unless they just moved it in the 2 seconds I wasn't on it. Okay, there it is. There it goes. Okay. That's our camera out of Shreveport. This is getting a little concerning. Still on the next radar scan. Just to the south and east of Tenaha, Texas, approaching Logansport on the Louisiana-Texas border. Watching an area of circulation, probably our strongest area of circulation and tightest at the moment. North of Center, Texas. Still kind of broad, but keep an eye on this area. It is kind of back in that area that was kind of the bookend vortex. So generally those don't produce, but that has tightened up in the last couple minutes. We'll keep an eye on that one. And then also watching strong storms now approaching the northwest sides of Houston. Downtown, you're still okay. A couple showers around, but areas back to the west. And starting to see these storms are becoming a little more surface-based. So there are some little inflow notches we do have to watch in those two areas there near Katy, Texas. A little bit more concerning than they were earlier, as there's another one kind of also right in here. So just know if you're out and about in the Houston metro, we are getting into a little bit more severe weather expected as we get into the evening. And this does look a little bit more concerning, at least for some severe weather with some gusty winds, certainly. Anytime you get these little notches in this line segment, ooh, that one in the middle really kind of picked up a little bit. Let's take a look at this one. May have just a developing, yeah, that one's going to be a concerning one. There's 3 notches to the west of the Houston metro, and even maybe a 4th right near New Jersey Village. But yeah, let me grab all these. There's one here, one near Pecan Grove, one just to the east of Katy, and then one near Jersey Village. This one is definitely intensified. I wouldn't be surprised if we get at least severe thunderstorm warning out of this, probably tornado possible tag. In probably like this area here, but if not a tornado warning, because that is actually picked up in intensity. When we see these little thumbs kind of stick out, that definitely shows a little bit more vorticity in here. We have inflow notch pulling in warm, moist air. The outflow kind of wraps around like this on the rear flank, and the rear flank helps kind of funnel even more warm, moist air into that inflow notch, and that's where we have potential for tornadic circulation. You can see right now it's really outflow dominant with that rear flank downdraft, but that is also potentially 60 to 75 mile an hour wind gusts in that little area coming towards Pecan Grove. And then there are a couple other notches similar, but not quite as punchy as that one. Again, the one up towards Jersey Village, the one just to the east of Katy, and then also the one down near Rosenberg. But let's get a camera. I want to get a camera down there. The Logansport circulation, we don't have a great look at, but this one near Pecan Grove, we should be able to get a decent look at maybe. This is out of just east of Pecan Grove at State Highway 6, which I think is also just to the north of Sugarland, somewhere out in this area. Yeah, here's Highway 6. Really populated area. You can see on the satellite image how this is all just neighborhoods and subdivisions. So this is going to be doing some damage, not as a tornado, but as probably 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. That's coming towards Brant Road and the West Grand Parkway. And just as I thought, they're going to warn actually the whole thing. Okay, I like what they're doing. Tornado possible with severe thunderstorm warning that covers that whole box. So this is going to include the Houston Metro with some pretty heavy rain coming into the Houston Metro, but also there is a potential for some embedded QLCS tornadoes. This one is the most concerning, the one near Pecan Grove, but there is another area of circulation up towards Jersey Village. Continuing to watch this area now east of Spring towards Roman Forest. That area definitely has some damaging wind potential, but it doesn't look as tornadically imminent as earlier. There is still some circulation here between Cleveland and Splendora, so we will keep an eye on that one too. And then I do want to watch this area here near between Logansport and Center. This area has picked up in intensity as well. Wouldn't be surprised if we get a tornado warning out of that cell. Just to the area around North Jericho. It's kind of a weird position for that off the bookend vortex, but that has tightened up fairly consistently in the last couple minutes. And then watching those severe storms push through the, or not severe, but just sub-severe, pushing through the Shreveport Metro. Those also clear areas around Texarkana and then Shreveport. Then you guys will be good to go for the rest of your Valentine's Day. But yeah, this one has intensified south and west of Logansport. So keep an eye on that one between Logansport and Center. Otherwise, not seeing a ton of circulations there. I want to go back to this one near Spring, Texas, though. Or not Spring, Texas, but Pecan Grove. Potentially some damaging winds coming into this area on Pecan Grove with some RFD surge of 70 to 75 miles an hour. It's going to be approaching US Highway 90 at Sugarland. You can see the clouds are getting dark. Pretty good shelf cloud, actually, looks like is developing there. Checking our camera, seeing if we have a better look at this storm, but we don't at the moment. So that's what we're gonna get. But that is kind of generally looking towards that area of circulation. So that's a decent look. You can see how it is dry out ahead of these storms. And that camera is getting a lot darker. That is quickly approaching this camera at State Highway 6. quite a bit of traffic out there. It's obviously a major city, but concerning that we have a bit of a QLCS signature showing up. It doesn't look like it's on the ground, but there is definitely a wind surge on that rear flank downdraft, causing potentially some localized 60 to 75 mile an hour wind gusts. Another area of rotation showing up near Rosenberg right now. And then there were another notch or two, but those looked less punchy at the moment. This one actually has picked up a little bit just south of in east at Katy, and then also one up towards Jersey Village. They're all on the west and northwest sides of Houston right now, approaching the heart of the metro, really. And then also watching, yeah, this is getting a little more suspicious, this little kind of bookend vortex. You can see now it has a little bit more of a hook and sickle shell shape to it. And I'm surprised we don't have a tornado warning with this, but there is a pretty good concentrated area of rotation that's been here for a couple scans or two. Let's take a look and get the direction that it's kind of actually sinking to the east-southeast. We noted it kind of here as it was a broad area, and it has since tightened up a bit near James, Texas, on County Highway 3129, just north of Center, between Center and Logansport. That's the area that I'm most concerned about with that circulation there, and that's kind of an interesting area. It was kind of a bookend vortex, but it's now kind of done its own little thing as the line has of severe thunderstorms has surged a little more out ahead of this. And yeah, this is kind of localized an area of rotation to it. So that's what I was saying earlier, is usually the bookends don't create strong tornadoes, but in situations like this, they can localize and sometimes produce tornadoes. And that one could be close to doing that. I wouldn't be surprised if that gets a tornado warning soon. Otherwise, seeing the storms come into Shreveport, and I'm looking at our Shreveport camera. It looks okay at the moment. Let's see. Let me get this Shreveport camera kind of in a better spot for you. Lightning has picked up quite significantly on that camera, and starting to get the heavier rain in here. Okay, some live production. That's why you come to us. Let's see. Looks good right there. That has really gotten dark on the Shreveport camera. All right, there's a good look at Shreveport. And yeah, lightning coming down. Non-severe right now, but keeping an eye on Shreveport as those storms cross through the area. Some gusty winds, probably pushing 30 to 40 miles an hour. And then still watching this area of rotation down here between Center and Logansport. It has backed off a little bit, so that's good to see there. Otherwise, severe storms working through San Augustine towards Hemp Hill. And then we have pretty good storms now down towards the Houston metro, especially north of Houston towards Cleveland, looking at a circulation there. And then a little more concerning, we're looking at this kind of embedded QLCS circulation near Pecan Grove. There's also one up towards Now getting into West Houston near the West Houston Medical Center, and watching for little QLCS embedded tornadic spin-ups. They can be fairly short-lived and usually brief, usually on the weaker side, but every now and then you do get some pretty strong QLCS tornadoes too. Even the stronger ones tend to be brief, but yeah, I'm also noting the storms, not really storms, but showers that are out ahead of this do have these little sickle cell shapes. So they do have some rotation with them. And I think that's just helping to indicate what the National Weather Service and also the forecast looked like earlier today, that this storm system is going to get into an area of a lot higher low-level shear with a low-level jet kicking in here as we get into the evening hours. And I think those storms, or I guess showers, are kind of indicating that there is a little bit more shear environment that these storms are pushing into. Still watching this area out ahead of the storms. An accident on I-10. Looks like non-weather related because it's been kind of sunny down here. It looks like some smoke or something from a wildfire maybe. It looks a lot smokier and hazier than it did earlier. But otherwise, this was looks like a non-weather related accident, but I-10 appears to be a mess right now in the area just to the east of Lake Charles. I-10 at 210, which I believe is the Lake Charles Beltway. Yeah, so I think we're looking, I believe we're looking this way. Yeah, you can see the cars going across the bridge. That's this highway. I believe that accident's kind of right on this bend right here. We're looking at looking this way with our camera at 210. Yeah, and it has gotten very dark in the Houston metro as well with those storms coming in. This is the area around that little QLCS embedded circulation. Now around Sugarland. It has broadened a little bit and weakened a little bit. So some good signs there. It's kind of actually sinking a little bit south and east, but it's basically right at our camera. And actually maybe just past our camera. If there's anything on the ground, we would likely see it in this camera in the next couple minutes. But I think we're going to see at least some pretty heavy wind on this camera. We actually have a few cameras in this general area. This is at Williams Trace and I-69. This is right here. So this is in, I think, probably the heaviest wind. And we'll stick with this camera because it's going to get a pretty good surge of wind in the next couple minutes. That brighter green that you see on your radar near the HEB and the Chewies and the Cheddars, that is potentially some 60, 65 mile an hour winds. Earlier it was showing about 70 to 75, but those have come down a little bit. Still a couple areas of circulation in here. There's one in West Houston, one that we're watching here near Sugarland, and then a little bit broader circulation down near Pleak, and also one now down towards Wharton or bowling. So we are seeing a little bit more embedded QLCS style kind of tornadic possible tags. One also near Colony Ridge. This one we tracked earlier had, not as a tornadic circulation, but near Spring, some pretty heavy winds, and we saw the power go out on our camera. The camera power stayed on, but the uh-oh, I think our camera did go out here. Let's see. Yeah, server down. All right, so we'll look at this one. Maybe not into the highest gusts, but oh, there we go. It's back. Wow, that went down fast. This is at Williams Trace. Look how dark it's gotten, and the heavy wind and rain just pounding that camera. So if you do have plans tonight in Houston, the west side of Houston looks a lot different than the east side, and even downtown right now. Also, Shreveport, our Shreveport cam has really gone downhill too. Same thing. We could see the skyline of Shreveport in this camera very clearly just a few minutes ago, but now it's very heavy wind and rain. Looks like the camera's struggling a little bit to get the feed through. So that shows you how nasty this line of storms is, even outside the tornadic cells that we've had today. Shreveport, that line is pushing through downtown right now. Again, probably 30 to 50 mile an hour gusts. So not severe, it's just sub-severe. Whoa. I think our camera just got blasted with lightning. I'm gonna have to go back and take a look at that. But I was looking at my screen of the radar going over Shreveport, and I have a multiple screen setup. My screen that the camera is on, it felt like a picture was like, it was so bright even through the screen that it caught my attention. And as I looked over, the camera went. I think we just got blasted with a lightning shot on our camera. That has not happened directly. I don't think we've had a direct lightning strike on one of our cameras before, but that was, I think, impressive. Let me take a look again. Oh, power flashes. It took down, it was not lightning, it was a power flash. Yep, power flash, powers out. That's really cool. That we capture that on our camera feed. Let's go back to that area. I want to make sure that wasn't a circulation. I think that was just the damaging winds, but let's go double check that. Again, Shreveport, you're in it right now too. Still potentially could have a QLCS embedded spin up, but it's hard to say on radar. That could just be, I think, the damaging gusty winds, but yeah, that camera is done with the power outage there. Okay, so that was not a direct hit from lightning like I thought it might have been, but that was a very bright power flash. It's so dark. Oh, this is that camera. This is the Williams Trace camera again. It's so dark that the camera's in night vision mode now, and it does appear to be darker on the side. I'm thinking the some of the surrounding power is out, but wow, that shows you the wind that's in that storm. There still could be some 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gusts in this cell here. It's coming basically along Highway 6 down towards DeWalt, Texas. There's another similar circulation to the north in the Belterre area. Both of these could have potentially some, and another circulation also down to the south near Thompson's. There's actually a few more, but ooh, that cell has also wrapped up a little bit near Bowling with possibly some small hail too. But any of these little circulations, trying to kind of capture all of them. One there, one here near Missouri City and Sugarland, one near Belterre, and probably again north of Houston right there. Any of those could have a quick QLCS embedded tornado, and this whole area is being warned as a tornado possible tag. None of them have specifically tightened up to the level of a tornado warning. Another one up here near Colony Ridge, now east of Colony Ridge. A couple of them are pretty close to being tornado warned, I think. And yeah, as we see these little showers on front are sickle shaped, there is shear in this environment. So the low level shear that was expected today is starting to ramp up. It's starting to ramp up over the Houston metro, which is not a good situation. And yeah, they're going to warn a tornado possible tag for that other cell to the south. Holiday Lakes, Angleton, Danbury, West Columbia, and Daniger. I'd say quarter size hail, 60 mile an hour winds in that storm. But yeah, any of these along this leading edge could produce a quick spin up tornado around the Houston metro. And then taking a look at our area around Shreveport, we are seeing the skyline again, so we're in a little bit better shape around downtown Shreveport. I had to reload the camera and it reloaded me out to the main screen. There it goes again. There we go. There's our Shreveport camera. And now we can see the skyline starting to appear again, so that's a little better. Things are still offline, it looks like, at our Williams Trace Parkway, where we saw the power flash with the storm coming through the Houston metro. Little embedded circulation still in there near Logansport, about to cross into western Louisiana. But those storms have gone below severe limits in general. I want to update my... let's see. Okay, updated the stream settings. So make sure if you're following, you can follow along, but also share with family and friends in the especially the affected locations. Just updated the stream setting to show severe storms in Houston since we're covering those. But and since there's really no severe storms elsewhere at the moment, these are all just below severe limits around Shreveport, down towards a little bit of rotation there near Grand Cane, and then that area of rotation down near Logansport, especially south of Logansport. And we kind of lose a little bit of punch in these storms for the moment, but we get into more strong storms now, a pretty solid line of strong to severe thunderstorms from Woodville south. And that's where we do have a area of rotation that we're watching near Colony Ridge, but also some small hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. With that cell, it's moved across the northern Houston metro. Then down into downtown Houston, we have several areas of these little notch features. Those are ones that we're watching for potential QLCS spin-ups, particularly the one actually just south of Houston. It was in West Houston earlier near Bel Air. That one could have some 60 to 70-mile-an-hour winds in it, showing up pretty close to the radar site. This is in a really populated area too, so it doesn't take that much to bring down some trees, and then those trees bring down power lines, and that gets into some pretty tricky areas with that. So let's see. We're gonna be pretty good for cameras at the moment. If I can find one or that that I need to see. Let's see. Trying to get my bearings here. This is downtown Houston. Lost on this map. Let's see. There is. Here's Missouri City. Okay, this is right at that area, 610 South Loop and South Main. That's where we're seeing a pretty good surge of wind. Here's the South Loop. But just south of there, I think it's just south of there near Rice University. That's where you could have some 60 to 70-mile-an-hour winds. But another one of these little QLCS type spin-ups. And yeah, you can see that little notch feature, the little thumb that kind of sticks out. That's where we're getting, again, those inflow winds wrap in here. Get a little bit of a surge on the rear flank. And that's what can help create tornadoes. There's another one here down near Palmetto. That was the original one that we watched across Sugarland with some damaging winds, some power outages there. We saw the power flashes, and the camera and power went out. So these storms definitely mean business. There's another one or two down here too. And they're going to extend this tornado possible tag all the way up near Koontz, Silsby, Lumberton, and areas like Hall, Sour Lake. Nice job in the National Weather Service, busy here, but warning this out in front. And this is, again, some damaging winds coming through the Rice University, South Annex, Wildcat Golf Club, Myrtle, the Mellinger Clinic, along Main Street. Oh yeah, this is just near our camera here. So we are seeing those winds pick up. Okay, there's the McDonald's. I see the golden arches on our camera. So we are looking this way. So that checks out. I see our wind on the flag there. Let me take this a little fuller so you can see what I'm seeing. Okay, so there's the flag and the golden arches. We can see the golden arches here on our camera. The flag is blowing this direction, so it's blowing from the north, the northeast wind. And that does indicate that there is rotation in here, because that is essentially where this broad rotation is. The strongest winds are going to be just south of there, towards Rice. Let's see if we can get on that. Airport Boulevard. It's going to be approaching this area here at Airport Boulevard. And also West Orem Road. So now we've positioned ourselves in this area here. So we should see winds come from the west. This should be westerly winds in this blue color. Let me move there we are. This blue color here should be westerly winds coming towards this area around West Orem Drive. So that'll help indicate that there is circulation in here, as we saw the inflow winds on the north side of this. This is about to get rocking and rolling pretty good here, I think, in just a second. Take the camera back so you can see the radar. Yeah, these are getting closer to the radar site too. These are probably 60 to 70 mile an hour winds in here. Wouldn't be surprised if we see some more power flashes. And yeah, that's where we do have this little embedded circulation. So there could be a quick spin up QLCS tornado in here. These aren't tornado warnings, but they do have tornado possible tags, indicating to the National Weather Service indicating that a quick spin up tornado could occur really at a moment's notice. Same thing for this area down here near Holiday Lake. This is another area where this storm has wrapped up pretty decently here. And there's a few areas of rotation along here. There's one near Fresno, one here just on the south side of Houston that we're following right now, one also on the north side of Houston, and then another one up towards Crosby, and then another circulation or two up here near Hardin and Liberty and Saratoga. But it's the ones in the Houston metro right now that we're really tracking pretty strong. Because they're in an area that does have a really high population. I'm not seeing any really tall tale signatures of anything on the ground at the moment, but again, this can happen in a moment's notice. Here comes the wind. I see the camera starting to shake a little bit. And again, watching this one, especially this one, this one, this one, and that one. Okay, and we are seeing the winds westerly blow across this screen. So that does indicate we've seen now on our couple cameras in this area that there is some rotation. We saw the northeast wind flow on the northern side of this circulation. We're now seeing the westerly winds on the southern side of this circulation. And these should be the stronger of the winds, according to the radar, coming right into our camera area at Orem Drive. And those are associated with some pretty good heavy rains. So you're going to get some really blinding rain and wind. The storm is becoming a little more concerning here. Kind of doing its own little thing. And rotation has also picked up a little bit near the San Bernard National Wildlife Refuge. Again, coming towards Holiday Lakes. That one may need a tornado warning soon. Very strong winds here now coming through the Houston metro. With, again, some QLCS enhanced areas of circulation, but also enhanced areas of wind. Jacinto City on East Freeway. That one is another area that has some pretty good surge of wind with it. And then we're watching this one near the Sam Houston Tollway, Airport Boulevard, Orem. We can really see the winds picking up there. And then the other one is down here near Arcola Junction and Iowa Colony, approaching Pearland, Texas. Another area, pretty good winds with an embedded kind of QLCS circulation. And then this one is interesting with some circulation as well as that kind of signature RFD surge on the backside. Winds going away from the radar in the red. That one's a little more like an embedded supercell versus the rest of them. The rest of them are more like QLCS embedded circulations, but this one is kind of a little bit of a tail end Charlie with its little hook around down here. This one's a little bit potentially more of a separate tornado, and they are going to warn this for 70 mile an hour winds. So this is going to be for Galveston, Fort Bend, Chambers, Brazoria, Liberty, and Harris counties in southeast Texas. Expect considerable tree damage, damage to mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings. You want to make sure you're in a very sturdy structure and treat this similar like a tornado. They also indicate this on their warning here. Remain alert for a tornado. Tornadoes can develop quickly, and if you spot one, you should already be in your kind of safe place. This is a considerable threat for those damaging winds. And yeah, we've seen that, I think, a few times here on our cameras tonight with power flashes and power outages. And yeah, this is kind of confirming those heavy winds. Looks like they just crossed our camera. All of these little circulations have some enhanced heavy winds. This one actually seems to have the most at the moment. And I want to reposition and see if we can get back into this at Sam Houston Parkway. Makawa Road. Yeah, this right in here is where the I think the strongest winds are. Trying to read the right near Brookside Village. And yeah, that's where we could potentially be having 60 to 70 to even a little higher winds. Potentially even 75 plus, which the watch area did indicate is a potential. If you're out ahead of this in Pearland, League City, Seabrook, I would hunker similar to a tornado. Again, I haven't seen any really confirmation of a signature on the ground. These are kind of embedded QLCS spin-ups, but they've been not super tight, so they're mostly producing wind right now. But this one is definitely the most considerable of them. And yeah, we're really seeing that wind pick up. And these cameras are pretty steadily mounted. And if they're shaking pretty good, I mean, that shows you. Look at the blowing wind on this, just crossing our camera right now. This is just, let me pull this full. But there's a look at this with the sheets of rain just blowing across this camera position. Surprised we hadn't seen any power flashes on this camera like we did on a few of the others. So this is coming into Pearland right now, downtown Pearland here. And just north of there, especially along McCard Road, up towards the Sam Houston State Parkway. Potentially 75 mile an hour plus winds in here. And the radar's reading even a little higher in spots. It's not perfectly on the ground level, so, but we are looking, let's see, we are looking up about, check that. We're not looking far up. I will tell you that. We're fairly close to the radar site here, out of the League City. So the fact that we're seeing these wind readings coming close to the radar site really is indicating some pretty strong winds that potentially could be reaching the ground level. Let's see here. Yeah, we're only up about 800 or 900 feet. So there is potentially, I think, some really heavy winds in here, 75 to 80 mile an hour. Sometimes we're looking at radar sites, we're looking up 10,000 feet or 5,000 feet, and we're seeing, you know, high level signatures. But here we're really close to the radar site. We're only a few miles from the radar site. We're about 15 miles from the radar site, and it's a fairly flat. We're down here on the coastal plain, so it's no hills or anything big in between the radar site and the wind field that we're seeing. That's some really crazy wind. There's some new severe thunderstorms near the Corpus Christi metro. Tornado possible tag and 60 mile an hour winds with this guy. Kind of a broad area of circulation. This is another one of the storms that wasn't really doing much. It looks like we've had a collision of storms. That's interesting. Yeah, it looks like we've had a storm collision here. We had a storm that was moving southeast towards Kingsville. It kind of turned towards the east. And there's another storm that went up near Corpus Christi. And look how that kind of wrapped up briefly. with a tornado possible tag there as those storms kind of interacted with each other and nudged each other. It's kind of broad at the moment. Luckily, that rotation didn't really last too long. But that is one to watch as those storms have kind of collided now and have created a little bit larger of a storm with some quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. We'll keep an eye on that one. Storms are also approaching the coastline here in Texas. This line is filled in pretty solidly from about Jasper and really all the way up through Shreveport. We had severe warnings in northern Texas around Longview and Marshall. Those have backed off some. We've seen the storms move through the Shreveport metro. Things are a little quieter now there. You can see the skyline showing up again in Shreveport. Traffic is moving slowly. This is a little area on the south side of town on I-20. Moves fairly slowly anyway. There's a couple little squiggles in here as I-20 kind of works its way through the urban area of Shreveport. So it's a little bit of a slow go on a dry day, but especially now with the heavy rain and wind. A couple areas of spin to watch up here towards Mansfield and then also south of Holton. Keep an eye on those, but storms are behaving themselves right now in the northern Louisiana locations. Back down here, we do have some new 67-mile-an-hour winds reported at the Sugar Land Airport. That was with one of those QLCS circulations, and we saw power go out right around that same area. So that confirms the damaging wind that's moving through there. Those little QLCS spins are now to the south and east sides of Houston. There's one near Deer Park, the strongest one right now near Pearland, another one down near Hastings, and then also down near Rasharon. That one has backed off a little bit compared to what it was earlier, but it does still show in here. That was that kind of a little bit of a lone supercell. That one actually really has a nice presentation on, or I should say an organized presentation on reflectivity. But none of them have shown the correlation coefficient drops. This one does have, I think, the most potential for imminent quick spin up, but beyond that, this may have 60 to 70 to 80 mile-an-hour winds plus. Is being warned for 70 mile-an-hour winds. But we're getting close to the radar site and I'm seeing a higher gust than that. This is surging a little bit towards the east. It's crossing the areas around Pearland. It's going to get into get really close to the radar site. It's going to get, trying to map. I'm on two different maps trying to figure out where this thing's going to go. It's going to be just north of there. Good Lord. What is that? That's just traffic. That is not a good situation here. This big mass of heavy rain and wind is headed for either an accident or it looks like a construction. Yeah, it's a road work construction site at El Dorado Road. It's an active construction site. Let me pull this full. Look at this mess. That El Dorado Road is right here. El Dorado Road is right here. And let's see, let's get that into view. Try again, third time. El Dorado Road is right here where my cursor is drawing. And these are 70-mile-an-hour winds headed towards there with a tornado warning now in effect. Probably the right idea. This probably should have had a tornado warning a few minutes ago, but severe thunderstorm capable of producing both tornadoes and straight line winds extending from near South Belt and Ellington to 6 miles northeast of Bonnie, moving east at 40 mile an hour. Radar indicated rotation. Yeah, we've been tracking these for a while, even before they were severe warned, really. This is not a great situation. Yeah, still another couple areas of circulation above this. There's one near Deer Park as well. That one not quite as punchy at the moment, but still watching a few other circulations to the north. One near Mount Bellevue, and then one up towards Hardin. But these three, I would concur, are kind of the main ones. The one that we've been following is, I think, the most prolific of this QLCS wind event spin-up circulations, but all three of these have, as the warning says, potential for quick spin-up tornadoes. And this is a really populated area on the south side of Houston. That back in its box for a minute, but there's a look at the warning. And it was at 45, 40. League City, about 10 minutes, and then out towards San Leon, 22, Texas City, about 23, and it should hold together about 30 minutes to Galveston, Texas. So really populated area coming into this area. Santa Fe, 10 minutes, Alvin, 3 minutes or less, Lamarck, about 20 minutes, Dickinson, about 14, Bay Cliff, about 18 minutes. So yeah, take your tornado safety precautions if you're in this area around League City and down towards areas just inland of Galveston, around Tiki Island, Bayou Vista, down towards Chocolate Bayou and Liverpool. Lowest level into your room, away from those doors and windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If you have a basement, probably not in this area, but storm shelter is a good idea. Just make sure you're on that lowest level into your room. And this is a bad situation because we have some QLCS tornadoes coming into a very populated area. And at the very least, damaging winds approaching this area around El Dorado Boulevard, where we see the construction site and the major traffic. And the winds are already starting to pick up with this, but we're seeing probably 60 to 75 mile an hour wind gusts in this. I want to take a look also at the other area near Deer Park. Still seeing some rotation in there. That's approaching Baytown with likely some 60 mile an hour winds as well. And then also another area up near Hardin that we've been keeping our eye on. But for the most part, the strongest storms have been moving through the Houston metro. I want to also look at the tornado possible tag south of Corpus Christi. Still a very broad area of rotation, but I wouldn't be surprised if this has some higher winds in it as well. Oops, wrong button. Yeah, this could have some 65 to 70 mile an hour winds in that cell as well, as that moves generally on the south sides of Corpus Christi towards Chapman Ridge, and then that's going to push out into the Gulf. We also have some stronger storms now, severe warned towards Hemp Hill. Those are going to move into western parts of Louisiana near Leesville. And then the northern edge of this is still kind of marginally severe. Haven't seen any severe warnings for a little bit with this, but there are a couple areas of circulation. The one near Mansfield is a little interesting. But those storms are just shy of being severe warned. Wow, look at the camera now. These are dangerous winds coming into the north side of League City. Potentially 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. We've already seen power outages on our cameras with the 60 to 70 mile an hour winds around Sugarland. And then earlier up towards the Woodlands, saw a big power flash and the whole landscape around us went out. Look at this camera move. I'm really rarely seen a camera move like this. And we've had cameras in tornadic circulations and in hurricanes. Wow. That is some nasty winds. Yeah, and those are coming in right now towards the El Dorado Boulevard and the Gulf Freeway on the north side of League City towards Friendswood. You really need to be in a tornado safe space for this. So I'm glad they warned this as a tornado, even though the tornado chances were kind of minimal. We've been tracking these little areas of QLCS rotation, and they haven't really fully tightened up. They've been kind of RFD dominant, but we've seen the heavy winds with them, and that's, I think, enough that they're going to produce kind of localized damages similar to tornadoes, even if they're not touching the ground. Looking at traffic there out of League City. If you get motion sick, maybe look away here because I'm going to pull this a little higher. I rarely see cameras bounce like that, but so these three main areas are kind of working south and east. The first one is in a lower populated area. It may go just south of Tiki Island and out towards the Galveston Island area. The other two are in a little bit more populated areas. And those ones do have a little bit worse of a path here. League City in about 4 minutes or less. Santa Fe, 8 minutes. Lamarck, about 15. Bayou Vista and Tiki Island, about 18 minutes. Galveston, under 30. And then out towards Texas City, San Leon, about 15 to 17 minutes. Wow, there's the rain that just moved into this camera. So yeah, big wall of wind and rain. May see some power flashes. We'll see if we get any. That's one of the strongest winds I've seen on a camera. Wow, look at that. This is in whatever the QLCS circulation. If it's on the ground, this is in it. If it's not on the ground, this is the RFD surge that's associated with this little QLCS circulation. But that is probably 60 to 70 plus mile an hour winds in here. It's crossing this area right at our camera. These are pretty sturdy cameras. They're all going. So this is a northbound look at that same setup. This is the traffic. We have cameras basically at both directions. This is the construction zone and the traffic looking north. And then that's the camera looking south at that same construction zone. At least on this shot, I have not seen any power flashes. Gulf Highway and NASA Road. Let's see where that is. Okay, it's right here. Yeah, we'll keep this camera for a second. It's about to get into the heaviest wind and rain too. Right there. And here comes that 65 to 70 mile an hour winds plus. Some spots are showing about 70 to 72 mile an hour winds, which even a little higher. That little blue could be a radar error, or it could be 75 plus. Let's see here. This is basically over the. We're going to lose a little bit of the data on it because they're getting so close to the radar site. This is an interesting one, though. There is one of these other QLCS circulations down in here. This one is that one that we saw earlier, looked a little more like a embedded supercell in the line. That one also has a tornadic potential. We can see the winds going away from the radar and going towards the radar. More of a tornadic circulation than a fully QLCS spin-up type circulation. I want to also jump down to our storm around Corpus Christi. Still a tornado possible tag on that one. There's still broad circulation just south of the Corpus Christi metro near Chapman Ranch. Oh, yeah, let me take this back real quick. There we go. Near Chapman Ranch, still broad circulation there south of the Corpus Christi metro. That's going to continue pushing out over the open water of the Gulf. Strong storms, non-severe between Corpus and the Houston metro, and then we pick up our tornado warning storms. Our only tornado warning right now, Brazoria, Galveston, and Harris counties in southeast Texas. And that's, again, where we're following three, I think, prominent QLCS spin-ups in here. The one near Chocolate Bayou, the one between Alvin and Dickinson, and the one over Webster and League City. There is also another one in the tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning up towards Baytown. That one's also interesting at times. And we've lost a little bit of the QLCS threat up towards Kuntz. Those storms are just mostly marginally severe. There's a little bit of a circulation in here near Hemp Hill with some heavier winds on the south side of that. That's coming towards Leesville and New Llano on the Louisiana side of the border. But focusing in on these storms because they're in a really heavy populated area. There also is, I think, the most concentrated area of tornadic potential here in the short term. And yeah, we're seeing a pretty good look at these. These are almost too close to the radar site to get a really great look at them. This is I-45 at NASA Road. Camera's kind of glitchy right now. I haven't seen any really defined evidence that they've been on the ground. And honestly, it's going to be hard to tell the difference between some 75 mile an hour plus straight line wind damage associated with the RFD surge or a weaker end tornado. So the difference is really minimal. Which is why you want to protect yourself like a tornado for any of these little QLCS embedded areas of circulation. Again, they're moving about east-southeast at about 45 miles an hour. So even though the warning doesn't extend out towards Galveston, if you're out on Galveston and it's Valentine's Day and you have a date night out on Galveston Island, I would start to think about where your tornado safe spot is because these storms are likely going to make it to the coast. I'm surprised they didn't just extend this warning out a few more miles and cover the Galveston metro. But regardless, right now, League City is under the gun. These are basically over the radar site. So it's really hard to see what's going on in them. They're actually almost too close to the radar site. This one is in a little better situation. It's a little bit further from the radar site. So this one's pretty clearly not on the ground. Looking for correlation coefficient drop, it would be in this area. And we're not seeing anything that the radar says is non-meteorological targets. So the radar sees all these as basically rain and uniform meteorological targets. We'd see like blue and these green colors and stuff. On this map, those are out ahead of that, so that's clear air. But if we see the blue surrounded by the meteorological targets, that's where we would find a tornadic circulation, and not seeing that right now. That one I'm pretty confident is not on the ground at the moment. We're also close to the radar site. These ones are a little harder to tell, but here's your tornadic circulation right here around Gulf Freeway, just to the south of the radar site. And then the other one is up here, just basically over the radar site and League City. Let's hop down and take a look at this one. It's going to be in the Dickinson area near Holland Road. Oh, this is interesting. This is just south of that, right here at Central Parkway. The roads are dry, just to the south of that. Maybe surging a little bit more east towards San Leon and Texas City. Other circulation worked through the Baytown area earlier. Is now near Cove and Anahuac. There's also another circulation. This one could actually produce a water spout. There's less friction over water. Wouldn't be surprised if this produces a water spout. This new QLCS circulation just actually developing here in the last minute or two, or scan or two. Let me see here. Yeah, see how that surged out? Oh, this is the circulation that went through Baytown. It's also moving to the south and east, but it's jumped out pretty far on that last scan. Yeah, there's that one that went through Cove earlier, Crosby. It's not as strong, but this one actually, this one could produce a water spout over the bay. And then we're really close to the radar site, so we're getting some good views of this. Still seeing 60 to 75, potentially higher miles an hour. And there is the wind and rain pulling into this camera. Still seeing some circulation down here near Mustang Lake West. That's going to pull towards Greens Lake. And then out on Galveston Island around Tiki Island. And then out towards Jamaica Beach. Keep an eye on that cell. I want to check our storm near Corpus Christi. No longer severe warned. It looks like the strongest part of that storm has pushed out into the Gulf. So that one's good. We have a new tornado warning up near our Louisiana storms. This is that circulation that we saw near Mansfield earlier, and it tightened up a little bit in the last little bit. So there's this circulation near Crossroads, Woodwardville, Halls, Summit. It's kind of broad at the moment, but radar indicated rotation there until 7:30. That is for southwestern Beyondville and northeastern Red River parishes. Moving east at 35. Maybe just a little bit slightly north of east. It's going to put it towards Castor in about 13 minutes. Maybe just beyond that, about 15 minutes to Castor, Louisiana. Well south and east of Shreveport. So 2 tornado warnings. We're going to get a third as an extension of that line. This is that cell that I mentioned earlier. It was a little bit more of an independent tornadic circulation. It is going to get extended out, like I mentioned, to Tiki Island, to the areas around Galveston Island, and especially Jamaica Beach. So if you're out on Galveston Island, downtown Galveston, currently under a severe thunderstorm warning, consider taking your tornado safety precautions as this whole QLCS batch of storms heads your way. And look at our camera up here, what the difference is between a few minutes makes. And the strongest part of the storm is just north of this camera. Once again, probably seeing 60s to 75 mile an hour winds, at least in that batch of storms. Other one, potentially a waterspout. Also, this storm near Lake Anahuac is also an interesting storm with some circulation there. They just aren't quite tightening up to the level of tornado warnings. Quite a lot of them. We've had a few more circulations recently in the last hour or two, but yeah, they're just kind of shy of being tornado warned. Leesville, you guys are now in the severe thunderstorm warning. This extends that warning into Louisiana a little further. Vernon parishes and Newton County in Texas. Just kind of an extension of that warning. And I want to look again at our tornado warned storm well south of Shreveport. About 30 miles southeast of Shreveport. It's in a fairly rural area, but Tullis and Woodwardville out towards Castor and Anderson. This is the area of circulation right there. And let me see if I can get a better shot of it. It's fairly broad. It tightened up briefly, got tornado warned, but then broadened back out. You can see it a little bit ago when this was newly tornado warned around Loggy Bayou. Had a little bit better of a circulation on it and has since broadened and weakened. So that's a good trend to see there in western Louisiana. I want to pause for a second and also note, while we were covering the QLCS tornadoes in the Houston metro, we also did get an extension, a new tornado watch until 2 a.m. Central Time for northeast Louisiana, central and south central Mississippi, southwest Mississippi, and into areas just around the Baton Rouge metro, down through Lake Charles, Lafayette, Alexandria, and then areas like Jackson, Mississippi, Monroe, Bastrop, Lake Providence, Vicksburg, Mississippi, Natchez, Mississippi, essentially west of I-55, in even southeast Louisiana. So it doesn't get into the New Orleans metro yet, but wouldn't be surprised if we get more severe or tornado warnings, or sorry, severe thunderstorm or tornado watches as we go along. Another area of circulation to watch is this one near Kushada. A little broad circulation south of you guys. Some broad circulation in that storm near Leesville. And then we're also seeing broad circulation near Kirbyville. This is a little further from the radar site. Tornado possible tag, 60-mile-an-hour winds with that cell near Kirbyville, Texas. And then let's go back to our storms through the Houston metro. We have some embedded circulations near Lake Anahuac, and then out over Galveston Bay, potentially a water spout there. Looks like this has become a little bit less of a QLCS threat. It's more of a damaging wind surge. We can see this big bulge of wind in here. We're also really close to the radar site, so they've let the tornado warning expire, but potentially 70+ mile-an-hour winds. We're really close to the radar, like down the street. So some of this could be reaching the ground, showing 83, 76, 83, 78. So there's potentially 75+ mile-an-hour winds coming through Texas City. And areas, especially on the north side of Texas City. And then down here, we have our tornado warning for areas around Greens Lake, Tiki Island, and then out on Galveston Island towards Sunny Beach, Anderson's Way, Campeche Cove, down towards Jamaica Beach. Good news is we've lost our severe storms down towards Corpus Christi right now. So here's a broader look at the warnings right now. Severe thunderstorm warnings in the yellow. And then 2 tornado warnings right now near Galveston and then south and east of Shreveport. The peachy lighter pink color is your tornado watches. And there's a pretty good look at your line segment here. This is a pretty beefy line. It's just thinking back, it's developed maybe a little bit further south than some of the modeling showed the other day, which may help this to be a little feistier because the higher instability is closer to the Gulf. So the fact that we didn't get some of the data, the modeling data showed more of like a QLCS line segment kind of moving more like this. The fact that it's developed a little further south, let me put it in a different color, more like this, is going to keep it a little closer to the Gulf and a little bit closer into that instability. And I think that's why we're also seeing some of these severe thunderstorm warnings fill in. Some here near Leesville. And then here along the Texas and Louisiana border near Newton, over towards Rose Pine, DeRidder, and then down towards Maryville and Bon Weir near Kirbyville. Seeing some embedded circulation in that storm. Also north of Newton, seeing some circulation in there too. But they're also being warned for gusty winds up to 60 miles an hour. Yeah, it's showing a little bit of a radar hole in here, but we're seeing at least some broad upper level rotation with those cells. This apparently has weakened. It's less of a tornadic threat as it's coming between Ringgold and Hall's Summit. Still a tornado warning there, another 11 minutes, but we'll see if that holds. They may drop that tornado warning. And then still very concerned here about the Houston metro, especially now east of Houston out towards Anahuac. Some circulation there near Lake Anahuac. That'll be headed up towards Winnie. Another circulation over the Gulf or over the bay right now. That'll approach Oak Island. And then we have our big surge of damaging winds approaching Texas City, especially just north of Texas City. With those damaging winds, potentially over 70 miles an hour. It's going to head towards Point Bolivar, Elm Grove, Crystal Beach. right now is all calm in those areas, but it's going to go downhill very quickly. And then watching our tornadic circulation near Greens Lake, it's approaching Tiki Island. It looks a little less vigorous than it did earlier. Here is a camera near Tiki Island. And that's looking towards Galveston. Okay, we'll keep an eye on that camera. We'll look at this one. This is at that's basically Tiki Island out here. You'll see the lights on the corner of this screen. That's Tiki Island out there. But this does look less tornadic at the moment. Yeah, it's definitely broadening near Greens Lake. It's looking towards that storm, by the way. So directly towards that tornadic circulation, or tornado warned circulation. If you're west of this, the tornadic threat has diminished, so go enjoy your rest of the Valentine's Day evening. Tyler, Nacogdoches, Lufkin, it's just heavy rain and embedded thunderstorms, and then also even the west side of Houston, Hempstead, the Woodlands, Houston itself. This severe threat is all pushed down towards the Gulf Coast now. And you can see out ahead of this, it's actually dry roads. The camera isn't moving much, but we'll get into the heavier wind here in just a few minutes. A heavy wind is pushing Bayou Vista and approaching Tiki Island right now, with also the heavy rain, so we'll likely lose that view of Tiki Island. I may move the camera, though, towards Point Bolivar, as that area is lined up for more of that heavy wind, and it's going to be even worse right now over the open water. With less friction there, it could be 80-mile-an-hour winds plus. So treat that like a tornado warning, even if you're not in the tornado warning towards Point Bolivar. Good news for Galveston. It looks like the strongest part of this wind is going to go north of Galveston. It should stay over the Point Bolivar area towards Crystal Beach. And then seeing some new severe thunderstorms going up here near Beaumont and approaching basically a pretty solid line up towards Kirbyville. Seeing some circulation in there towards Rose Pine and DeRitter, Leesville. Pretty solid line with some broad circulation in that storm north and west of Leesville. There's also broad circulation down here near Coushatta, or just south of there. That's going to come over towards Campty in Louisiana. And then this cell is really not looking tornadic anymore. It's looks like they're probably just going to let the warning expire in about 5 minutes. But potentially a little surge of damaging wind gusts with that cell. And a couple broad, weak circulations in this northern segment. It does appear to be like the threat for severe weather is going to be along and south, mostly of I-20. We said that when the stream was starting, but especially now, it does look like south of I-20 is going to be the main threat. If you're just joining us, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 severe thunderstorm warnings, 2 tornado warnings. One in Louisiana, one in Texas, and there goes the camera with the wind. That is looking northbound towards Tiki Island. You can see the wind is actually surged out ahead of the precip. It looks like it's still dry on the camera, but yeah, that wind is surged out. Our camera's right there, and the rain is just behind there. So a little bit of an outflow dominant storm, which is why I think we've lost a little bit of that tornadic threat down in this area, but still some pretty strong winds, still some broad circulation near Jamaica Beach up towards Anderson's Way. And then especially south of downtown Galveston, you want to stay in your tornado safe space, also with the damaging wind approaching. It's dark now, so we'll have to see. We might get some more damage reports in here from the Houston Metro, but it's going to be hard because it's dark, and sometimes we don't get those as quickly as maybe the daytime when people start coming out and about. Still watching a potential for a water spout in here, but I think the bigger problem is going to be this RFD surge, and that's going to be headed towards Point Bolivar, likely just north of Galveston with that heavier surge of wind. And actually, yeah, I'm going to move the camera. This camera looks nice, but there are cameras at Point Bolivar. This is at Bolivar Ferry. And 15th Street. Okay, I believe we're right here. Either here or here, 15th Street. There's 2 15th Streets, but either way, that's going to be in line for some of the heaviest winds coming probably close to hurricane strength. So anyone out here on Point Bolivar, no tornado warning, but you're going to get some really significant wind gusts in just a couple minutes. Again, we're over the water, so there's less friction, but showing up 92 mile an hour wind, 78, I think 75 plus is probably going to be almost a guarantee, with possibly some gusts higher than that. Good news further south in Texas, most of these storms are now the strongest ones offshore. So areas like Corpus Christi up towards Seadrift, and then out towards Port O'Connor, Matagorda. You guys are pretty much done with the severe threat. Look how calm it is on this camera before the storm gets here. Up here, this warning expires in a minute, so they should drop this warning. It doesn't look imminently tornadic anymore. And not, yeah, there it goes. Good to see that. So still watching this area in northern Louisiana along the I-20 corridor. But nothing looks particularly strong at the moment there. Not even outside of the tornado threat, just the storms itself. There's a little bit more rotation down here near Powhatan, south of Coushatta. And then further south, we get into a little more instability. There's also broad rotation north and west of Anaco, northwest of Leesville. Strong winds approaching Rose Pine and DeRidder. Some broad rotation out east of Kirbyville, approaching Maryville, maybe getting towards DeQuincy on the Louisiana side, and then severe storms north of Beaumont, north and west. But this is another area that has a few more QLCS style spins in it. Nothing like showing on the ground, but there's kind of 3 areas of rotation there, and you can kind of see their individual notches like we saw earlier in the Houston Metro. Sometimes these can quick spin even within the radar scan, so some of these go undetected on radar, so you just have to be prepared for a quick, brief QLCS style tornadic circulation. This is going to go downhill real quick here at the Bolivar Ferry. The strong winds are just getting into Point Bolivar right about now. This is at State Highway and 7th Street, or State Highway 87 and 7th Street near the Fisherman's Cove Food Mart. I believe that's it, just to the south of the screen. So the wind would be coming from right to left towards that food mart, if that's the way I'm looking. And again, these are potentially 60 to 75 mile an hour winds. Yeah, they have relaxed a little bit now that they're getting on shore. Earlier, just offshore, they were in the 80s and 90s, but as you get a little more friction over land, it should decrease a little bit. Take a look at our tornado warned storm. Not as imminently tornadic. That circulation has broadened. It's crossing Anderson's Way. Areas around Sunny Beach. That should be out to sea here in just a minute. And yeah, they're going to drop that tornado warning. If you're in your tornado safe space, I would just hunker down for another few minutes in the Galveston area. Let these storms pass. And then get on with your Valentine's Day evening. But this is a big surge of wind about to come into the Point Bolivar area. Again, we're seeing 75 mile an hour winds. And here comes that wind. You can see it blowing down the street. Take this full again. Yeah, that checks out. There's our big burst of wind moving from right to left. That's west to east. The food mart is on the east side of the road. This is that other camera at 15th Street, so it's the reverse. It's looking the other way. So we see the wind blowing left to right. I'll stay with the food mart because I think we have a better shot of the wind. But that is at least 60 to 65 mile an hour winds. It has decreased a little bit. People are rightly so kind of pulling into the food mart parking lot. Wherever you're driving to, it's just best to let this drive, or let this pass. No tornado warnings at the moment, but we do have a pretty solid line of tornado possible tags stretching from southeast parts of Texas all the way up into western Louisiana. Roughly about 250 miles of severe thunderstorm warnings straight, contiguous, all the way from north and west of Alexandria, Louisiana, up towards Natchitoches, and over towards Roebling. Seeing much in the way of circulation in that one. A little broad circulation near Powhatan, but that has actually weakened some as well. Is a little bit more of a circulation near Hornbeck. Keep an eye on that one. And further south towards Newton, approaching Rose Pine with some 60 mile an hour gusts. This one looked a little more interesting earlier near Kirbyville. It's crossing into Louisiana, south of Bon Weir and south of Maryville. And then into the Beaumont, Port Arthur area, a couple of circulations, one to the north, and then the one just north of Beaumont towards Pine Forest is an interesting area of circulation, and one similar to what we've been following in the Houston Metro, potentially some 65 to 70 mile an hour winds in this area near Pine Forest. Those cars have all tucked in. Yeah, let this pass. But this one is maybe one of the more interesting circulations at the moment near Lakeview Estates. And potentially some 70 mile an hour winds with that. It's going to go north of downtown Beaumont, so good sign right there. And then strong storms pushing towards Winnie. Another one towards the Jocelyn Nuggery Wildlife. Maybe saying that wrong, but towards Bolivar Peninsula, Gilchrist, Rollover, Kaplan, with some stronger winds in that little area. And then the strongest winds should be reducing here past Port Bolivar, now out into the open Gulf, maybe just scraping the northern parts of Galveston. Hey, Gage, how's it going today? Yeah, Galveston, you guys are in it right now. That strongest wind just to your north. I would hunker down still another few minutes. And then we've dropped the tornado warning for the other parts of Galveston Island. But good to stay hunkered down if you're in your tornado safe space already. So we lost all the tornado warnings. We had a couple there a few minutes ago. Those have both been allowed to expire. Our tornado warning storm south of Galveston, the strongest part of that storm, is now basically over the open Gulf. And then our other storm has weakened beyond the severe limits around Ringgold. Yeah, that one is basically gone. Still a little spin in here, but it's nothing tornadic. Just some kind of remnant area of rotation. About 10 minutes ago, a 70 mile an hour wind report out of Lumberton, Texas. That is with a mesonet site at the middle school there in Lumberton. And that was with that area that I was saying was probably 70 mile an hour winds. Yeah, that's showing up near Lakeview Estates and Pine Forest right now. So confirmation of those 70 mile an hour winds in here. Pine Forest, Echo Forest. They should officially probably, still says 60, but they should upgrade this to a considerable threat tag with a confirmed 70 mile an hour wind report. Are watching a couple circulations in here. The one here, the one near Pine Forest, and maybe one up there, but that looks a little weird. Near Bunker Hill. That one may be some contaminated data. Maybe broad, but it's really this one here that I'm concerned about near Pine Forest, and then the one actually just west of Beaumont near Brooks Road also has a little bit of a spin to it. if you're out here, head to the storm near Murraysville, Veeder, Lemonville, maybe towards Orange. That storm is that part that has the 65 to 70 mile an hour plus winds. Ooh, hold on. We got a camera. Interesting camera. This is at Pine Forest. I think it's just south of these winds. Yeah, it's just south of the heaviest winds, like literally like maybe a half a mile. It's right about there. The heaviest winds are tracking just north of there. But this should give us a little bit of sampling of this storm. I do have another camera possible at Mauriceville. Yeah, it's probably Mauriceville. So we can maybe get this area of rotation in the heavy wind as it crosses that area. Yeah, still seeing 3 circulations in here. One south of Bunna, the other one here near Pine Forest, and the one west of Beaumont. And that was a confirmed 70 mile an hour wind report with that one area circulation a few minutes ago near Lumberton. The heaviest winds now are offshore of Galveston. Still some heavy rain and thunder and lightning, but the severe threat is quickly decreasing for the metro area around Houston. What a night in Houston. Yeah, we saw power flashes, power outages, really heavy wind. So likely some confirmed wind damage reports. We should get more of those as the evening continues across the Houston metro. Not much hail reports, which is good. I think we've had a few larger hailstones than an inch down in that cell north of Victoria earlier, but some of that area is really low populated land outside of Cerro. So, and especially between Cerro and Edna, like this is just kind of ranch and oil country. So, likely maybe the larger hail missed some of the higher populated areas, which is good. And then, yeah, watching this circulation, things are pretty calm in that camera. Oh, what happened there? There it goes. Yeah, that little area of circulation just missed the downtown of Pine Forest. So we'll go out in front of it. This is at Mauriceville, right there. A little circulation is moving towards that area. Pretty good surge of wind coming through areas like Natchitoches. Tornado possible tag. Not seeing a ton of tight circulation in there. That's a good sign. A little bit of a broad circulation near Campty. more kind of a bookend vortex sort of situation where the storm kind of wraps in and backside creates a little localized low pressure, but we'll keep an eye on that part. It's like north of there, things do get a lot less feisty right now. Trying to set up some cameras for later here. Okay. All right. I think we're good for now, setting up for next couple minutes. It's a multiple angle operation here. Quick look at Texarkana earlier. Things are quieting down a little bit here. See the roads are starting to dry out a little bit. So still cloud deck, but heavy rain has moved on from that Texarkana area. And then this is a look at the Shreveport Metro. Things are definitely calmer there. You can see the skyline, still wet roads, but the severe weather is moved on. So no more severe threat for Shreveport, Marshall, Longview, Tyler, out towards Lufkin and Center. Just some heavy rain for the rest of the evening. Severe storms are starting to push from Texas into Louisiana, and that's where you do have to watch a couple areas of circulation now near Hornbeck. And that's the one that's the most interesting right now in that line segment. The other ones are down in East Texas near Beaumont. Watching an area near Mauriceville. This is our camera at Mauriceville has come down quite a bit. So that's good news there. And also that circulation near Beaumont has also decreased in intensity. Still is a circulation up here towards Deweyville. So keep an eye on that one. See the lightning has picked up in that area of the storm too. Here is up towards Deweyville, so we may stick with this camera for a minute. We have one north of Deweyville, so this is probably the best we get. But that's a good shot, so we'll keep that one for a minute. Air rotation up to the north and east of Deweyville. It is kind of sagging to the south and east. And then this is our view out of Lake Charles. This is looking west, northwest. So this is looking generally towards those storms. A couple things that catch my eye on this is if you look closely, you can see the low-level clouds. This is to the south and west. On the left side of the screen, this is to the north and west on the right side. And you can see these low-level clouds illuminated by the city lights, are streaming from the left to the right. That's south to north. So that is indicating that we do have a strengthening low-level jet. Tends to happen here in the evening, and especially across the Gulf Coast. So this is where some of that higher instability is. That should help the storms to continue at a severe level. This is kind of broad rotation near Deweyville, but seeing what we saw earlier is we're seeing more of an RFD surge with the wind, and our camera is actually right here, so we may get a better shot of this Deweyville circulation or the wind within it. The circulation is actually a little bit tucked behind that up in here, but this RFD surge may get into our camera position, so I'm going to bail from the camera here anyway, since it's kind of being weird. And get to our Deweyville camera. Okay, that camera was acting up, but we tucked that back away, so that should be good. All right, there's, okay. I want to make sure we got this all covered. Quad radar looks good. We got, everything's covered. And we actually just got, did we get a new tornado warning? We did just get a new tornado warning. It's that area around Leesville. A new area of rotation. Let's take a look at this. Near New Lano and Leesville. It's one of these little QLCS kind of spins. I'm guessing this National Weather Service has warned it because it's getting close to the radar site here. There's a couple other ones, but this is the most vigorous near Billy Goat Hill. It doesn't look super impressive. It looks like most of the other ones we've seen so far in the last couple hours. If every National Weather Service warned those small QLCS spin-ups like this with a little RFD surge, we would have had 20 warnings by now. But a lot of the other National Weather Service offices have, right or wrong, you could debate it either way, have stayed conservative warning the little QLCS spin-ups that we've seen today. We haven't seen any really fully indicate tornadoes on the ground, so that's kind of concurred with their warning. But yeah, if you look down here towards Houston, we're watching a circulation there, circulation there, circulation there, or sorry, Beaumont. So there could be, you know, multiple tornado warnings if you warn them all that look like this, but there's actually kind of two of them in here. So it's also coming across the Fort Johnson and Billy Goat Hill. So just near there, I guess Fort Johnson was or is now Fort Polk. I forget what the name was. Here is that other circulation coming through the area around Dickinson. Deweyville, sorry. Deweyville. About to get on one of these little QLCS signatures. And we can see that wind picking up here. I have to see if we get into the actual circulation. If we don't, this wind will kind of stay in the same direction. It looks like it's blowing from behind our camera, essentially. Or from the side of the white camera, from right to left. Which means our camera must be facing like this way. Or actually, sorry, like, yeah, like that. We're going to extend that tornado possible tag into DeQuincy, Reeves, DeRitter, Rose Pond Arena, and couple areas there near between Maryville and DeRitter that are interesting. Let's go back to this one. Since it is close to the radar site, this does have a little more weight to it. That these are low level, but I'm guessing if we had radars all over the place, this whole line would probably look like this with little embedded QLCS areas of rotation. This is how this line looked around the Houston area with a lot of radar coverage. And just like really all night, not seeing any really indications that there's circulations on the ground. All meteorological targets essentially showing up. But as I mentioned earlier, if you're following the stream the whole way through, some of these little QLCS spin-ups can be so brief, they happen within the couple minutes of each radar scan. And that is picked up. Look at that. That's at Deweyville, Texas. Potentially some 70-mile-an-hour winds. Yeah, 70-mile-an-hour winds plus up to about 75 coming through this Fort Johnson, Fort Polk area, up to areas around LeCamp, Leander, Cora. And let's get a read on this one. At 40 miles an hour. That's for East Central Vernon Parish. Looking up the line further, not seeing much. A little broad rotation. We've been following kind of around Coushatta. It's now east of Coushatta, north of Campty. Filling in a couple more areas of rotation. But nothing look as punchy as this one. This actually has increased a little bit. Winds going away from the radar and towards the radar. They're coming towards North Fort Polk. So keeping an eye on this one a little closer. The good news is mostly being on the base, this probably isn't going through, yeah, really no actual, until you get out till it's Hicks and LeCamp and Leander, about 27 minutes to Leander, about 15 minutes to Hicks. This is that surge of wind that we're seeing near Deweyville with this surge of wind across our camera position. Thanks to Texas Drive, some new live cams. There is broad circulation. It's actually kind of north of there, approaching the Deweyville area. So we'll keep an eye on this. It hasn't really tightened, but we'll keep an eye on this as it's actually crossing into Louisiana. And they're going to extend out a tornado possible tag for those areas, basically Lake Charles and west. Another little circulation we've been following. This is the circulation tracked like this that had 70-mile-an-hour winds reported at Lumberton at, I think it was in the 7:30 hour. Kind of tracked it like this. It seems to have strengthened a little bit again as it's coming towards Gratis and Kennard Estates. It's going to sink down towards the I-10 corridor, so be aware of this if you're in here near Brownwood and Pinehurst and areas around Orange. And yeah, there's our broad circulation near Deweyville. So we are seeing a little bit of a directional change. I think we went from more of a west to now more of a northwest wind pushing past our camera. So that kind of tracks that there's a broad circulation in here. And the winds have calmed down some. Back towards our Fort Polk storm, let's take a look at two areas of circulation that are interesting. They're really on the base right now. Chaffee Road, one approaching North Fort Polk. Kind of drew that weird. Basically tracking east, and then the other one is down here near Mill Creek Road, also tracking east. So two little QLCS spin-ups. Again, I don't see any really defined correlation coefficient drop that would indicate that a more significant tornado is on the ground. You could always have weak ones that don't show on radar. I'm guessing we have probably had a few of those today. There's another circulation south of Fort Polk along Pitkin Highway that's also interesting. And just based on how this National Weather Service office warned the Fort Polk storm, they might end up warning this one too, near Sandy Hill. And we are going to get a warning for that area around Deweyville. Not the broad circulation that our camera is located in, but the one to the south, the one I mentioned earlier, had a 70-mile-an-hour wind gust. This one has tightened again, and it is a little bit tighter now near Kennard Estates and Little Cypress. Approaching areas north of Pine Hill and out towards Vinton. Yeah, we haven't seen a directional change in that wind. It's now blowing, looks like maybe straight from the north. Kind of like that behind our camera. So yeah, that checks out. That there is definitely a circulation in here. It's a little bit broad. If it tightens up anymore, I wouldn't be surprised if they warn that one too. But this one here is the one that's getting the warning now. Both of those, not seeing any defined circulation on the ground. You can see this other one, the one that's across the Deweyville camera in our shot there. You can actually see it in a reflectivity pretty good too. It kind of wraps in like that. So there's our inflow wrapping in here. It's coming towards Stark. If it wraps up any tighter, this one is one to watch as it comes towards Big Woods and Edgerty and areas around Stark. Keep an eye on that one. Could get towards Sulphur in the next little bit. And they are going to warn also that storm to the south. The one I mentioned on the south side of Fort Polk earlier. It just looked the same as the other one that they already had a warning for. So it makes sense that they're warning both of those. And welcome to the QLCS party. This is the frustrating part of a QLCS setup. These can come up within a scan of the radar. They can go away within a scan of the radar. They can drop a tornado within the scan of the radar. So sometimes we miss these. And some of them, just because they may be a brief tornado and usually is, some of these can be pretty feisty tornadoes too. So don't let the briefness fool you for strength, because they can pack a punch in a very quick amount of time. And yeah, it can be frustrating because sometimes all these larger supercells that we see, individual supercells, you can see kind of building and going through their supercellular phases, strengthening their areas of rotation, strengthening their RFD surge, getting that rotation to the surface level. And sometimes that can take quite a while, and it can take a few different cycles of a storm just trying and not really getting there, and trying again and getting a little more organized. The QLCS ones are a little bit different. They can go from basically a flat front. Let me find one. Yeah, like if I zoom in here and we see the flat face of this line and how generally it's just basically a flat line of wind surge. They can go from basically a flat face like this to an area that's wrapped up, and we see the little notch feature and the inflow notch and stuff within a scan, within 3 to 5 minutes. So it's a tricky situation, which means you kind of have to be ready to take your tornado safety precautions if you're anywhere out ahead of this line. So we have that circulation near Echo, approaching Cyprus. We'll leave our Dewey camera and see if we have something in here. Maybe too far south. This is basically in Church Street at 87, so just south of I-10. Which means the tornadic circulation near Echo is just to the north of this. But also watching this storm near Starks. Probably some water spouts offshore. Yeah, there's definitely some stronger storms offshore. And actually, let me update my stream because we need to change it. We had severe storms near the Houston area, but now now we'll change it back to how it was earlier. That should work. 3 tornado warnings now. They're all in extreme eastern Texas, near Orange, Texas, and Echo, about to cross into western Louisiana. The camera nearby, but not quite at that circulation. So that circulation is basically at the Sabine River, just to the east of Echo. So approaching I-10 near Toomey, Louisiana. And it's going to stay areas like Vinton, and especially south of Vinton, need to be in your tornado safe space. Watching this area of circulation near Starks, it's a broad circulation. Vinton, this actually may head towards you, at least the RFD surge that we saw had pretty strong winds earlier with it. And watching a couple circulations north and west of Reeves. Now a new tornado warning for, ooh, that is, wow, look at that. It's gone. It was tight, and then the radar updated. And that's what I meant earlier, how this can go from basically a shear line to a pretty tight area circulation near Ikes, and then just on the latest scan, not quite as robust. but an area there that tightened up very quickly near DeRitter. I want to go back and see. Yeah, not seeing anything right in there. So that's, ooh, what's this? Tornado on the ground. Gonna be a tornado on the ground near Lookout Road, Hunter Camp, just to the east of Fort Polk. That is our first. That is our first defined correlation coefficient drop. Yep, tornado on the ground. Been talking for a while. I'm going to grab a drink, but this is a tornado in progress in Louisiana. All right, first confirmed tornado of the day. There it is right here. It's approaching Whiskey Cheeto Road. Whiskey Cheeto Road. And this is going to be, I think this is still in the fort. Yeah, this may still be in the Fort Polk area. South of Mill Creek Road, just to the east of Fort Polk. That is a debris signature showing up there at Whiskey Cheeto Road. And pretty defined little thumb feature. I've said that before, sticking out. This is where we have our inflow notch cycling in. RFD surges out on the base of that. Helps funnel the inflow. Not showing up great on radar as far as the velocity scan, but then we go to the correlation coefficient, and it's showing non-meteorological targets. This is a really wooded area, so I wouldn't be surprised if it picks up trees, or not just whole trees, but tree debris, leaves and pine needles and all kinds of stuff. Probably a lower end tornado because we're pretty close to the radar site. Just based on the velocity scan, it's probably a lower end tornado, but won't know for sure. This other area is tight. It's tightened up a little bit, but the problem is we're getting into the kind of the cone of the radar. So it'll be a little bit tricky to see this, but there is a circulation near Alexandria Highway getting rewarned and stretched out towards Alexandria on Alexandria Highway. That's going to go towards Mayo Hicks Crossing. Basically, if you live along Alexandria Cross Highway, you are under the gun there. This one is not going confirmed, but it's still in here. It may have lifted, but there's your circulation right here, approaching Dugout Road. And yeah, if I go back a scan or two, you can see 814. We don't have anything on the ground at 806. We may have the start of it here at 808, but still nothing conclusive. That may be it right here, this lower CC value in the orange, these couple bars that are stretched out. But then definitely here at 810, we have a pretty strong debris signature. That moved to 812, approaching the Whiskey Cheeto Road, and then has continued but weakened as it's crossed Whiskey Cheeto Road. It's now towards V2428. So it looks like I think this is Vinton County, or Vernon Parish, sorry. Vernon Parish, that's towards Parish Road 2428, east of Whiskey Cheeto Road. So again, confirmed tornado on the ground in western Louisiana. And that's going to go towards, I don't think there's much out here because we're still near the Fort Polk area. But confirmed tornado there just east of Whiskey Cheeto Road. Yeah, and there's the circulation. It's crossing that Vernon Parish 2428, the county highway right there. Let's check our other tornado circulation near Mayo. And we're really close to the radar site, so it's going to be really tricky to see if there's any correlation coefficient in there. And it's hard to confirm that one. Let's see. Let me hold this right here. Maybe something in here, but I can't say for sure. There's too much radar contamination with the so close to the radar site. We can see kind of those lines of CC drop. It's just going to be, we're going to have to wait for that one to pull away from the radar another scan or two and just see what's up with that one. Broader rotation up near State Highway 465. I don't think we have any other tornado warnings north of there. But then they did warn the second tornado warning north of Vinton that we mentioned earlier. This one kind of broad, but probably deserves a warning. That goes out through Sulphur that we also mentioned earlier, heads up. And then the other one near Toomey. Let's take a look at both of these. Nothing in that one. This one stayed pretty broad, but let me look at it. It's near Big Woods. Yeah, we're not seeing any correlation coefficient drop with that one. That's all meteorological targets. That one's good for now, but still stay in your tornado safe space. Lowest level interior room, away from the doors and windows. This is a really high water table area, low swampy land off the Gulf, so not much basements in this area, but if you have a basement or storm shelter or a low level, that's your best option. If not, lowest level interior room, usually like a hall closet or a bathroom. And if you're in a mobile home or a camping trailer or one of the fish camps, things like that, a temporary structure, you need to go to a safe place, a sturdy structure. And if you're out ahead of this towards Lake Charles or points to the east, start thinking about your safe structure now. And possibly you might want to sleep there tonight because this line is coming for you, whether you like it or not. All right, let's take a look. Whiskey Road and the VA 2428. See, not seeing it anymore. That one has decreased. It's 818. Yeah, not seeing it in here. There may be a couple lower values, but that's likely just lofted debris. There it was at 814, 812. Really strong signature CC drop at 810. And that's the start of it at 808. So roughly about 10 minutes, maybe a little less than 10 minutes. And roughly, like a 4 or 5 mile path. Let's see, from there. Yeah, maybe about 4.5 miles. Oh, that's a pretty typical QLCS type tornado. Quickly developed, and then quickly dropped the tornado, and then it's now lifted. Now let's take a look at our other one near Mayo. Yeah, not seeing a CC drop with that one, so that one is likely still elevated. Radar indicated rotation there. That's back to radar indicated rotation. That's a radar indicated rotation here. Still kind of broad near Cole Central. Hey Bauer, how's it going today? Hope you're having a good new year. Yeah, that one has broadened. That's a good sign. Still some rotation near State Route 112 near Cole Central. This is this strengthened pretty significantly once it crossed into Louisiana, which is that's kind of where our highest instability is. So this was kind of expected. It also had some really big storms earlier around Houston and followed several QLCS circulations through the Houston metro. We just had our first radar confirmed tornado near Fort Polk earlier. This may be trying to get back on the ground. This little area of rotation in here near Range Road and Holly Springs Road. See the winds going away from the radar and towards the radar. Nothing in there yet, but we'll have to wait another scan and see if that gets back on the ground. So we went from like no tornado warnings briefly to now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tornado warnings. Basically as these storms crossed into Louisiana. DeRidder gets law enforcement reported trees down and power outages as those storms cross through the DeRidder area. Another circulation near Longville in Louisiana. That one's starting to tighten up. Wouldn't be surprised if that gets a tornado warning towards Reeves. And then I do want to look at our further southern storms as they are approaching a little more populated area near Sulphur and Lake Charles. Two areas of circulation, one near Big Woods and then the other near Jed, near State Route 108. Take a look at these real quick. Yeah, not seeing any CC drops with those, but Sulphur, you need to be in your safe space. Basically everybody on the west side of Lake Charles. And let's get these cameras going. Got cameras all over the place. Probably dropping our Texas cameras though soon. This is at Sulphur looking west. No, looking east. A lot of east-facing cameras around the Sulphur area. But, okay, that's good enough. I think Iowa's going to be busier this spring. Iowa was, like, almost had very few tornadoes. I'd have to check, but for a while, Iowa was going, like, tornado-free last spring. I think you'll get a better chasing season this year. And we'll be covering it. Couple circulations in here. Let's see if any are on the ground at the moment. This one's still kind of broad near Sugartown. Not seeing anything there. Kind of a weakness in here, but it's kind of out of place. Unless it's going so fast, it just hasn't caught up on the CC. 622. That could be 623. Could be a minute later. This could be something in here. They're not fully aligned, which is weird, but reflectivity and correlation coefficient show some sort of weakness in here, which is a little weird. The velocity is a step behind, so that one's hard to say. Other circulation up here near Pasture Road. Doesn't look like it's on the ground. Let's check our other one. This was a kind of retightening area rotation. Really close to the radar site. So we would see something if it was on the ground. Doesn't look like it is at the moment. That one's a dangerous one. That one's tucked back in the rain. So you're not going to see these coming. Please don't go out and look for these. And then our other circulation is now north. The one that crossed through Mayo up towards Hicks Crossing. That has broadened a bit, so that's a good sign there. We also have a new tornadic signature showing up near Comrade. Yeah, right in here. That one's a little suspicious looking. They'll wait another scan and see that one. Right now they're all radar indicated. Let's see. Oh, we do have an observed one. Let's see this one. Oh, they did. This was the original one that was observed. They must have switched over to observed after we saw it first, because it was not observed. It didn't have an observed tag when we had radar confirmation of it. Okay, they've extended a tornado warning through Lake Charles. So especially south and along I-10 in Lake Charles, you need to take your tornado safety measures. I would if I was in Westlake, because there's more storms coming towards you anyway. But basically, the Lake Charles Metro, I would take my tornado safety measures if I was there. technically northeast side of town. You're not in a tornado warning, but come on, you can see like you're surrounded by it. So I would take my tornado safety measures anywhere in the Lake Charles area for these embedded QLCS tornado spin-ups. We haven't seen any in this particular area that have been confirmed. But let me move in a little closer and just take a look at this one near GED or JED. State Route 108. And at the very least, they're going to have these damaging wind surges on the RFD side. And we've seen that on our cameras today, but they're going to have some 75 plus mile an hour winds on the RFD side. This one doesn't look like it is right now either. But that one's tightened up in the last few scans, so that one is definitely one to watch. There's nothing in Iowa right now. It's been so quiet in the Midwest, and we had really no second season, even in areas that you do normally get it, like the mid-Mississippi Valley, tend to get a second season of severe weather in the cool season. There is basically none of that. So we're basically into early spring, essentially, and that's confined to the Gulf Coast this time of year. So this is about where I'd expect severe weather this time of year. Look at this. This is crazy right now. 9 tornado warnings. Let's see. One of them right now is radar or observed. I'm not sure which one it's clicking on. One of them is observed in this mess. It's the one that we observed earlier. And it seems to have weakened. But we're very close to the radar site on this. This one also has weakened, but there is a little bit of a surge of wind in here. Let's take a look at this. Close to the radar site. Probably 60 mile an hour winds easy in that little notch. Let's go up further. Still seeing broad rotation near Comrade and Burnstown. Our other one has weakened some. Let me make sure that's the right area that I'm looking at. Yeah. This is the tight area rotation, and then it broadened out. So yes, this is the remnant of this circulation here. We're very close to the radar site though. If we saw anything on the ground, we'd see it, but there's winds going towards the radar and away from the radar. And not seeing anything in there. So good sign at the moment for the areas west of Alexandria. Let's see. But as I said earlier, these can spin up within a scan or two. This is a newer area of circulation near Reeves that probably needs a tornado warning soon if it gets any tighter. It doesn't have a CC drop with it either. But pretty good surge of winds surging into that storm. And then if the RFD picks up just a little bit more, it just needs to help wrap that area of rotation. Let's get to our areas around Sulphur. Yeah, this is a tightening area of circulation near State Route 108. And then just north of Sulphur, north and west of Sulphur, that's some pretty strong winds coming towards Gum Island Road. Gonna make its way down towards Carleys, and then probably just stay just south of Sulphur. That one's wrapped up pretty nice. It's just on the reflectivity, it's wrapped up tighter on reflectivity than it is on the velocity. 3 days of winter snows. Did you guys get any blizzard conditions? We covered a few of the winter storms up. Didn't have much in Iowa. Yeah, I guess that was maybe north of you guys in Iowa, but like southern Minnesota up towards like Albert Lee and Mankato. We covered a few of the blizzard conditions up there. Saw a guy almost hit a plow on one of our cameras. I need to clip that and probably make that a separate clip. Let's see. Yeah, they've all gone back to radar indicated. that's a good sign. And that kind of concurs what I've been seeing on the radars too. All right, I think I can let that go. We can drop our Texas cameras completely. I like to stay organized here, and if I can, that's good. So thank you, Texas. Texas, basically, you're good to go. Have a great Valentine's Day. Texas should get dropped from all these tornado watches within about 29 minutes. They're probably just going to let the whole thing expire in 29 minutes. But everything west of the Sabine River, you're good to go. Severe thunderstorms from Sabine Lake and Port Arthur to the east through Orange. And then we have the tornado warnings back towards Lake Charles. Switch radars. There we go. Yeah, 2 areas of circulation, one near Sulphur and one all near Chupapeak, something like that. This one probably needs a tornado warning. Let's see. It's still kind of broad. I'm watching this one near Reeves. You can see that inflow notch there. Let's see. I haven't needed any yet. The AI modding seems to be working. Did I tell you? I don't think she's in here. I hope not. Did I tell you what happened to that? So we had the mods going, and we have a pretty chill like chat, and there was actual people like asking like meteorology questions, which I appreciate. And I forget what it was, but one guy asked like, it wasn't a weird question. He just asked like multiple questions. He seemed like he was really engaged. It wasn't one of our regulars in the chat, but he seemed like he was really engaged and was asking like multiple questions. And one of our new mods just threw up like a block, and it was not just like the 5-minute timeout block. I think it was like a permanent one. So I had to go back in after, and that's when I just wiped out all the mods, because a couple of the mods were getting a little maybe too feisty with modding. And then I had to unblock that guy. And I don't think I've seen him in the chat ever since, so we probably lost a viewer. But he probably went over to he probably went over to someone else's stream where he could ask questions without getting blocked. Yeah, I should do that in this, especially coming up towards spring. Another air rotation picking up here near Westport. It's going to be coming towards Glen Mora in Louisiana. These are all basically in Louisiana, unless I say so right now. So yeah, they're all going to be Louisiana warnings at the moment. Let's go check out Winfield. Mostly just severe weather down towards Colfax, and then it gets a little tornadic past Colfax. Let's see. Broad rotation, a little tighter near Clifton. Some wind surging out near Clifton Crossing, so keep an eye on that one. Looking a little less tornadic, but there is broad rotation still in this storm. And yeah, here's that newer area of rotation picking up. Yeah, he probably went over to Max. It was and it wasn't like one of the like this time right here. I'm like super busy, so sometimes it's nice to like, you or some of the other mods would say like, hey, he'll get to your questions in a few minutes, you know, when there's a little bit more chill time. It wasn't like one of these moments where there was like tornado warnings all over the place. I think there was like maybe 1 or 2 tornado warnings. It was a fairly like chill chat, and he came in and was asking like standard questions about weather and meteorology and got like blocked. And it wasn't like a weird question. And it was like, I don't know. It was like a newbie question, I guess. It was like someone that maybe was just getting interested in meteorology and weather. So it was like, I think the feisty mod thought it was maybe a joke or not or something, but I don't think he was joking. I think he was legitimately just trying to learn. So I just went in and turned on the AI modding, and it's worked ever since. This is starting to get that little thumb that we talked about earlier here on this stream, but RFD is starting to surge in. We'll see if this can tighten it. Looking right in here, no, nothing showing on CC there, and this is getting pretty close to the Lake Charles radar, so pretty confident that's not on the ground at the moment. But that one is a tightening area of rotation. Tornado warned near Moss Lake, Vincent Landing, and really the south side of Lake Charles need to be in your tornado safe space. That is generally lifting towards the Lake Charles airport and the radar site. If things get busier, if things get a little crazy in the spring or something, or a bigger stream, then I'll probably add mods back in, but it was becoming a bit of a hassle that I just didn't want to deal with. And the AI modding has done a great job so far, at least from what I've seen. This other area rotation, not as tight of an area rotation, but certainly packing some winds in here, probably over 70. Especially since that is closing in on the radar site too. Okay, our camera that we're looking at right now is just out in front of this. Both of these cameras are just out in front of this. Let's see. A lot of it is. There's a guy that's actually, I saw a channel the other day that is impersonating Max and Ryan, like AI spoofing them and like throwing up a bunch of fake graphics behind basically their voiceovers. There's a lot of stupid AI. The AI modding actually seems to be, there's some good, there's AI like spell checking and stuff like that can be helpful. But yeah, so some of that like background support AI kind of stuff actually is a decent help with like life situations. And then yeah, a lot of the AI stuff is just like major distractions or problematic. Because yeah, there are other accounts on like X and Facebook that post AI generated weather graphics and just for clickbait and just mislead people that there's like a category 6 hurricane coming towards them in the middle of winter or something. That's like stuff like that is not helpful. Okay, this is probably the best shot that we're going to see here. This is at the bridge looking towards basically these storms. So, yeah, so this is a little bit better look at it. And the cloud structure is illuminated by the city lights and the port and stuff. So that should be helpful. Some good news for Lake Charles. These two circulations have been kind of drifting a little bit south of east. So downtown Lake Charles, right along the I-10 corridor, may skip some of this, but south of downtown, out towards McNeese State, towards College Street, towards the I-210 loop, and then definitely south towards the airport, you really need to be in your tornado safe space. And then anywhere south towards Grand Lake, also in your tornado safe space. Potential spin up out here towards the Sabine Wildlife Refuge, kind of a water sludge spout over the really low-lying terrain. I wouldn't be surprised if that gets a quick spin, but I don't believe too many people live out there. And then I do want to go up. We do have some more circulations showing up near Elizabeth, towards Glenmora and Oakdale. Is this that area I commented on earlier? I feel like I talked about Glenmora. But these are new spins. Look at these. They're pretty tight near Westport and then north of Westport. Wouldn't be surprised. Ooh. Ooh, we're gonna have to wait a scan. This could be on the ground, and this Westport one could be on the ground too. There's 2 CC lowerings that correlate really well with some tight signatures. I don't know yet. I gotta look at it a little more. Yeah, and the one AI video I saw that's impersonating like Max has like thousands of views and also like hundreds of likes. And I assume that bots don't like, so I think those are actual people that are liking like fake spoof, or not even spoofed, but fake maps and stuff that show like hurricanes hitting. Okay, not seeing it there. Have to wait again. These might be on the ground. This one might be on the ground here near Westport. It's moving very quickly. I'm going to wait till the CC updated. The velocity has not, so these don't line up at the moment, but yeah, they're close to being on the ground. I think the one near Westport is coming towards Union Hill. This one's a bit of a question mark if it's on the ground. This one may not be. This one I think is right in here, near Highway 113 and Dashi Road. It's going to be coming up towards Union Hill. Let's check our other tornado warnings. And I should say, if you live in one of these communities that are tornado warned and I'm not covering you right now, it's just because we're kind of going down, up and down the line, and there's at least probably half a dozen circulations that need to be covered. So just if I'm not covering you, and you're under a tornado warning, take your tornado safety measures. Outside of the tornado warning now, this cell near Zimmerman, Louisiana, is also showing some pretty good rotation to it on the leading edge. This was a tornado warned cell a little bit ago. Wouldn't be surprised if that gets rewarned. Let's go back. Rotation broad near Price Crossing right now. Let's go back here. Waiting on a radar scan for these two, but looks like this one is on the ground near Highway 113. This one's a bit of a question mark if that's on the ground. That could be, but I'm not ready to fully say that is. Yeah, see, that's not there anymore. So that probably was another quick little, maybe couple mile QLCS tornado. And then that's leading edge stuff. That one might not be on the ground. The one coming up to Calcasieu, but still stay in your tornado safe space up towards Calcasieu, out towards Glen Mora, and then also down near Elizabeth. Not seeing a CC drop there. Pine Prairie, Oakdale, Glen Mora, up towards Woodworth and Lecompte all need to be in your tornado safe space. They also extended the tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning through Alexandria. So that's a good sign there. They've also extended the severe thunderstorm warning all the way out through Eunice, Jennings, Lake Arthur, Hayes, down towards the Rockefeller Wildlife Refuge, and then out towards Cameron. Broad circulation there. Let's take a look at this. Can we see this storm? Oh, we kind of can. We can see the shelf cloud look at it. We're looking kind of westish towards these areas here. The biggest storm, an area of rotation is broadened a bit, and it's just west and south of Lake Charles. Yeah, I'll have to look. I needed to take a little bit of time and actually look at making a Discord. Big surge of wind here coming towards Lake Charles, 70 mile an hour plus potentially in there. They have dropped that second warning through Sulphur, so that's a good sign. Yeah, there's a look at the bridge that curves off to the north and west. You can see the shelf cloud just right under the label. There is a little bit of a shelf cloud. This is coming right towards the radar, so that is a decent look at this. I'm not seeing it on the ground, but Man, that's one to watch. This one also is one to watch south towards Calcasieu Lake and Cameron. Broad rotation showing with that one. And then there's more water spouts that are offshore, but these two kind of have a little more supercellular look than a QLCS look. They're kind of a little bit separated from just a line segment sort of thing. So these two are one to watch as they move basically towards Jennings and Lake Arthur, and then the other one towards lower populated areas along the coast, but Cameron, Big Burns, and Grand Lake. All right, let's go north. These were two circulations that were pretty tight earlier. Let's see what we have here. Yeah, these are looking a little better. There's nothing nothing that shows on CC, so they may have weakened or at least are off the ground at the moment. That's this one. That's the yeah, that's this one near Boyce. Come on. That is strengthened again. That one was the one that looked at a few minutes ago that didn't have much. Let's take a look at this. Yeah, that's the one that came across Zimmerman we had just talked about, and yeah, that is definitely strengthened. Problem is it's not going quite with that warning. Yeah, that warning goes off to the northeast. This thing is actually sinking more towards this east. It's going to go towards Ball and Camp Livingston and north sides of Alexandria. Need to be in your tornado safe space. I think we can get some cameras up there. Let's see. It's going to ride the very southern edge of that warning polygon. We do have cameras up that way. I'm not seeing a great look at the storm right now, so we'll stay on the Lake Charles one. As yeah, that storm is coming into the Lake Charles camera. Reset that camera for a second. Yeah, there it goes. It looked like it was paused for a second, but there it goes. Heavy rain coming into that Lake Charles camera. All right, Alexandria, you guys are under the gun, especially west side of town. Circulation here near Boyce. That's going to move towards Ball and Pollack, maybe up towards Dry Prong. But further south, we have some situations between Elizabeth and Oakdale, between Glenmora and Calcasieu. That's where we have two circulations. I think one of them at least briefly touched, but pretty tight circulations moving basically generally to the east. So that's going to be up towards Woodworth, Bringhurst, Forest Hill, Hester Landing, and Glenmora in the next few minutes. And let's get a read on this. 45. They're still moving at 45. I go back and forth on it. There's 1, 2, 3, maybe 4. Probably just warn this whole line segment for tornadoes like they did earlier in the Houston Metro. They're just so close to each other. It's hard to warn one, and then you get a separate overlapping warning. And for a while, there was way too many overlapping warnings. I don't know. I go back and forth on it. I think you can warn the whole line for a tornado possible or tornadic circulations. And then if one does go confirmed, then you can maybe warn that separate. That's how I would maybe want to do it. But let's see. All right, Woodworth, about 10 to 15 minutes. Glenmore at 8:45. Cheneyville and Lecomte, about 25 to 30 minutes. And then I got to reposition. If these head up towards Alexandria, about 20 minutes to Alexandria, 14 to Woodworth. This one still in here near Boyce. And not seeing it on the ground, but that one is a dangerous storm as well. That's moving at 35. Sims in about 14 minutes. Actually, let me just back this down a little bit. Sims, 15 minutes. Stay and Prospect, 10. Rock Hill, about 2 minutes. And Nugent, about 15 as well. And then out towards Bob, Magnolia, and Rogers, about 30 minutes. So definitely take your tornado safety precautions in that. That is strengthening. Nothing on the correlation coefficient there. This is a pretty strong signature near Elmer. Not seeing anything on the correlation coefficient. That doesn't mean these couldn't be on the ground, though. Sometimes we see circulations on the ground without the correlation coefficient. Pretty tight area also there south of Melder. Coming up towards Boy Scout Road, Sunset Road, and Highway 112 to the west of Bringhurst in Louisiana. And then also approaching areas just north of Oakdale. Broad circulation near Kinder. And then they're going to warn this really heavy storm coming through Lake Charles right now. We're really close to the radar, but there are some really heavy winds likely in this storm, whether there's a tornado or not. Probably 65 to 70, even plus miles an hour. It's basically over the radar site, so we're not getting a great look at it. It's basically over the airport. But we do see winds going away from the radar, really strong winds coming towards. It's right in our cone of silence near Gautier Road and Gulf Highway, near Prairie Land on the south side of Lake Charles. Other circulation here, broad rotation near Cameron, Louisiana, with another supercell embedded in the line. Six minutes. We should be able to clear basically everybody in Texas. The tornado watch expires in 6 minutes for our areas in Texas. So have a great rest of your evening. That should also, that should expire also in Shreveport, Minden, Mansfield, Manny, Leesville. Leesville, you're still in that new tornado watch, but I would guess they're going to let that expire. Same up towards Homer and Arcadia. Severe thunderstorms seem to be staying south of I-20 at the moment. A little broad rotation now showing in this, well, it might have been upper level rotation. Closer to the radar site, it's not showing that anymore, so. Still in here, tornado possible near Rock Hill. Not seeing anything on the debris signature. Two pretty feisty circulations to the west of Woodworth. Need to be in your tornado safety precautions. Woodworth down to Forest Hill, then near Glenmora. One doesn't look as feisty. And then also near Oakdale. Also doesn't look quite as feisty as those other two. Those two west of Woodworth are ones to really watch. broad circulation near Oberlin and Kinder. Keep an eye on that one. And then circulation now passing the radar site. Looks like it may be outflow dominant at the moment. We'll get a better look at this as it gets a little bit further from the radar site, but seen a pretty big surge of outflow winds. Strong outflow winds, but it does seem to be a little more outflow dominant at the moment. It's a good sign. Okay, setting up that. Testing something on my camera setup. Weird. All right. Go back up towards Alexandria. Tornado warning now for the city of Alexandria for those circulations down near Woodworth. Next 47 minutes, that's going to get extended out. Good news is we aren't seeing, the one isn't as tight as it was. It's near Castor Plunge, and that'll be coming up towards Kent, Samtown, Annandale, basically downtown Alexandria. The other one, let's see. And let's see if we have video down there. Okay, this will work. All right, I'm going to need to recrop, but this will work. This is at Annandale, so should give us a decent look at the winds in here. And getting ready for this tornadic cell to pass. Let's see. Live production for you. Okay. That should be good. Let's pull that into its box. Okay. That should be good. That is out of Alexandria and that Annandale area that's under the tornadic or tornado warning, with a pretty strong line of storms coming up towards you. Not seeing anything right there. I'll look at this cell near Forest Hill. Not seeing anything crazy there. It's clear air. That scared me for a second. Still seeing circulation in here near Oakdale. Let's take a look at this one. Nothing that shows on radar, at least right now, as observed. This one did earlier. And we are getting a new tornado warning now for that cell near Oberlin. Yeah, this is that broad area that we've been tracking for a while, past Reeves. Now towards Eunice, Mamu, and Pine Prairie for circulation near Oberlin in Louisiana. That's moving probably east at 45, just like everybody else. Yeah, 35 to the east. Still kind of a broader circulation, but I think right now it's okay to warn these. That's going to put Mamu at about the center line of this, at least right now, tracking to the east, about 29 minutes. And essentially, if that tracks towards the southeast, it's probably going to be about 29 minutes to all of those locations. Yeah, about 29 to Eunice. And if it goes more towards the north, about 30 to 33 to Pine Prairie. So anywhere along that line, Eunice, Mamu, and Pine Prairie, you have about 30 minutes to get to really sturdy, safe shelter. Last back here towards Oberlin, that's pretty much on you right now. And then in between about Hampton and Bond, about 10 to 15 minutes. Let's take a look at this cell again. 70 mile an hour winds reported at the airport, 72 mile an hour winds. That's at the airport weather station at the radar site. That pretty much checks out what we've been tracking with just above the ground level, seeing 80s. So 75 to 80 mile an hour winds is certainly a potential there. They're warning this considerable threat out ahead of this with 70 mile an hour winds possible. And that's going to extend really up this morning. So everybody in here, potentially some 70 mile an hour winds. Still watching this southern supercell. It's just north of Cameron, Louisiana, approaching the eastern shore of Calcasieu Lake. It's pretty much going to stay in the swamps. I don't think there's anyone out here. There may be some fishing camps and hunting camps. So if you know anyone that's out, whoa, that went crazy. If you know anyone that's out fishing or hunting or doing something out here, Big Burns is the next spot. I believe that's a wildlife area, about 26 minutes. And yeah, this is a little bit more outflow dominant right now, but I think it's good to hunker like a tornado anyway, just with potentially over 75 mile an hour winds approaching your area. Getting some reports in. Trees down. 911 call center at Union Hill. Let's see. This was that DeRitter report. Trees and power lines down. We had 64 mile an hour winds at Nederland, Texas, outside of Port Arthur. 64 also at a mesonet in China, Texas. We had 70 at Lumberton earlier. I think we're going to see a decent swath of some 70 mile an hour wind reports in some of these areas. But some of these areas have been really concentrated RFD / QLCS circulations. So if you haven't been in one, and we were in a camera, we saw a camera in Texas. We were about a mile south of the circulation, and it was basically really quiet winds. So if you're not in a circulation, you may miss some of it. Still seeing a circulation in here near Oberlin. That has actually tightened up a little bit. And it just jumped ahead since the radar just updated. along Highway 26 coming towards Saulieu, along Highway 104 towards Hampton. Stay in your safe place. That's center line towards Mamou, Louisiana. And then we have circulation near Oakdale. Coming through the Glenmore area, don't see as much there at the moment. That's a good sign. But circulation coming up towards Castor Plunge. And that's kind of on the back side of this. That's an interesting look. We'll see if that weakens. It's probably going to weaken as it gets on this back side of the line segment, but those can create little spins, and sometimes they do intensify. So it's kind of got a hook on the back side. So it's the kind of the reverse of what you would normally see in a supercell, but essentially kind of hooks in like this, and actually shows a pretty good organized circulation to it. It's going to come up towards Annandale, and we have this. That's where our camera is, just above me there, along Highway or I-49. I-49 and Sugar House Road. Well, it's in there. Let's see. So that's on the back side of that storm. Let's go up and look at our storm near Ball and Timber Trails. That one's not as tight as it was earlier. It's basically riding the warning polygon line here. It's going to come over towards Camp Livingston and Ball, Louisiana. And then to the north of that, it's mostly just a general thunderstorm around Toulouse up towards Banks Springs. And they have let that tornado watch expire. So Texas, you're good to go. Have a great night. Happy Valentine's Day. And thanks for joining us. If you're new, like and subscribe, hit the bell icon, get notifications when we go live, and enjoy the rest of your evening. If you're out ahead of this, you need to start making plans for severe weather. So if you live in a mobile home, camping trailer, if you're out at a fish camp, things like that, you need to get to a sturdy structure out ahead before this line gets to you. So areas like Brookhaven, Natchez, Mississippi, and then out towards Marksville, Bunkie, Ville Platte, Opelousas, Lafayette, down towards Abbeville, New Iberia, Franklin, and then over towards Baton Rouge. You guys are eventually the next in line. At their general 50-mile-an-hour pace, that puts it into Baton Rouge in about 120 minutes. And then Lafayette, about 60 minutes. That's kind of general, but just pacing it. Eunice, about 30 minutes. Right now, they all are radar indicated. We have 5 tornado warnings. They're all in Louisiana at the moment. Well, they're going to be in Louisiana for a while, but There's a look at Natchez, Mississippi. So quiet right now, but those are generally, those storms are headed your direction. So this is US 84 and the bridge across the Mississippi River. Okay, let's take the line top to bottom, at least of the severe weather. Winfield down towards Jenna, Louisiana. Strong winds, 60 mile an hour. Not really a hail threat. It's not till maybe the southern part of this warning polygon. A little bit of rotation west of Jenna to keep an eye on. But down here near Ball, that's where we have a tornado warning continuing there around Camp Livingston. The tornadic part of the storm is going to go south of Pollock, but around the Ball area, we'll keep an eye on that circulation. And then still seeing some circulations in here towards Cloverdale and then down east of Woodworth. Not seeing anything in there that's indicating a tornado's on the ground. We're getting the rain now hitting our camera. Let's go back to that one. Rain now falling in the areas around Alexandria. Tornado warning continues for you guys. Yeah, circulations are basically on the southwest side of Alexandria at the moment, but not looking as imminently tornadic as they did a little bit ago. Still a feisty circulation near Bennett Bay Landing. That one's one to watch. I'll probably get re-extended out towards Bunkie if I had to guess on that one. A little bit more of a wind threat just north of Pine Prairie. A little rotation in there coming towards Beale. And then we do have a pretty good signature near Saulieu along State Highway 104. It's hard to say if that one's on the ground. That one could be. That one's close to producing, I think. It's a pretty tight area circulation along 104. Maybe something in there. That one's an interesting CC drop. So we'll keep an eye on that one. That's coming up towards Hampton and then over towards Mamou in about 20 minutes. Broader circulation near Hayes with some damaging wind. This is that circulation that produced over 70 mile an hour winds at the Lake Charles Airport. That's coming towards Hayes and then eventually towards Lake Arthur with damaging winds in excess of 72 miles an hour. That's showing about what we saw at the Lake Charles Airport. Watching this severe warning storm south of Lake Charles towards Gibbstown and then Creel, Oak Grove, basically along the coastline here, along Creel Highway and Big Burns in the Wildlife Refuge. That one has had broad circulation for a while, but that's one to keep an eye on. The two down here on the southern side, I think I said a few minutes ago, are a little bit more supercellular signatures kind of embedded into the line. The line to the north is more of a QLCS, kind of traditional QLCS look. Here's a good look. This is out of Welsh. Yeah, on highway, on I-10. So this is looking back towards those storms. If it's in here, it'd be near Foreman's Hall and just north of Hayes. That's looking back towards those storms from Welsh, right about there. They'd be off to the south side of this camera. Things look a little better for Alexandria right now. Still that area around Camp Livingston and Ball, Louisiana. Still showing some signs of rotation, but not as vigorous as it was earlier when it was tornado warned. And then the areas south, and especially south side of Alexandria, those areas of circulation have kind of broadened and weakened. There still is one here between Alexandria and Woodworth around Moreland. And then further south, that's where we have probably need a new extension of the warning around Clearwater. It's a decently tight area of circulation. Broader area around Turkey Creek. And then this area here is still an interesting one along State Route 104 near Hampton. Kind of suspicious CC lowering. I don't see it in there anymore, so it doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like a confirmed signature, so it may not have gotten to the surface level, but still in here along Oberlin Road, Highway 104, approaching Mamu. And then, yeah, this circulation has broadened. It's between Hayes and Welsh. Have our camera here at Welsh. You can see it's pretty dry roads out ahead of this, but a lot of lightning is starting to show up. Really just south of this camera. There we go. We got a bunch of reports in here out of our cells we were tracking earlier this evening around Houston. Let's see, tree down in backyard in Sugarland. I wouldn't be surprised if we get lots more damage reports out of these populated areas. Fence down, damage to garage door. And then Pearland, let's see, damage reported at the elementary school. Trampolines gone. Fences down. And it's dark, so people are probably just really surveying their own little properties. Down trees at an apartment complex. This is in Webster. This is where we saw some pretty heavy winds. El Dorado Boulevard area. Staircase damage in a motel. That's an interesting one. That's what that QLCS circulation that came across there. Yeah, rough night, especially the south side of Houston. Took, I think, a decent hit there. From not a tornado, but at least a RFD enhanced surge of wind. That's tightened up a little bit to the areas around Big Burns. Again, this is an area that's very low populated, but south of Gibbstown, Louisiana. If it tightens up more, it might get a tornado warning on its own. But it's coming towards Big Burns, Lake Misery, and Grand Lake. Anyone out here in the wildlife refuge and the fishing or camping needs to take your tornado safety precautions pretty soon. We'll see if this tightens up near Foreman's Hall. It's still kind of broad. We see the storm closing in from Welsh, just at the edge of the tornado warning polygon. And we still have a tornado warned storm near Hampton. Let's see what that looks like. Still in here near Hampton along Oberlin Road, State Highway 104. It's going to basically continue riding 104 up towards Mamu. So if you live in that area, please take your tornado safety precautions. And then wouldn't be surprised if we get a new warning. Cheneyville, circulation near Cheneyville and Lloyd. And then also a broader area to the east of Turkey Creek coming towards St. Landry. Alexandria looking okay at the moment. A couple broader circulations to the south of town, east of Lecomte and now east of Woodward. Those are going to continue sliding to the south of Alexandria. So Alexandria proper looking much better. And then broad circulation up near Camp Livingston. That's going to continue working towards Catahoula Lake. and kind of follow. Let's see, follow that 84. Probably, yeah. Follow basically generally Highway 84. So keep an eye on this one towards Jonesville. And then from there north, towards Jena, Louisiana, and up towards the I-20 corridor, things aren't as vigorous. This storm system has shifted a little bit further south than the models originally showed. The models kind of showed it more like in here, across the I-20 corridor, down to I-10. It's a little bit further out into the Gulf. Out here, there's way more tornadic water spouts likely offshore that we aren't even covering. But there's probably some really impressive circulations out here too. But yeah, that'll be interesting to see how it forecasts for tomorrow. And actually, I want to take a look at that now. Well, we have a slight lull in the tornado. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tornado warnings, but some of these are going to get dropped and maybe a couple reissued. Let's take a look. This is our ongoing slight risk that is extended out across southern Louisiana, and it has pushed a little further east than earlier. So they have pushed it to basically basically across coastal Mississippi. It was back towards Hattiesburg earlier, so they have pushed that out. A marginal risk all the way out towards Pensacola and the Florida-Alabama state line, Orange Beach, Mobile. That'll be an overnight threat out in that area. Good news is we shouldn't have a hail threat much anymore. It's mostly a tornado wind threat with a 5% risk of the tornadoes getting all the way out towards Waynesboro. So that checks out. And then basically the day 2 picks up where day 1 leaves off. So areas like coastal Mississippi and Mobile will happen overnight, early morning. And then Pensacola, Crestview, southern Alabama, early morning tomorrow, probably before sunrise or just around then. Wind hitting that camera pretty good at Welsh. And then we have our slight risk tomorrow, especially tomorrow afternoon. But even in the morning, I think there's a pretty decent chance that a tornado or two in that area between Pensacola and Panama City. That's an area to watch. I wouldn't be surprised if they kind of extend this slight risk back a little bit towards the Pensacola area for some landfalling water spouts, tornadic water spouts. But I'm interested, especially since this line is a little further south. It's going to kind of scrape the coast a little more. So if it stays a little further south, that's also going to keep it into the higher instability and kind of potentially continue it as a more structured line segment. So yeah, coastal Georgia, southern Georgia, maybe up towards Savannah is especially under the gun tomorrow afternoon. And then North Florida, as we get some daytime heating, this area should get reinvigorated with some severe weather. I believe the same kind of setup, 5% tornado risk, 10% wind, and 5% hail. And yeah, we'll see, depending on how this line survives the night, if they increase any of those parameters. Again, if it stays a little closer to the Gulf and it stays a little better organized, they could up maybe the tornado and wind risk if it stays a little bit kind of riding along the Gulf Coast like this, versus the models earlier today had it more like this kind of. That's just a really rough way, but you can kind of see the difference between the blue and the pink on where the modeling was in the blue and where maybe the current trajectory is in the pink. All right, let's go back in. Still have 7 tornado warnings now. Yeah, we just updated 2 tornado warnings now. Let's see. We have considerable threat for 70-mile-an-hour winds, and now a tornado warning for that area around Big Burns that we've been following for quite a while. Around Big Burns. That now has a tornado warning towards Grand Lake. And then continuing that tornado warning with also a considerable threat for the area around Welsh, down towards Jennings, and then out towards Midland, Louisiana. This has stayed kind of broad since we saw it around Lake Charles. But wow, you can see the wind. And that's not even the strongest part of that storm. And then to the north, we'll see if they extend this one, but tornado warning continues near Duralde, south of Mamu. That one has slowed down a little bit in its forward progress. They've extended out this warning through Marksville, Manshura, Cottonport, and Bunkie. Thought they would earlier because there's a couple areas of circulation in here, south and west of Bunkie, and then up north of Cheneyville, basically going towards Marksville and then towards Cottonport. And then the other tornado warning continues for another 17 minutes or across the Alexandria metro, but it's mostly this area south of town that is the area of circulation. So Alexandria proper, you guys are pretty much out of it. Stay in your safe place a few more minutes and let those storms get out of the way. Area of circulation near Camp Livingston has weakened, and that tornado warning expires in 2 minutes up north of there. So we'll see if it gets extended out. Probably not, I would just guess. So here's a look. Let's see. Can I get them all in the same shot? Yes, we can. Right about there. One. That way, one there. There. So these QLCS can be pretty transient, but a couple of these are more embedded supercells, especially on the southern end, so that gives me a little more confidence on where they're going. So right now, tracking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 circulations that are potentially tornadic. And the one is weaker, the furthest north one, so that could be down to 6. But these are the ones that are essentially right now potentially tornadic circulations. I haven't seen any confirmed in a little while. I had a couple confirmed tornadoes back between DeRidder and near Fort Polk earlier in this area, but yeah, they haven't been quite as tight since then. This is a new damage report that may have been one of those near Union Hill, trees down across the road. That could have been one of those. That's in there. Yeah, near Fort Polk. That could be a tornadic report. Let me just look elsewhere because we've had some storms in Oklahoma. Those have stayed sub-severe, which is nice. Some showers and storms around in Texas, but those are all cold core. Severe weather shouldn't be a thing for Texas really anymore. And all of northwest Louisiana, Shreveport, down towards Leesville has basically been trimmed from the current tornado watch. There's a look at your tornado watches at the 9:30 Central Time hour. Essentially northeast Louisiana, down across southern and southwest Louisiana, and then also into, I guess, southwest Mississippi from Vicksburg and Jackson down 55 towards Macomb, and then back out towards Natchez and Woodville. Those are your current tornado watches. They all expire in 4.5 hours. It's very likely we get more watches of some sort, severe thunderstorm or tornado, extended out into the evening across areas like Hattiesburg, Columbia, Wiggins, down towards Gulfport, Pascagoula, and then into the New Orleans metro, New Orleans, Homa, out on the North Shore, Slidell, Covington, and then probably out towards Mobile. This area may be out towards the morning hours, but severe weather likely across Mobile and Pensacola by morning. Okay, a couple areas of rotation in here, looking towards Marksville and then around the Bunkie area. Not seeing anything. They're moving pretty quick. That one's on the back end. There's actually a couple on this back end. And that one's more on the leading edge, right? Yeah, that one's more of a leading edge one. Pretty typical QLCS setup is, yeah, sometimes they get left a little bit behind the storm. They can still produce tornadoes, but you can see it's kind of the reverse of a supercell. And then potentially the new circulation, not showing much on radar, but or on the velocity, but there could be a new circulation starting to form in that little notch. So we'll see about that. This is the first circulation, and then this could be the replacement circulation. That one's strengthened in the last couple minutes towards Rugby and Center Point, so keep an eye on that cell. And let's check our cell near Mamu. This is an interesting storm. Going for quite a while. It tightened up back towards Oberlin. Probably gets extended out just because it still has a pretty decent area of rotation to it. It's not super strong, but it's a decently organized area. And then strong winds coming into Lake Arthur. Tornado threat would be up near Highway 1126 between Jennings. It's going to probably split the difference between Jennings and Lake Arthur. But still, if you're in this warning polygon, you need to take your safety precautions. This storm is a really dangerous storm. And we saw it near Welsh. So let's see if we can pick it up again near Jennings. That Jennings camera isn't wanting to go. There it goes. All right, that looks better. A little bit of editing on the camera and the parameters, and there we go. It's popped into a nice little box. And still seeing that other considerable threat circulation, but it's broader down near Big Burns and Grand Lake. Yeah, that's an interesting cell, but luckily very low populated. Really even no population. No official population in here, but there could be some people in fish camps and things like that that need the warning. Still seeing this cell south of Jennings is the tornadic part of this cell. Not seeing anything in there at the moment. Down to 6 tornado warnings. All those are radar indicated. They have extended that cell near Mamu out towards Ville Platte, Washington, and Opelousas. Seeing that broad circulation in here, still just south of Mamu, south and east sides. And then still seeing a couple circulations up here near Evergreen and Cottonport, approaching Marksville, and then also in here near Egg Bend. And they are going to warn that one a little separately. It's lifting a little bit more towards the north. Alexandria, that tornadic circulation is now passed to your east. I'm guessing they're just going to let that expire in a couple minutes. And then they have issued a new tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning that extends out around all that tornado warnings just to cover everything just in case. But the line is fairly covered right now with tornado warnings. So anything that there's not much in between. Right in here, it's just a severe thunderstorm, but that one is not a tornadic segment. And then same for the connecting area between those two supercells. This Big Burns area storm is tightening up just a little bit. So that's an interesting cell. Again, nothing out here. So do they even list anything? Grand Chenier and Creel are the two areas, but I think those are back further in that warning polygon. Out ahead of this, I don't believe there's much out here. Starting to get a little better organized again. This cell has kind of gone through a couple cycles, but between Jennings and Lake Arthur coming towards Esterwood, keep an eye on this one. This is maybe about, let's see, 40 miles an hour. About 45 minutes to Lafayette, Louisiana. So that is a dangerous storm headed your way. Whether it has a tornado on it or not, that has had a history of damaging winds, 72-mile-an-hour damaging winds reported at the airport and the radar site in Lake Charles. And that one appears to have some pretty damaging winds still with it around Lake Arthur. (9:40) in the central time zone. It's been a very quiet evening across much of eastern Louisiana and western and southwestern Mississippi. But if you have plans this evening from Jackson to Vicksburg and Point South, Hazelhurst, Brookhaven, Natchez, and Woodville in Mississippi, and then into areas kind of southeast, south central Louisiana, Lafayette, Baton Rouge, New Iberia, Franklin, not quite in the watch area, but Thibodaux, Louisiana. Just make sure you kind of have a tornado and a severe weather safety plan, because this area has not experienced severe weather yet today. And it is Valentine's Day. A lot of people aren't really thinking about severe weather. So definitely have a safe place to go with your Valentine tonight, and make sure while you're discussing date plans and life stuff and how much you love each other, make sure you discuss your tornado safety plans for tonight. see the heavy rain on the I-10 with blowing wind. The rain is blowing towards that camera, so that checks out. There's even a little bit of a circulation now showing in here too. A little bit of an enhancement in that part of the line segment too. So keep an eye on that one too. But that's pretty gusty winds along the highway. Yeah, there's another supercell that we can kind of see on radar. It's a little bit further out, but it's in the Gulf. I kind of have to watch that one. If it continues working east, it may scrape along areas like Chauvin and maybe south of Homa. All right, I'm going to get a water break and refill my water while we have everything kind of status quo for a second. But yeah, let's do that. Let's do a water break. Okay. Got my water refilled, and then I'm procuring a little late dinner, so I might pop off again just to grab it when it's done in a minute or two, but just wanted to double check and make sure we're not missing anything crazy. Couple of circulations still in here to the east of Alexandria, north of Marksville. Seeing some broad circulations there, and then near Moreauville and the Spring Bayou management area. They're pushing towards Simsport. And then further south, this is a pretty vigorous area in here. This is that area that went south of Mamu. It's coming towards Opelousas and Washington. Check that one. Not seeing anything in that shows it's on the ground, but still keeping an eye on those. And then a couple areas right along I-10 to the east of Jennings, looking at a little weak rotation there, and then also near Midland, and then a broader area of wind kind of on the RFD. This was a big burst of wind that came through the Lake Charles area with 72 mile an hour winds. That's generally headed towards the areas south of Lafayette, towards Youngsville. And then this whole storm itself is headed basically towards the Lafayette area. So we got to keep an eye on that one. And then also tornado warned storm near Grand Lake, approaching areas like White Lake. And you can see on the camera still some pretty heavy rain in those areas. Alexandria, the tornado warning has expired in Alexandria. 911 call center, trees down around Ball. That's an interesting one. That's where that circulation went past there. So that could be RFD surge, or it could be a weak QLCS tornado. Yeah, we're just going to wait for surveys for some of these areas. Good news, if you're behind this line of storms, this right now is more of a one and done sort of situation. We'll see about tonight. There are some models earlier that showed some prefrontals kind of popping up and coming off the Gulf. So we'll have to watch that, especially in coastal Mississippi and maybe over towards Mobile by early morning. But right now, it's basically a one and done. So once this line kind of clears you, you're good to go. So areas that got hit pretty hard around Sulphur and Lake Charles with this 70 mile an hour winds. You guys just have heavy rain, but yeah, 72 mile an hour winds. And then back towards Port Arthur, Beaumont, Orange, all good in Texas, up towards DeQuincy, Reeves, DeRidder, areas around Leesville and the Fort, Glenmora, Oakdale, Woodworth, all the way up towards Alexandria and Ball. You guys are in much better shape now. To the east of there, yeah, even up north of Ball towards Winfield, Jonesboro, and basically through Monroe right about now. You guys are in much better shape. And then still a couple more minutes for areas around Jena, Louisiana. But let's see, some new reports here. Roof blown off a home in Cheneyville. That one had a tornado warning earlier, so that one is an interesting one. It could be RFD surge as well, but some of these transient QLCS spin-ups could have done that too. And they're still in here, basically along the river here, approaching Argo, and then also down in the Spring Bayou wildlife area around Bordelville and Voorhees. Just out of that warning polygon now. This one's a pretty feisty storm approaching Washington with an area of circulation there. Let's take a closer look at that one again. Near Prairie Ronde. Yeah, not seeing a debris signature or anything with that one. And then this one's kind of lifting a little bit more towards the I-10 corridor. Let's move again. Let's see. Let's move the camera and see what we can find here at Crowley, back towards that storm. Right now it's near Midland and Esterville. Let's see if that warning gets extended. And wouldn't be surprised if it does. It looks pretty feisty still. Even though the circulation looks a little weaker on the radar. There we go. This is looking... is it looking... All right, this is at Crowley, so this should be looking at I-10 and Louisiana 18. I believe is right here. Yeah. All right, so that's good. That's looking towards that severe thunderstorm with a potential tornadic circulation. And then our southern storm, radar indicated still out here in Coylecan Lake, approaching White Lake in the middle of the bayous down here in southern Louisiana. We do have other supercells that are offshore right now. Based on their current trajectory, they could scrape along the very southern edge of Louisiana. So keep an eye on that one. I don't think anyone's out here much, but towards Marsh Island Wildlife Refuge, you could have a pretty strong storm coming your way as well. And then Arkansas, there was a potential that some of this could get up into Arkansas, but that is pretty much limited. The warm sector has stayed to the south. There still is a marginal risk up to the Arkansas state line south of El Dorado, but pretty minimal severe threat, I think, north of I-20, at least at the moment. And then, yeah, the slight risk is basically right along I-20 from Monroe to Vicksburg and Jackson, and then points south, which has pretty much stayed true, except out in Texas. Around Longview, we had a tornado warning when the streams first started. We had a little bit feistier weather along the I-20 corridor. So down to a couple active tornado warnings, only 4. And it looks like we're going to get new severe thunderstorm warnings to cover some of these. Let's go and take this off. So we have a new severe thunderstorm warning that covers a tornado possible tag and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Yeah, the winds have come down a little bit on this cell. That's that cell around Crowley. And they're going to also cover that cell around Grand Lake. Still seeing some better circulation down there. It's a little tighter circulation down there, but they're going to cover both of those. This is in a pretty low populated area, so not as big of a factor there. But yeah, 60-mile-an-hour winds and really only small hail. So that is a good sign there. Those have decreased a little bit in intensity. Tornado possible tag now covers areas around New Roads, Livonia, St. Francisville, Jackson, Louisiana, up to Simmsport, and then out into Mississippi now. First warnings of the day in Mississippi for areas around Woodville and Crosby and far southwest Mississippi. They are going to extend the tornado warning through Washington, Louisiana. That's the little bit tighter circulation near Opelousas. That's how you say that. It's going to go north towards Washington and then over towards Melville, Port Barry, Krotz Springs, and Palmetto, also in that warning polygon. Continue to take your tornado safety precautions. Not seeing anything on radar. We're a little bit further from the radar, so things can go a little haywire under the radar, essentially. So definitely keep an eye on that storm. And I do want to see if they changed the speed at all. No, they have not. Let me make it 45. So Washington, about 2 minutes or less. Same for Opelousas, and then about 12 minutes to Port Barry. 6 minutes to the Wildlife Refuge. 16 minutes to Palmetto, and then 27 minutes to Melville at the edge of the warning polygon. Our other areas have expired around Alexandria, so no more tornado warnings around Alexandria. They've also let the storm near Marksville expire. Still, kind of, well, couple areas have some interesting circulations. This one, just north of Big Bend, is a slightly interesting circulation. But then the rest of them have stayed broad for the last few minutes, so that's a good sign. Broad circulations in there. That is a little tighter. We'll watch that one north of Bordelville and north of Big Bend. And then from there north, the severe weather really decreases, but some stronger storms coming towards Jonesville and then eventually towards Natchez. And we do have a camera there. Thanks to Mississippi DOT, we'll be able to catch those storms as they get into southern Mississippi. All right, my food's ready. I'm going to go pop and get that and continue to watch these storms. I'll be here. I just got to grab the food. I'm back. I'm just eating my food, not on camera though, but I am back here in the weather studio taking a look at things. So we'll continue here in a minute. Pretty heavy rain hitting that Crowley camera. That is right near that area of circulation. That one's a tricky one. Bit of a radar hole in southern parts of Louisiana. There's a better look at it. Yeah, it's kind of weak right now, but the rain is pushing into that camera pretty good. Right now, this appears to be our tightest circulation near Washington and up towards the Thistlethwaite Wildlife Management, and then Palmetto and Melville in Louisiana. And then also a pretty tight circulation right here. Delhost, Louisiana, just south of there. We'll take that full, the camera, for a minute and take a look at that. All right, there we go. We're back. Food was good, and nothing really major happened while I was talking, or while I was eating. Do have that continued tornado warning east of Washington now, just north of Point Bear. Still seeing a broader circulation in here near the Thistlethwaite Wildlife Refuge coming towards Melville. Maybe another circulation also showing near Point Bear, or Port Bear. Tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning goes through New Roads, Jackson, and out to the northwest sides of Baton Rouge. Not quite into the Baton Rouge metro yet. Severe thunderstorm with a tornado possible still near Rain. That's going to be approaching Lafayette in the next few minutes. This camera was on I-20 at Crowley, and we saw the winds hammer this camera pretty good. And that wasn't even the strongest part of the storm. It has weakened since it's moved east. I'm not seeing those 70-mile-an-hour winds, at least in that part of the storm. And yeah, they have dropped the considerable threat tag, so that's a good sign. This storm is still pretty feisty down here, though. And if it tightens back up, I wouldn't be surprised if this gets its own tornado warning. The good thing about this is it's in a really low populated area over the White Lake Wetlands Conservation Area. It's going to stay primarily over the bayous of along the Gulf Coast in southern Louisiana. But if you have anyone that's out at a fish camp or out doing wildlife recreation, give them a call and let them know there's a big storm coming their way. If they can get to a sturdy permanent shelter, that would be the best option. We have to watch a little bit here of prefrontal activity is picked up. Models hinted at this overnight, being more of a threat for out east towards coastal Mississippi and Mobile and Pensacola, but we'll see if they get involved in this action as it pushes into southern Louisiana. Yeah, I am noting the thumb is coming back, little thumb feature kind of sticking out. That's increasing inflow and wrapping around that RFD. So we'll keep an eye, or tornado possible, I would say, at least on that one. And then I do want to look at our northern circulation. This one was, yeah, that's broadened out. So that warning has expired. They're just going to let that kind of head out of the way. And that's coming up towards Natchez. Let's see. Do we have any good views here? I don't yet in the Natchez area, but we'll be ready for it. This is a look at the Mississippi River Bridge at Highway 84. So those storms are roughly about 20 miles from the Natchez, Mississippi area. And then from there north, it has not been as feisty. There still is a tornado watch from Bastrop and just east of Monroe through Oak Grove, Lake Providence, Vicksburg over towards Jackson. So you do want to keep weather aware. At least right now, things have been pretty quiet. If I had to guess, I think some of this northern Louisiana area may miss out. We'll have to watch for like Vicksburg and Jackson if this action down here towards Natchez can kind of work its way up towards you guys. So even though not much has happened along the I-20 corridor tonight, I'm not fully ready to kind of call everybody safe, especially from like Vicksburg over to Jackson. More confident about like Monroe, Bastrop, Schwartz. Pretty confident for Oak Grove and Rayville and Lake Providence, but not quite. But definitely everybody west of there. Jonesboro, Farmersville, down towards Oakdale and Lake Charles. You guys are good for the evening. I do want to do a little bit of live meteorology and nowcasting. And I do want to take a look at some of the details here. And that's why the severe weather has been limited past like the Highway 84 corridor, because temperatures up here are 70, but over about 59. Looks like 56 in Jackson, 57 at is that Brookville, at 59 at Brookhaven, 57 at Macomb. But if you get down to the I-10 corridor, it's 74 over 60, 70 over 60 at Hammond. And then we get a little more humidity down here too, 75 over 64 near Franklin. So there is more moisture and instability down in here. Looking at the winds too, they're out of the south. A little bit towards the southeast. That's a little bit concerning. Yeah, southeast at New Orleans. Southeast at Slidell. Even southeast at Baton Rouge. That's a little bit concerning too. And also southeast at Iberia. So we do get a little bit more southeast backed winds as we get into southern parts of Louisiana. If we look here towards Jackson, they're more out of the south. A few stations reporting southeast, but especially Jackson itself, that's basically due south. Same for Vicksburg. A little bit southeast at Natchez, but not quite as sheared, and also definitely not quite as unstable. Closer look at just dew points. And they dew points do tail off right now into the areas around Mobile and Florida. Actually, really dry dew points across much of the southeast right now, but that's going to increase as kind of the warm front lifts through, and this nose of instability kind of lifts through out ahead of this storm system. So it's a very compact warm sector. It's compact north-south, but it's also fairly compact east-west. Essentially, those are the more favorable dew points right in here. And yeah, this will have to kind of ride with those storms as it moves towards the east and keep those storms in a more favorable environment. Sometimes not fully accurate, but that is where Radar Omega has kind of the warm front lifting across there. So that's pretty good. All right, back to it. We'll go south to north. Tornado possible tag, 60-mile-an-hour winds, covers a couple different storms. There's one near White Lake Wildlife. That's over White Lake right now. A couple areas of circulation actually showing over White Lake. And then further to the north, this circulation is backed off, as well as this wind field. This had 70-plus mile-an-hour winds with it earlier. It's coming towards Maurice, Lafayette, Youngsville. Less of a tornado threat, also less of a damaging wind threat. Still a pretty feisty storm, still kind of an embedded supercell. You can see a decent shape to it. It kind of curves around like this. We're not seeing that hook like we did earlier, that little notch feature. It's still kind of in here, but it's not quite as feisty as it was earlier. It's actually had a little better notching just a few minutes ago. And then further to the north, up towards Melville, another kind of embedded supercell. This one has also backed off some as it's crossing south of Palmetto and now north and west of Krotz Springs. That's the most dangerous part of that storm. We have storms now lifting into Mississippi. Severe warn for Woodville, Mississippi, Delarosa and Wilkinson, as well as right along the river, Fort Adams, Pinckneyville, and Loch Levin. Those are mostly damaging wind threat. There are a couple areas of circulation, but it's very broad, and we're really far from the radar site at that point. So mostly looking at upper level rotation, I would assume. Things are quieting down for Alexandria and Lake Charles. Watching some new storms out here towards Lafayette and south towards Abbeville. We'll keep an eye on those. And then the other nowcasting I want to look at is Want to see the latest discussions. There you go, mesoscale discussions. Actually, right now, none. That's interesting. But I wanted to see if they had any discussion about extending a watch out into eastern parts of Louisiana. Let's get a camera back in front of these storms again. Oh, and this was a look at the Natchez Bridge, Highway 84. Let's see, just copying a setting here real quick. Sorry. Might need it later, so I just want to get that copied and I can take a note of it later. Okay, there we go. Reset the cameras. This is actually a really good camera view out of the Lafayette Metro. One of the better cameras I've seen on the LA 511 network. It's a little elevated. I think it's on one of these light poles. Just west of Lafayette. At Scott. Okay, yeah, it's right here, just off of the storm. So we're seeing a pretty good look at this storm as it's coming through Dustin and approaching Scott. Potentially some small hail, gusty winds, and we'll take a look and see. Not seeing as much of a tornadic circulation in that part of the storm, so that's a good sign. Down south, seeing a few more areas of circulation over White Lake, but those are behaving themselves at the moment. And there's that little weak area of rotation just south of Scott, and I don't think we're looking right at that. I think we're actually looking just off away from that area of rotation, but either way, we're going to get a good sampling of the storm system as it heads into our area of this camera. And then Melville, still seeing some broad rotation. This is broadened some as it's between Crotts Springs and Melville. We'll see if they extend that tornado warning. If they do, it'd be up towards New Roads and maybe St. Francisville. I don't know if they will. It may just let it continue as a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning. Another area of circulation near Loch Levin in Mississippi. That one is an area that came out of that area around Bordelville and Big Bend. Still seeing it in here. We're a little bit elevated, but keeping an eye on that area as it's coming up towards Wilkinson, Mississippi, Woodville, and also Rosetta, Mississippi. Further up towards Natchez, non-severe storms coming through that area. The camera on the bridge is starting to shake a little bit. I doubt it's the bridge itself. Otherwise, there's a major earthquake going on. I'm pretty sure it's just the camera, but from the perspective, it looks a little trippy. But I believe it's just the camera shaking. And yeah, there is lightning on the horizon. So yeah, that's looking to the west from Natchez on US 84. Looks like non-severe storms, but still some gusty winds approaching the Natchez area. Kind of marginally severe. Tree down, Highway 126. Alexander, yeah, trees down near Ball. That could have been a tornadic signature. Tree down near Cold Branch. Some of these areas that had like ice a few weeks ago could have some weakened trees as well. So it may not take a full tornadic circulation or even a severe thunderstorm to knock some tree branches down, cause some power outages, those sort of things, especially as we get up towards Jackson. This area further to the south along the I-10 corridor spared a little bit from some of those more significant icings. Yeah, we're seeing a broad upper level circulation around that Melville, but this is looking from the radar at Hammond. So pretty far away. We'll see if they do continue that tornado warning that expires in 2 minutes. Yeah, we're in a bit of a radar hole right here in south central Louisiana. But, and that may be a reason if they do continue it. Why? Because we're just not getting great low level truths to that. Same for this circulation around Lafayette. We're not really getting a great look at it. There's a there's the view at Scott. You pull that live or larger. That's the storm that's coming through Lafayette right now. Again, not tornado warned, but a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning is in effect. And you can see the winds are picking up in this camera view. Strongest part of the storm will be into Lafayette here in the next minute or two. And then let's get... There we go. Next minute or two into Lafayette, and then out west or east of town towards Bow Bridge, Cypress Island Reserve, Pont du Mutton, Larrabee, and then out Mills Avenue, Champaign, and Henderson up next, as well as down towards Broussard and Youngsville. Previously, this was the part of the storm that had the 70-mile-an-hour winds. Does not look like that's the case anymore, but still some pretty strong gusts. Also watching this area of circulation down here in White Lake, the wildlife management area, pretty feisty area of circulation. Nothing showing up on CC, but this area is kind of a marshy, very lowland area with some big kind of lake, bay, marshy areas. So a little less friction, not quite as much as open water, but could get kind of a water spoutish sort of situation down there. Whoa, I don't know what that did. Zoomed way in. Still seeing some broad circulation near Melville. Again, we're kind of far from the radar site, so we're right on the edge of the Hammond radar. They ended up finishing up a move, well, maybe a couple years ago, 2 years ago, from moving the radar from Hammond or from Slidell to Hammond to increase radar coverage into this kind of southeast Baton Rouge area of Louisiana. It's about a similar distance to New Orleans, so it didn't affect the area coverage of New Orleans, moving it from Slidell to Hammond. So that was another reason. And then the eastern edge of this, although it's under the National Weather Service New Orleans office, the eastern edge of this is already really close to the Mobile radar. So coverage by moving it west didn't really affect areas around Biloxi or Pascagoula because they have a good radar coverage with Mobile. I don't know. I guess it makes sense for maybe a budget saving thing, but it would have been maybe better to keep the radar in Slidell and then just add a new radar north side of Baton Rouge or west side of Baton Rouge to cover this area more, because it's still a bit of a mess for radar coverage north and west of Baton Rouge and up into extreme southwest parts of Mississippi. That camera has really gone down in visibility as the heaviest part of that storm is coming through right now. Yeah, that is pretty heavy rain with some pretty gusty winds. I'm trying to keep an eye on the trees, but I don't see too much blowing around. Still pretty nasty storm near Melville. And then still tornado possible, severe thunderstorm warning into southwest parts of Mississippi, around the Woodville area. Dela Rosso down towards Leslie. Still seeing a couple weaker areas of circulation. Nothing too punchy there. Also, a little bit of a surge of wind coming into the areas west of Natchez, Ridgecrest in Louisiana. Getting into areas just west of Natchez. I'm keeping an eye on our bridge camera out of the Natchez area, and things are calm at the moment, but we did see some gusty winds push through there just a few minutes ago, and I wouldn't be surprised if we start to get another kind of surge of wind. It does also look like it's raining on that camera now. Let's we have used like all of our state cameras we had lined up today, so that's, we told you we got it covered. The bridge does look a little bit wet, so I would expect that's going to increase here along the 84 corridor here in just another couple minutes with some really heavy rain. Right now it's not too heavy. And yeah, most of the severe weather staying basically from Natchez and south. I feel even more confident we can probably cross off northern Louisiana, especially north of I-20 from the severe weather. Farmersville, Bastrop, Monroe, Lake Providence, and maybe in Vicksburg, maybe. But definitely I think Farmersville, Monroe, Bastrop, you guys are good to go. Still watching this area around Melville, seeing some broad upper level circulation. That one is one to watch. That storm has left the tornado warning, but yeah, that has expired, but that is an interesting area. Still kind of broad rotation coming towards New Roads and St. Francisville, Louisiana. Can see kind of some showers around, some southerly flow here. So it's going to help push some of that juice and some of that instability on shore across coastal Mississippi, keeping an eye on you guys down the road. Right now, right now, that might be our strongest storm, even though it's kind of elevated. Looking at it from an elevated position. Storm itself is not, but I don't know, let me look here. We are probably looking at 5,000 feet, I would guess. Let me just double check that. We are getting a new tornado warning. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. We got a new tornado warning for areas around that area around Wilkinson and Delarosa. About 22 miles south of Natchez or along that area near Delarosa, moving northeast at 45, capable of producing straight line winds and tornadic damage. And there are a couple areas, I think we noted a couple areas of circulation in here. We're also kind of far from the radar site. So that makes sense that they're going to warn kind of this whole little cluster of storms, but that's going to be lifting up again towards Rosetta at about 45 miles an hour. Let's take a look and kind of arc this whole line at 45. We're good to go on that. So Possum Corner about 12 minutes, and then Wilkinson 9, Rosetta center line about 21 minutes, Darlington and Perrytown about 11 to 15 minutes. That is our first tornado warning in Mississippi for this event. And then we do have a larger severe thunderstorm warning also issued, covering all those areas around Natchez, up towards St. Joseph, Clayton, Sicily Island, Wisner, and Newellton, south of Vicksburg. But this area is a little bit feisty of a storm. We saw a little bit of circulation in it, but also some gusty winds, especially coming into Natchez. You can see there's kind of a little bit of a bow shape in there, and that is going to work its way across that US 84 corridor in the next couple minutes. Yeah, the rain is definitely coming down in the Natchez. In fact, I'll switch cameras. We'll go to that camera. I can see the rain in the bridge lights kind of blowing sideways. Here's a good look just off the bridge. Yeah, you can see the trees are blowing in that camera shot pretty good. And heavy rain definitely picking up. They have also extended a tornado warning through St. Francisville and New Roads for that area of circulation that we were talking about, as well as Lake Charles and Lafayette under a tornado warning. Wow, they really put everything back together. And then those areas of circulation over the areas south of Abbeville, also now under tornado warnings. Kind of two circulations there. Intercoastal City and the State Wildlife Refuge, Paul J. Rainey Wildlife Refuge, Erath, and Dalcombre under a tornado warning now. Yeah. Weird. This one I think is still our feistiest storm. That's really coming down in Natchez. Pretty nasty storms there coming into Mississippi. Here's a look at Natchez, Mississippi, and US 81, or sorry, 84. You can see the wind blowing across the highway there. Some of the cars get through there. And then off to your right side, that's all of our tornado warnings right now. One near Abbeville, one now east sides of Lafayette. Probably our strongest circulation on radar near New Roads. And then the other one's lifting up towards north of Woodville, towards Dela Rosso, and towards Rosetta in Mississippi. So that's a look at our 4 tornado warnings at the moment. All right, let's go back and put that back in the box. All right, let's go back to our coverage. Still have 3 tornado warnings. They've let the one near Lafayette expire. Still have a severe thunderstorm warning tornado possible from Newellton in northern and northeast parts of Louisiana, St. Joseph, down along the Mississippi River, Ridgecrest, St. John, and over towards Natchez. We have a tornado warning still in progress around Dela Rosso. It's now up towards Possum Corner. There's a couple areas of circulation in here, but probably the most vigorous one is there. There's also kind of another one near Wilkinson coming up towards Rosetta and Crosby. Those aren't as vigorous as they looked earlier. So that's a good sign there. And then we do have a severe thunderstorm warning continues for Woodville over towards Centerville in Mississippi, and then down towards New Roads in Louisiana. That's probably our most vigorous storm right now, at least on radar presentation. See the couplet there. Not crazy strong, but it's definitely in there. And then they've let that warning expire around Lafayette. Still a big area of general thunderstorm risk. Severe thunderstorm warning continues another 55 minutes for 60-mile-an-hour winds. Not really a hail threat right now, but yeah, that has kind of backed off a little bit near Bow Bridge, Henderson, St. Martinville, and now just to the west of Baton Rouge under severe thunderstorm warnings out towards Livonia, the Atchafalaya National Wildlife Refuge, Rosedale. Those storms are definitely working their way into the Baton Rouge metro in the next little while. Let's see. They are still moving east at 45, and they are listing a tornado possible tag. So definitely stay weather aware if you're in the Baton Rouge metro. And we'll draw this out at 45 still, and that puts it into Baton Rouge in about 28 minutes. And that's downtown Baton Rouge. It's going to be a lot sooner, about 12 minutes out towards Rosedale, 30 minutes out towards Zachary, and then further out, Denham Springs, about 45 minutes. Pretty populated area, suburban Baton Rouge. We also have severe thunderstorm warnings. What's going on there with the tags not closing out? Severe thunderstorm warning covers much of southern Louisiana, but then a tornado warning within that for areas around the intercoastal city. That's west central Iberia Parish and southeastern Vermilion Parish. Capable of producing tornadoes along a line near Forked Island, or 8 miles northwest of Pecan Island, moving east at 45. I get a better view of this storm. It's kind of in a little bit of a no man's land. There's also another strong storm just to the south, just along the coastline, that also probably deserves a look. So I'm gonna kind of trace out this whole area and bring it out at 45. Puts it out towards about an hour and a half towards Morgan City. About an hour towards Franklin and Baldwin, 33 minutes to Marsh Island. It should stay south of most of the populated areas, but definitely one to watch. There are a couple circulations on here that are interesting. Yeah, there's kind of a notch in here, a notch in here, and a new cell just off kind of the coastline. There's probably also some bigger storms offshore that we do have to watch, as they may scrape the coastline out towards Grand Isle. Okay, what I was kind of waiting for is a new mesoscale discussion. Okay, that about seals it. That's pretty confident wording there. Tornado watch number 6 is going to continue. That's the tornado watch that covers eastern Louisiana, south central Louisiana, and then southwestern parts of Mississippi. A downstream tornado watch will be issued within the next hour. So this was at 10:43 p.m. in the central time zone. So by about midnight, we'll have a new tornado watch that's going to be issued for the squall line with embedded mesovortices and supercell structures that's tracking eastward across southern Louisiana and southwestern Mississippi tonight. The line is impinging on a corridor of middle to upper 60s dew points. This is essentially what we kind of now casted a little bit ago when I was looking at the wind and the dew points. Let's see. There's a curvature to the low-level photographs. Well-established line of storms enhanced by low-level helicity, and a corridor of heightened tornado potential is evident across portions of southern Louisiana and southwest Mississippi in the near term. A strong tornado cannot be ruled out entirely. Thereafter, the squall line will continue eastward along the progressive cold front, moving across southeastern Louisiana, southern Mississippi, and far southwestern Alabama, where sufficient boundary layer moisture and strong low to deep level shear will support the continued risk of damaging winds and a couple tornadoes. The downstream tornado watch will be issued in the next hour. If I had to guess, since this tornado watch goes until 2 a.m. Central Time, I probably, if I had to guess, will say that this new tornado watch will go till 6 a.m. Central at least. Probably 6 a.m. And then if they do reissue anything, a new watch would probably go till, 9 or 10. We haven't seen a lot of confirmed tornadoes on radar tonight, but I mentioned it, probably a while now, but these QLCS tornadoes can be very hard to pick out on radar. That's why we've only seen a couple of them, and there's only been a couple observed reports for the rotation that we also confirmed via radar. So probably not a tornado outbreak tonight. I think we've had a lot more tornado warnings than we've had tornadoes, but there's probably been, I think we've also had more tornadoes than we've had the observed tags for. So there's probably been at least conservatively a half a dozen tornadoes. I think we've only had 2 or 3 observed tags. Maybe even be more, maybe even be like 8 or 10 tornadoes. It also depends if Houston can confirm any of this. We saw a couple areas that looked pretty suspicious. Couldn't see really a CC drop, but they had a pretty tight kind of QLCS signature to them. So we'll see if any of that gets actually confirmed as tornado damage too. Otherwise, we could be looking at more like 8 or 10 tornadoes if any of those kind of down by Houston get confirmed. But generally, in kind of like this area, we had at least 3 tornadoes, maybe another one up here, earlier in the afternoon, back towards Longview, Tyler area, if I remember right. What is that blinking on the bridge? There's a light out. It's really annoying. Let's just change the camera. Yeah. Hey, Cards fan, how's it going tonight? Thanks for hanging out with us. Hope you're having a good Valentine's Day. I hope everybody is. We're just hanging out, covering some severe weather, and hopefully keeping everybody up to date. I know it's kind of one of those days where people don't really think of severe weather. They got Valentine's Day plans and all kinds of stuff. I'm going to get rid of this mesoscale discussion. What is going on with these? Usually I close these out and they're good to go. Let's see if that works. Maybe I just want to do that. Okay, for now, we'll just do that. Okay, working again. Something with the mesoscale discussion was throwing it off. Okay, question was New Orleans, when it's going to get downhill in New Orleans. Not for a while. The leading edge of the severe storms are back here. Ooh, that went nuts. Roughly, because they can speed up, slow down, change a little bit. Roughly, we're looking at about an hour and a half, a little more than an hour and a half into the New Orleans metro. Especially like west sides of town, closer to an hour and a half, and then hour and 40, 50 minutes, closer to 2 hours, I guess, out here towards New Orleans, hour and a half towards, say, Laplace, and probably down towards Laplace and some of those other areas. 76 minutes, so about an hour and 15 minutes to Thibodaux, Louisiana. Just under an hour towards Donaldsonville. And then as we go a little further north, this is where the storms are a little closer. I'm going to redraw that. So just about 20 minutes to Baton Rouge, 35 minutes to St. George. Yeah, that checks out. So that would also be the same for about Hammond, Louisiana, and the North Shore of New Orleans. Yeah, about 70 minutes to Hammond, and then about an hour and a half to the North Shore, Mandeville, Covington. If those storms stay on kind of their same track at about 45, 50 miles an hour. There are some new storms that have gone up out ahead of the main line of storms, so we'll see how those interact with each other. They're kind of right now moving kind of parallel to them, so we'll see. They may kind of cool the atmosphere just a little bit ahead of that storm. Still seeing that circulation in here near New Roads and St. Francisville. It's just south of St. Francisville, approaching Star Hill and Delambre, Port Hudson, just on the edge of this warning polygon. We'll see if this gets continued and extended out towards Zachary and Slaughter. If not, it probably will, at least as a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning. And then same for up here. Let's see if these, still seeing some broad rotation around Rosetta, and then also up north of Rosetta, towards Garden City. I have to zoom in. That's a good sign when I'm zooming in that close. It means it's a pretty small community. And then still seeing pretty strong storms coming towards Fayette, Mississippi, Roxy, and points now east of Natchez. Nothing too severe right now up towards Vicksburg, but Vicksburg is going to get in on the stronger storms in a little while. Here's a look at Baton Rouge and I-10. This is I-10 at 110. Right now, the strongest storms are just to the north and west of Baton Rouge, but some lighter storms will start to get into the area pretty quickly. So you're going to hear thunder, you're going to get heavy rain before you get the strongest part of the storms. Those are back here towards Rosedale and Atchafalaya. And yeah, those would be still about 18 to 20 minutes away from downtown Baton Rouge. Those strongest severe warned part of the storms. Take a look further south. These are little interesting cells down here, more of a QLCS threat on the coastal side of the Louisiana. There's a pretty strong signature offshore, likely a tornadic waterspout going off into the Gulf. That is going to get close to some of these southern areas of the Atchafalaya, so we'll keep an eye on that section of the storm system. But then we do have a couple areas of circulation. Tornado warned around the Paul J. Rainey Wildlife Refuge, just to the east of Intercoastal City. A couple areas of circulation there. That's approaching Marsh Island and some of these little back bays and things in here. So we could also get some more water spouty kind of features with the less friction and some of the open water / marshy areas along the coastal areas of Louisiana. That current tornado warning expires in about 10 minutes. We'll have to see if they continue it. And some of these areas of circulation are going to get a little bit closer to some of the populated areas like Franklin, Baldwin, down towards Morgan City. Those are areas to watch later on here as that storm closes in on you guys. About an hour to get around to the Morgan City area. Starting to see a slow population of some of these storm reports. Let's see, there's still some storm reports coming in from Texas City, 69 mile an hour winds at a mesonet site. I think we went through most of these staircase damages. Let's see. 65 at Bonnie. 59 at Liverpool. 59 Brazoria. Let's see. 68 in West Columbia, Texas. And then we had some upper 60s, yeah, close to 70 mile an hour. That's where we saw the power flash around Sugarland earlier tonight. Could have been a little brief QLCS tornado, or it could have just been the RFD surge that went across this area. Starting to see the lightning show up on our camera for the Baton Rouge Metro. That's cool. I can just bring it up like that too. Cool. Learning stuff. Cool. And then shrink it back down. All right, that works. Sometimes there's new tools that pop up, and that's a neat one. All right, let me take a look at this. Traffic is pretty heavy here for Baton Rouge. It is a Saturday night, and yeah, those storms are definitely closing in on you guys. It's going to go downhill fast, even though not all this line will have 70 or 60 mile an hour winds. It's just going to be kind of pockets of it. One little higher potential for damaging winds is just north of Baton Rouge towards Baker, Central. That area is kind of surging out a little bit. Some of these storms are going to interfere, I think, with some of our severe warned storms back towards Bow Bridge and St. Martinsville. So we'll see if that kind of impacts the area around Baton Rouge. That may lower some of the severe chances. This line of storms kind of in this area is going to have to ingest some of these storms that have popped up out ahead of it. So it's a little bit more disorganized than it was a few minutes ago. We, let's see, shed blown away from the Crowley area. Rain. That's where we had a traffic camera. The winds were really blowing there. So that makes sense. Especially if it was kind of a poorly built shed or one of those, oh, I've seen the sheds. They have a lot of the sheds in the home stores that are like the same type of plasticky material that they make like the kids' playhouses out of. Those things can probably fly if they aren't weighted and tied down properly. And once again, in mesoscale discussion, we should have a new tornado watch that's coming out. I think I forgot to mention that for a Cards fan about New Orleans. New Orleans, those storms are still about 2 hours away, but tornado watch should be coming out within the next hour or so. I don't know if they'll extend it up this far. They may take it out to like 84. Kind of basically southern Louisiana and then southern Mississippi. And probably coastal Alabama. They'll probably take it out like this. That's what I would guess. If you're on the west side of the state, definitely west of 49, out here towards Oakdale, Leesville, Alexandria, Jonesboro, you guys are all good. Lake Charles, Crowley, Cameron, you guys are all good. Have a great evening. Lafayette, technically it's still rainy and a little stormy, but the severe weather has passed Lafayette. Same for Abbeville. And then up towards Ville Platte, Simmsport. And then now even pushing into areas like Natchez, where we had our camera earlier. Those areas are in better shape too. The tornadic part of the storm has moved away from the warning polygon. I guess they're just going to let it expire. There still are a couple circulations in here near Liberty and then south of Bude. I think that's how you say it. Meadville, Bude. We'll keep an eye on those storms. They are getting closer to the 55 corridor in Mississippi, so a little bit more population. This, I'm surprised, still doesn't have a tornado warning on it. Extended out? Or have we just not updated the radar yet? No, it has. Okay. Somehow this isn't, the warnings aren't working great tonight. There we go. Okay. That makes more sense to what we're seeing. That one is a tornado warning. That, yeah, they just extended out. Okay, so we didn't miss anything big, but they did extend that out. That actually is tightened up near Slaughter and just south of Clinton, north of Zachary. That is a pretty potent cell. And again, it's been one of our consistently stronger ones here in the last few minutes. Maybe some small hail in that too. This is also a new tornado warning that just came out. Yes, just came out a few minutes ago for that area that I just mentioned around approaching Liberty in Mississippi. Ariel up to Enterprise, Compromise, Beechwood, and Liberty in Mississippi. New tornado warning there. Radar indicated tornado warning and is moving at 50 miles an hour. And then they are going to extend that area that came out of the Wilkinson area. Still seeing circulation in here. And yeah, that got extended out as well for areas south of Meadville. This is probably a boundary here between the National Weather Service New Orleans and the National Weather Service in Jackson. I wouldn't be surprised if the Jackson Weather Service office extends out a warning further than that towards Meadville. So just be aware of that one. This is tightened up west of Liberty and just north of Berwick. Could be close to producing a tornado. First one in a while. We haven't had really any tight circulations in a little while. This one also is getting a little tighter and also windier. Coming towards Slaughter. That is that's going to be some pretty punchy winds here towards that 70, 75 mile an hour wind, potentially along Highway 412. They've also extended the tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning out to areas just west of Hammond and really the I-55 corridor, including Greensburg, Albany, Livingston, Walker, Denham Springs, Montpelier, Greensburg, and Easleyville, and then into Mississippi, Gillsburg, Peoria, East Fork, Tangipahoa, Smithdale, and then they've also extended tornado possible severe thunderstorm warnings up through Port Gibson and areas, let's see, around the Natchez Trace, Regenton, St. Elmo, on Mississippi Highway 18, out towards Burnell, Pleasant Hill, and those areas around Meadville and Bude. See what they extend these warnings here. For some reason, the warnings have been slow to populate in the last little bit, so I'm going to kind of keep checking my phone and my other radar product just to make sure I have everything okay. Quarter-size hail reported near Natchez around 11 Central Time. Yeah, these storms are definitely working into a little more populated area. And we do have our first official tornado report. Let's see. Numerous trees and power lines down, minor damage to home, possible tornado, tagged by the emergency management in Evangeline Parish. That's Pine Prairie, Louisiana. That sounds familiar. I think we were tracking one of those confirmed tornadoes around that area. So, yeah, likely at least a half a dozen tornadoes today. I think maybe by the end of it, pushing about 10. At least so far. And we've had several more warnings, and I wouldn't be surprised if we had more tornadic signatures. Let's see. This one's probably close to producing. I think we're getting a TVS on my other radar product notification. So that one's really tightening up. So is this one near Liberty. Just west of Liberty and Enterprise, Mississippi. We'll have to watch the correlation coefficient. This shows us meteorological targets versus non-meteorological targets. And that one is looking a little suspicious. We'll see the next scan if that shows anything different. But that is a fairly tight area of circulation. A little bit broader of a stronger circulation. We see the winds wrapping away and wrapping towards the radar. And within that, we have these red and green touching. Not super bright, but it's a tight enough signature that that's a concerning one coming towards Enterprise and Liberty. And I would guess they're going to extend this tornado warning out if that continues to hold. Probably basically in some format out towards East Fork, Thompson, Hebron, and Hustler, Mississippi. Same for this one near Baton Rouge. Ooh, that just actually weakened. That's the crazy thing about this one. It was tightening up with a pretty good look there, and then just in the last scan, did broaden back out. So that's a good sign. But still in here, coming towards Slaughter, Louisiana. I don't see anything on the CC there that tells me it's on the ground. So good sign there. Let's check this one again. It's still not seeing anything. So that is a good sign in the positive direction right now. But that is a pretty tight circulation approaching Enterprise, Mississippi. They have allowed the cell near Abbeville to expire. Still a couple areas to watch for rotation out here towards Marsh Island. And we'll see if that gets into the Baldwin and Franklin areas in a little while. Pretty nasty storms also offshore in the Gulf. And then watching the Baton Rouge Metro, that is our camera up there with, it's starting to get a little harder to see the bridge in the background, but rain starting to pick up in the Baton Rouge Metro. This is I-10 at 110, which is right here. Just, and we're looking towards the west across the Mississippi River. So we're looking at those stronger storms push in. This is really just between downtown Baton Rouge and the university. And I will say, just to, if anyone does have anyone at the university there, don't see any tornadic signatures on that part of the line segment right now. So Baton Rouge, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning for the west and northern parts of the city. I would expect that'll probably get issued for the rest of the city here in the next minute or two. But, and under a tornado watch, so definitely have space, you can take shelter in at a quick notice. But right now, no tornado warnings across the Baton Rouge immediate metro area. It's north of there towards Slaughter, and then points east, where we are seeing a pretty tight area circulation. Although it has weakened some along Highway 412 towards Olive Branch. That'll continue riding basically along 412, and then also Gross Road towards Blairstown, McKnight Crossing, Reamer Crossroads, and Bluff Creek. So there's a look at some of those times for you. Blairstown, about 13 minutes. Same for areas around Riley. And then out here towards the end of the warning polygon, Bluff Creek and Glede, about 24 minutes. Just outside the warning polygon, Grangeville. If I lived in Grangeville, I'd be definitely weary of my tornado safe place. About a half hour to Grangeville. And then up here, we had that circulation go through the Enterprise area. That's lifting now out of the warning polygon. So we'll see if they extend that out, and they may be doing that right now. We also are getting a new warning for this area around Bood. Yeah, for some reason the warnings aren't populating great. And they just extended the new warnings. That's perfect timing for me. They did extend the new warning out through Liberty and towards the Macomb area. They also did extend that other warning near Zion Hill. For northeastern Amite County in southern Mississippi. And then this warning was for also northeastern Amite County in southern Mississippi. That's going to continue through East Fork. And yeah, they're warning kind of the whole line. And there is another circulation. Looks like maybe trying to develop there, but the main one is this one just north of Liberty. Liberty, you may split the uprights on this one. And then much heavier rain coming into the Baton Rouge area on this camera that I'm looking at. Let's see. Let's just do this. Okay, a lot of little communities in here, but we'll talk a few of them. Peoria, East Fork, Thompson, and Mars Hill, about 13 to 15 minutes. And then past there, Tangipahoa, Mississippi, about 19 minutes. Irene, about 20 minutes. And then if this line holds together with some embedded signatures on it, areas around Macomb, about 25 to 30 minutes. So more of the Macomb Metro along I-55, 25 to 30 minutes. So you're not in the warning polygon yet, but likely will be soon. Wow, they really filled this all in. All right, let's see. What did we get? Okay, I thought they might go till 6, but they went till 5 a.m. For central Mississippi, east central Mississippi, southern Mississippi, and then also into southern Alabama. Wow, they went all the way out to... They went all the way out with a 5 a.m. Watch and through Crestview, Pensacola, Mobile, Bay Minette, Gulf Shores, and Foley and Fairhope, Dauphin Island, Pascagoula, Biloxi, Gulfport, New Orleans. We had a question about New Orleans earlier. You guys are now in a tornado watch, as well as all of southeast Louisiana, Houma, Thibodaux, Chauvin, Port Sulphur, Grand Isle, Franklinton, Covington, Mandeville, Slidell, Hammond, Amite City, Macomb, Columbia, Hattiesburg, Mississippi, up through Laurel, McGee, Collins, all the way back up towards the Jackson area. They also continued out through Morton and Forest. We haven't seen any severe weather up along the I-20 corridor in quite a while. I don't know if it'll make it up that far, but just covering the bases just in case. It doesn't quite go to Meridian, but Quitman, Bay Springs, Taylorsville, Waynesboro, and then in Alabama, Butler, Thompsonville, Grove Hill, Jackson, Alabama, down again towards Citronelle, Bay Minette, Atmore, Bruton, and down into parts of western parts of the Florida Panhandle. Ooh, that's a big warning or watch area. That is a very large watch area, actually. That heavy rain is moving into Baton Rouge, that's for sure. Let me check. I haven't checked in a little bit, but I want to check social media for just a second. Yeah, we've been so busy. Some of the times we've had, I think, 8 tornado warnings at a time. But so I just want to take a look and see if we've had any kind of reports come in. If you're in this area and you can do it safely, it'll pop up across the top of me here, but you can also tag us in posts for your weather reports. Trying to see if there's been any new reports of tornadoes. There is a new report coming in from that area that we saw earlier. A mesonet? No, that can't be right. What? That's got to be a glitch. Unless this thing was in a tornado, but 132 mile an hour winds? We're going to back that up and see. I was right near our camera at Scott. It looked windy, but it didn't look like 132 mile an hour winds. No, I don't see. It's got to be a misreading report, right? Like, well, there's a burst of wind in there. On radar, that's showing maybe like a 50 or 60 mile an hour wind. We're a little far from the radar site, but so could there have been like a downburst or something in there that the radar isn't seeing great? Maybe like if there's a downburst and it kind of spreads out in all directions. Like if you drop a big bucket of water down. Oh, that's good to know. I did not know Bood. So it's like Jude. Bood, Jude. Yeah, because I've pronounced Bood like 8 million different ways. Bud, Booty, Jude. Okay, Jude is a good one to know. Natchez. Is that what I said? I said Natchez, probably, right? More of a Ez. That's good to know. Thanks, TSP. Yeah, that's gotta be. I don't know if that verifies it's not showing on radar, great. And if there was a tornadic circulation, it was south of I-10. So I doubt the weak tornadic circulation passed south of our camera position earlier. So it's gotta be a malfunctioning gauge, right? 132 mile an hour wind report. Hi, Holly. How's it going tonight? Yeah, that's crazy. I haven't seen that. I haven't seen that high. I don't think even in a hurt. Usually if a gauge, if it's in that kind of range, a lot of times the gauges can't even, the wind anemometer will blow away. I doubt that's a real report. That'll be interesting. If that gets confirmed as a real reading, then that's an insane downburst or something. Okay, back to the main threat right now. Storms have looked a little weaker near Bood. And yeah, I'm saying that Bood is pronounced like Jude. So yeah. Yeah, I've said it a few different ways. I thought maybe the E was silent and it was pronounced bud or booty. But that's good to know. That gives me some confidence. We've talked about that town before. I think there was a tornado that passed near there maybe last spring. Still seeing some circulation in here west of Macomb. So we'll keep an eye on those. A couple areas of circulation, but they've kind of stretched out a little bit. But keeping an eye on Macomb, Summit, Magnolia in Mississippi. Just keeping a heads up on this. Get ready to take your tornado safety measures if this gets warned for you and continues out towards the I-55 corridor. And then back down here towards Blairstown. Talked about you guys earlier. Blairstown, Riley, Bluff Creek. Still seeing some circulation in there. It's not as tight as it was earlier. Let's take a look and check our correlation coefficient. Yeah, not seeing anything really standing out in the correlation coefficient. So this is a radar scan. Shows us essentially meteorological targets, and the radar sees everything basically the same in here. So it's given a high correlation value. That storm is still a pretty nasty storm. That's going to be making its way towards Amite City and Roseland and Greensburg in southeast Louisiana. So keep an eye on that one as it gets closer to the I-55 corridor as well. And then seeing the heavy rain push into Baton Rouge. They did extend that severe thunderstorm warning through Baton Rouge, St. George, Prairieville, down to Donaldsonville. But not really any tornadic signatures showing up in here. So it's mostly a straight line wind, damaging wind event, and really heavy rain. We've seen that all day, ponding on the roadways in and behind the storms. So continue to drive carefully through these. And I do see a lot of flashers on, so they are, it's like going pretty steady and slow across the I-10 bridge at Baton Rouge. Strong storm coming into areas around Franklin and Baldwin in southern Louisiana. That one is not looking as imminently tornadic as it did earlier. And then they are going to extend a new warning out across areas around Brookhaven. So we should get that populating in just a minute. Tornado possible tag, 60 mile an hour wind. That's all radar indicated. That's with this kind of line segment basically pushing out against its warning polygon. So that'll populate in just a minute. But areas around Wesson, Brookhaven, and Monticello, new severe thunderstorm warning. Again, tornado possible tag. And they're going to match that with the areas around Macomb. See if I can manually push this to update. There it goes. So same thing for Macomb, Summit, Magnolia, Kentwood in Louisiana, Franklinton, and then out towards Angie and Thomas in southeast Louisiana, and then Tylertown, Sartonville, and back towards the I-55 corridor. Again, new severe thunderstorm warnings coming out for I-55 in Mississippi, Brookhaven, Macomb, and points east. And once again, if you're just joining us, it's getting 11:37 in the central time zone. We do have, in the last few minutes, I think about 10 or 15 minutes ago, a new tornado watch. It covers southern, south central parts of Mississippi, southeast Mississippi, southeast Louisiana, including the New Orleans metro, and then south Alabama, and also the far western parts of the Florida Panhandle to about Crestview and Fort Walton Beach. And that goes until 5 a.m. in the central time zone. Down to 3 tornado warnings at the moment. That's the lowest we've had in a little while. for Amite County in Mississippi, and then this one expires in 7 minutes for parts of East Feliciana and northeastern East Baton Rouge parishes in Louisiana. And that one, they probably will let that go finally. This storm seemed to have backed off. It's been consistently on the broader side since it tightened up a little bit near Slaughter, but then kind of backed off. And then let's see, we have still some circulation in here. We'll see if it gets extended out. I don't think it will right now. I think saving these as tornado possible, severe thunderstorm warnings will work for now. And then pretty strong storms all the way from that area around Meadville and Bude up through Port Gibson. See, some of these stronger storms, I think, are going to get into the Jackson area. They're going to kind of keep riding up to the north and east towards Jackson. So some stronger storms likely in the next hour, hour and a half for the Jackson Metro. Still seeing a little hint of a circulation, but mostly a damaging wind event here with some scattered damaging winds, not even seeing a really concentrated area. We may get a little better wind reading as we get closer to this Hammond radar. These are coming in pretty nicely towards the Hammond radar, so we'll get a little better low-level look at the winds as those storms reach Hammond. And then there are some big storms still offshore. Probably just offshore. A few water spouts are possible, but back onshore around Baldwin, Franklin, that storm has backed off a little bit. We're still kind of on the edge of the radar site, though, so that one's a little harder to see. That one's a little hard to see on all the radars. Let's see. I'm on the edge of basically everything. Yeah, that's kind of that's an annoying radar hole. Okay, well, yeah, that kind of answers my question I said earlier. Instead of moving this radar from Hammond to Slidell, I would have rather, I think, had them stay with the radar in Slidell and then put a new radar somewhere around Baton Rouge, because then you would have been able to see this area a little better. That answers that question. Yeah, this is looking a little less organized in the last little bit. We had that new convection kind of came out ahead of this, and it's disrupted some of those storms' inflow. So it's been a good thing, because we've had earlier west of Lafayette, we had some 70-mile-an-hour winds. Those have backed off. It's really just been kind of general 60-mile-an-hour winds, if any, in here right now. So some pockets of 60-mile-an-hour winds, but back towards Lake Charles, we had some more consistent QLCS signatures and some 70-plus mile-an-hour wind readings. So yeah, that convection's kind of messing it up right now. Here's a little look at it. You can see all this convection popping up near Lafayette and just kind of floating out ahead of the main line of storms. And now it's kind of getting ingested in the line of storms. Now, on the last scan or two, actually, let me go back to the last couple scans. It does seem to be organizing a little bit. It's like right in here. This is closer to the 11 o'clock hour. We can kind of see the decrease in the colors here. The darker colors, there's a lot less of them with the main line of convection and then the convection out ahead. Just in the last little bit, it does seem to be there's a little bit more of a concentrated line of those darker colors as it's ingested in some of that convection. So we'll see if it kind of reorganizes itself. It may do that. And then if it does, that would present a little more of that QLCS return, maybe back into this area here. So we'll keep an eye on that if it can kind of reorganize. Pretty gusty winds coming through Macomb. Actually, we can probably pull that camera. Forget if it's Macomb or Brookhaven. Maybe both of them. Okay, we'll switch cams. We'll go to the Macomb camera. All right, that looks good. That's looking to the north. So the storms are going to be coming in from the left side of our camera. And looks like some rain already on the camera, but that's a really nice camera. It's elevated and it has a lot of lights right there at the Macomb exit. It looks like those storms are crossing I-55 north of Macomb, but then they arc back just a little bit right by our camera. So the heavier winds are likely just about to impact this camera, as well as the heavier rain. But yeah, they're just west of I-55, those heavier winds. These don't look imminently tornadic at the moment, so I think they're just going to let those warnings expire as this line segment kind of really just outruns that tornado warning. But we do have to watch little dog legs like this. Those can sometimes form circulations, so I don't see any that are super tight at the moment, but we'll have to kind of watch those little kinks in the line segment. And there's the heavy wind. Look at that. That's pretty heavy wind. That's probably in that 60-mile-an-hour range with the sideways rain curtains, and it's making those trees sway pretty good. And Mississippi seems to mount their cameras pretty good, but I see it kind of rocking and rolling a little bit. So that's indicating some pretty strong winds in there. That's at the kind of leading edge, this Boeing segment, kind of right in here. It's going to continue moving towards like Tylertown, Sartonville. Luckily, it's almost midnight, so not too many people on the highway right now. But that's some serious wind. Okay, they are going to extend the tornado warning. Got to keep resetting. So that would check out. They are going to extend the tornado warning just in the last couple minutes through Macomb, which makes sense. Even though it is looking less tornadic, there's, I think, strong enough wind in there that people should probably hunker like a tornado. Not seeing anything really imminently tornadic, but we'll keep that going. That includes Summit, Johnson Station, and then areas like Princedale, Topsaw, Holmesville, Jennings, Mississippi, and down towards Fernwood. Yeah, New Orleans has to pay attention because this is going to come in after midnight. Let's see. We are still getting tornado possible, severe thunderstorm warnings that they're issuing out west. The main line of this is still roughly like this. Still about 90 minutes to New Orleans. So yeah, if you're out here, you can go to bed. Just make sure you have multiple ways to receive your weather warnings. Before you go to bed, make sure your no weather radio is charged up or has new batteries in it and is on and activated. And then also make sure you get your weather alerts turned on your phone and that those are ready and activated. So you got to go to your settings and make sure that's all on. But yeah, just have multiple ways to get your weather warnings. And about 90 minutes from now, that's when things are going to get a little rough for the New Orleans area. And I do want to look here. I haven't looked in a while, but I want to check models here for a second. Well, we're down to 1 tornado warning in Mississippi. Earlier, the models were really liking some storms to develop out over the Gulf and kind of work their way onshore. Yeah, they're still the HRRR. Let me double check the latest run of the HRRR still shows a potential for some prefrontal supercells coming ashore in that Mobile, Pensacola area. And that seems like a just a blueprint of a lower instability, higher shear environment that seems to happen all the time in that area around Baldwin County, Orange Beach, Pensacola, some landfalling waterspout potentially. It's in a transition pattern. Let me looking at that just a little while ago. Yesterday. The Climate Prediction Center put out some new stuff. Yeah, it's going to go neutral for the February, March, April timeframe. May, April, or March, April, May, it should be neutral. And then by May, June, July, a little bit of a switch back towards El Nino. So it looks like right now it's going to be transitioning to a neutral phase. And then by summer, and especially late summer, and then next fall, transition into an El Nino phase. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. The Christmas. Yeah, that would be it. The Christmas 24 tornadoes. Was that around Boot? It was like a wedgy, kind of grungy mess. I like a lot of the tornadoes are down here. But yeah, that sounds right. I think it missed the town, correct? It missed Boot, but it was close, right? It was out in the woods or something, like just west or north of town. Let's see if we have any social media reports of anything crazy here. Must not have been a lot of chasers out here because I don't see a lot of ground truth reports. Looking. Oh shoot, it is yeah, it's Mardi Gras night too. Apparently Galveston, Texas had their Mardi Gras parade while that tornado warning was going on. That's not good. Good news is now I think most of the Mardi Gras festivities, official ones, should die down, but that's going to be that could be an ongoing issue for New Orleans. There's going to be probably a lot of people on Bourbon Street, even at 1 or 2 a.m. when these storms get in. I mean, there's going to be people on Bourbon Street anyway, even if it wasn't Mardi Gras at 2 a.m. on a Saturday. But a little bit of rotation picking up in that storm near Franklin again. This is in South Louisiana. Still kind of messy down there, but we're far from the radar site. And then let's inspect this line again. Still kind of messy right now. It's, as we said in the chat earlier, it's ingesting some of these cells and things out in front. So that's kind of contaminated the inflow of some of these storms. So where we had some decently structured supercells embedded in the line earlier, they're kind of having a little bit of a struggle right now. We can still see some hints of the rotation in those, but they're not what they were. And well south now and east of Baton Rouge. And then let's take a look here, a little closer in. Come on. Yeah, not much. It's a little bit of a weaker part of the line, it looks like right now. Down towards Donaldsonville, west of Donaldsonville, keep an eye on that area. But we are getting closer to the Hammond radar, and we should see a little better profile of the winds. Not seeing anything crazy. This is that area that was tornado warned earlier. Still has some remnant rotation in it near Jack. So we will keep an eye on that one. That one, let me look here, see if it's, yeah, it has kind of tightened back up. Keep an eye on this one. It's uptrended a little bit. That's coming generally towards Amite City. And if it's still at 45 miles an hour, that's about 15 minutes to Amite City. So that's trending in the wrong direction. It is tightening back up near Jack. Further up the line, strong storms coming through Kentwood, Tangipahoa, Thompson, Franklinton, and then into Mississippi, Tylertown. Now push through Magnolia, Summit, and Macomb. Coming up towards Sartonville. And still tornado warning in here, but hasn't looked as vigorous as it did earlier. And yeah, that is our only tornado warning still ongoing for northern Pike County in southern Mississippi. The Jackson radar might show it a little better. There's maybe some broad rotation in here, just to the northeast of Macomb. Is also a couple other circulations from tornado warnings earlier, but near Bogachito. And then what is that up here? There's a little circulation west of Brookhaven near Caseyville, but non-tornadic at the moment. We do have a tornado possible tag that covers this whole area from near Wesson down to Brookhaven, back down towards Tylertown and out towards Monticello and Silver Creek. And both of those show, they are kind of QLCS type. You can see it kind of hooks back around on the backside. This one kind of does the same thing. Those are those two areas of circulation that we can kind of see on the radar. Oh, that's made a difference. Let's look at let's pull that again. Things have calmed down quite a bit since I last looked and glanced over at the camera and Macomb. Still pretty heavy water on the roadways, but the trees are not shaking around and visibility is coming up. All right, we'll put that back in its little box. And yeah, you know what? Looking at this from a little further out, pretty good bow echo there. So that could accentuate some of those wind hazards coming towards Columbia. If it really holds together towards Hattiesburg. But yeah, when we see a backwards C shape like that, that's the winds in this storm are pushing out and accelerating as they looking at flashing lights, but it's the Baton Rouge. I thought it was flashing lights, but it's just everybody has their flashers on. So still heavy rain, but not as windy there. And I do see the visibility is coming up. You can start to see the bridge in the background in our Baton Rouge camera. This is I-10 at 110. So yeah, that's looking a little bit improved. And I want to look at this again. Still seeing a circulation in here. This was a tornado warned circulation earlier. Between Jack and Hillsdale, Louisiana, approaching Amite City. Not looking crazy, but come on. Where's the CC? There it goes. Yeah, nothing in here showing on CC, so likely is just kind of a remnant rotation, but we'll keep an eye on it. It looked a little bit tighter just a couple scans ago towards Jack. Kind of retightened there, and then it's loosened back up a little bit, more of a shear line. All right, I was looking at HRRR data for a minute. What does the HRRR do extending out further? Let me look at that a different way, and I'll pull you guys into it if it looks good. I'm going to pull the HRRR data from the computer instead of looking at it on my phone. I'll show you what I was seeing. Let's take a look. Okay, here is our HRRR model on WeatherWise. And this is what we currently have. So it's let's see, actually not what we currently have. There's something more like that, which is actually pretty close to what we currently have. So that's always good when it starts with good data. And if I step this out, keeps it pretty solid. It maybe starts to break things up a little bit towards Gulfport, Pascagoula, and then down towards Port Sulphur. This is at about 4 a.m. around Gulfport and Pascagoula. And maybe a little quicker. This model showed it in this position at around 1 a.m. and it's just now past midnight. So we're maybe an hour and a half kind of ahead of schedule according to the HRRR. So this could be more like, instead of 4 a.m., more like 3 a.m. Possibly breaks it up a little bit. But we do have to watch around 3 a.m., 4 a.m., these prefrontals that the HRRR has really liked over the last, I think actually about 24 hours, showing this kind of stuff. So we do have to watch that as, yeah, these kind of high shear environments seem to favor these little prefrontal mini supercells coming ashore, Gulf Shores, Baldwin County, Mobile County, into the Pensacola area. In the cold season, it seems like that's a pretty common thing, at least a couple times a year in the cold season, when we get squall lines approaching from the west. And by 5, 6 a.m., it's taken this line through Mobile, through Pensacola and Gulf Shores. Again, got to watch a few of these little prefrontals. Could have some tornadic potential as starting as water spouts, but even inland a little bit. And then depending on where that instability reaches, it could even get up into that area around Selma and closing in on Montgomery, but down towards Greenville, Pineapple, Camden, Pine Hill, Grove Hill sort of area into southern Alabama. And then watch here, you can see there's more storms offshore. And by 6, 7, 8 a.m., those could be coming ashore near Panama Beach, Lynn Haven, Mexico Beach. So we could be dealing with some landfalling water spouts. This model kind of weakens the line of storms, but still potentially some embedded severe storms in there coming through southern parts of Alabama and the Florida Panhandle. But again, with that higher shear, especially right along the coast, could create a little bit more landfalling water spout situations around that Panama City area, some stronger storms offshore. This puts this particular run, again, this is just one run, so this is not for certain or anything, but does put a pretty good storm through Panama City. But and then we start to see, as the afternoon get towards noon, and especially noon Eastern, does start to kind of reinvigorate the line. You can see a little bit of a bowing feature. And yeah, that gets accentuated further here into southern Georgia and the rest of the Florida Panhandle as we get into the afternoon. This is kind of the area where the Storm Prediction Center right now has a slight risk across northern Florida and southern Georgia. And by 3, 4 p.m., finally reaching the coastal areas of Georgia around Brunswick, but arcing back west of Jacksonville and around Gainesville. It's not a bad model. This is a newer model, the RRFS, that Rufus model. Let's see what it does. It's a little behind to our current line of storms. And I just want to check. No tornado warnings right now, all severe thunderstorm warnings, so we're good on that. So it shows this at 1 a.m. It's midnight right now. This one keeps kind of the stronger storms down through New Orleans. And then kind of breaks up the line to the north into Mississippi. But keeps a little bit stronger storms into southern Louisiana, maybe skirting the coast around Gulfport, Biloxi by about 4 a.m. Same for kind of Mobile, maybe right along the coast. This one keeps it at. But look here, this one also does bring more cells in to areas, especially this one likes the Florida Panhandle a little more than the Mobile Baldwin County area, but that still brings some isolated super-ish cells into the Florida Panhandle overnight, 2, 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning kind of time frame. This one wants to really weaken the line as it crosses through Mobile and into western Alabama, but still watching these little prefrontals. And then through the day, we get into 7, 8 a.m. Starts to see kind of a reinvigoration of these lines with some cells coming offshore. And then wants to kind of by mid-morning, late morning, fire up the line again. Through southern Georgia and back through the rest of the Florida Panhandle. So that's certainly a competent model. We could get a mix of both. The line could break down a little bit, like the RRFS is showing. But we could get some stronger storms like it's showing out ahead. Or the HRRR kind of is more solid with the line. Maybe a few less prefrontals. Let's just check out. Oh, back in, was it Christmas 24? Like, was that the 27th, 28th of December? The NAM is interesting. It weakens the line a little quicker coming through the New Orleans area. And then kind of weakens it through Mobile, Pascagoula. But we can still see some hints of some prefrontals. And then it does start to kind of pick it back up by about 11. Interesting. High-res models still kind of differ a little bit. But in general, by mid-morning, it does look like they have some consensus on re-strengthening the line through areas like the middle of the Florida Panhandle. And especially by late morning, starting to get pretty vigorous again. And yeah, the HRRR is the most consistent to keep this line kind of together through southern Mississippi and at least through southwest parts of Alabama before it kind of breaks it up a little bit. All right, that's an interesting look. All right, new tornado warning coming out for this area near Donaldsonville. Yeah, it's that area we highlighted for rotation a little bit ago. That area around Donaldsonville had some broad rotation with it, and I guess the National Weather Service liked it enough. Southern Ascension, St. James Parish, and North Central Assumption Parish until 1 a.m. Severe thunderstorms capable of producing both tornadoes and straight line damaging winds located over Donaldsonville, moving east at 40. And there's that area of rotation right in here near Donaldsonville, so moving east at 40. It has not populated on our radar product yet, but there it is. Covenant about 11 minutes. Lutcher, hopefully saying that right. Lutcher about 21. Laplace about 40 minutes. And then if it holds together, or getting into the western suburbs of closer to the airport in Kenner around an hour from now. So I want to check. There were a couple circulations up here near Amite City. It's actually a newer one north of Amite City. The one that was back towards Jack has kind of continued to just kind of hold steady. Hasn't really tightened back up. Lawrence County, Mississippi. Yes, new warning there. Oh, it's an observed. Near Monticello. This is that other area of rotation that we were tracking a little bit ago. Radar confirmed damaging tornado. Yeah, it's this this is it right here, this little CC drop just north of East Lincoln. And it's lifted to the north towards Fairplay. This is east of Brookhaven. Yeah, it's that little area of rotation that we saw earlier. It's lifted up through East Lincoln. And then, interestingly, yeah, the line is kind of moving towards the east, towards Monticello. This thing is lifted north. So it's coming up towards Woolworth, NOLA, not New Orleans, but NOLA, Fair River, and Songtag. Tornado is on the ground. Repeat. Take cover now. That's what the National Weather Service says. Not much. It's not very pretty looking. But yeah, it's in here. You can kind of see that rotation just to the right over East Lincoln. China Grove Drive southeast, and then it's lifting very quickly off to the area right near Fair River. This is another kind of crappy radar hole. So it doesn't show up very well, but it's in here. And yeah, there it is on the CC, showing a little better. Yeah, shows better from the Jackson radar. There's your CC drop. And look how quickly that formed. Nothing really there at 12:08. 12:10, a full CC drop. So 2 minutes later, full CC drop. That's lifting off to the north towards Fairplay. May still be on the ground. It may just be lofted debris. But either way, that's a dangerous cell right here, coming up towards NOLA, Songtag, Tyrus, and Oma. Yeah, it's east of Brookhaven. Not by much, though. It's going to be about 11 miles east of Brookhaven. Going away from Brookhaven. So it's moving away from the I-55 corridor. I don't know why these tornado warnings aren't populating right now. I just reset it. Potentially another, this would be a different circulation. Potentially a different circulation popping up, another QLCS type circulation popping up near Monticello and up towards Silver Creek. Keep an eye on that one as well. And our other circulation tornadic one near Woolworth and NOLA could still be on the ground. Looks a little weaker than it did earlier. Or this could be lofted debris, especially how it's kind of stretching out a little bit. Makes me think it's kind of lofted debris, but either way, you want to be in your tornado safe place. And I have no idea why these things aren't populating. I'm going to have to switch to... Bear with me here. Okay, there you go. Switched over to weather-wise for a little bit because things weren't populating on the other one. But here's that tornado warning. Covers Monticello, Silver Creek, New Hebron, as well as Songtag, NOLA, Tyrus, Vanella. Definitely didn't say that right. Oma. And then Monticello over towards Silver Creek. Still showing CC lowerings in this area near Woolworth and Songtag. Not seeing any CC lowerings yet in this storm near Monticello. But that is a little bit of a concerning circulation here too. So we have one observed tornado there, and then our other cell is down here now east of Donaldsonville. This is a radar indicated circulation approaching areas around McElroy, Grand Point, and closing in on areas on I-10, just south of I-10. Let's see, we might be able to get cameras down there too. This is a spooky looking camera, but this is right near the circulation, just to the east of Donaldsonville, and right near the interchange between Highway 70 and 3125. Pretty heavy rains blowing across that part of the highway. Special marine warning out for water spouts. We'll probably see that extend out into Lake Pontchartrain in a little while. Let's go back to our observed tornado. This is picking up just south of Monticello. I'm increasingly concerned about that cell. Still seeing debris lofted in this cell near Songtag. Hopefully saying that right. if you're in the town of Monticello, definitely take your tornado safety precautions. Take us with you. Take us on your phone or tablet or computer and just go to your tornado safe spot, lowest level into your room, away from the doors and windows. The particular circulation is south of downtown, down on Sellers Highway, approaching 587. And let me get a read on where this is going. It's lifting pretty steady right now to the north and east. So it may miss immediate downtown Monticello, but it's too close to call. If you're in the town, I would take my tornado safety measures. Let's see. But yeah, we can see winds going away from the radar and towards the radar. And it's going to continue tracking like that. Okay, there's a new update. Definitely stay in your tornado safety measure. Uh-oh. Tornado in Monticello. That's a debris signature. Yeah. It looks legit. Yeah, it's right at the circulation. That's a new tornado on the ground near Monticello, just south of Monticello. Taking your tornado safety measures. I switched back to my other radar. I'm a little familiar, a little better with how it looks, but okay. Got to go with this one since this is working. It does appear like the cell near Sontag has weakened. Still seeing some lofted debris, but I think that's just lofted debris. The newest tornado is ongoing here, just south of Monticello. And now just east of Monticello. Southeast side of Monticello need to be in your tornado safe space. That's your tornadic debris signature correlation coefficient. Kat, are you still with us? Are you in your tornado safe space? Got to be in your tornado safe space here, Lawrence County. We've had multiple tornadoes here in the last couple minutes in Lawrence County. One lifted up. There goes the one. You can see it lift up towards Sontag. May still even be in here. There's still some lowered CC value near Tyrus. And then here's your new one near Monticello. Let us know how you're doing there, Kat, in the chat. If you're to the east and north of Monticello, you need to be in your tornado safe space along Highway 84, up towards Silver Creek, Hooker, Ferguson, New Hebron, and keep an eye on this storm if you're out here towards White Sand. Yeah, they just updated it to near Monticello, moving northeast at 50, damaging tornado. So they just updated the language to cover the new tornadic circulation. Still seeing some lowered CC values on that northern cell. I don't see a lot of reflectivity here. I think that's mostly just lofted debris. It's this one down here towards Silver Creek that I'm extra worried about right now. Lifting up towards Silver Creek. Yeah, that one's gone. That's good there. We've lost the first cell. This one developed quickly on the south side of Monticello. It's lifting up along Highway 84. So now east sides of Monticello, out along Highway 184, where it intersects with Highway 84. And then up north of there, Ferguson Road, Pin Oak Church, and then up towards Silver Creek area, 184 again. You guys need to be in your tornado safety spot here. You want to hop down, just look at our cell near Donaldsonville. That one's bulging out pretty good. That's right actually along Highway or I-10, just to the east of McElroy. And that's going to be approaching Mariposa Wildlife Refuge. Riding right along the highway there. That's dangerous. I-10 even at midnight, I'm sure, is a pretty well-traveled highway. Okay, there's a camera on I-10, very close to that circulation, looking towards that circulation. Yeah, southwest of Brookhaven, you're good. Let's go back to that cell, because that's the one producing the tornado at the moment. Yeah, southwest of Brookhaven, you're good. Anywhere along I-55 and west, especially in Brookhaven, you're good. The tornado was always, the first one was still east of Brookhaven, so he's probably good as long as he doesn't live like many miles south of Brookhaven. Yeah. It was out towards East Lincoln, if he knows where that is. East Lincoln and points north. This tornado is across the southern parts of Monticello, and then it's now along Highway 84 between Monticello and Silver Creek. It's approaching Silver Creek just near Ferguson Road and 84, and then also around Pin Oak Church. If you're in Silver Creek, you need to get to your safe space if you haven't already. Watching from the lakefront in New Orleans, you're probably going to get a light show out on the lakefront. Those storms are closing in from the west. Probably start to see them here, the lightning showing up on the west side of the lake. Right now, just the one tornado warning in Louisiana towards Donaldsonville, Louisiana. This is well west of Laplace right now, but generally headed into a little more populated area. It's along and just north of I-10. Let's check this one. I don't see a CC drop with this, but it's getting out into the swamp and wildlife refuge. There's that circulation. That's the one good thing, is this is a little less populated out here. Actually, it's a lot less populated. As that generally is going to travel north of I-10. There are a couple communities north of Laplace to watch out for, but I think most of those are fish camps and landings. I don't think too many people live in this area. Still watching a weak circulation to the east of Amite City near Holton. and also another one near Wilmer. This one was tornado warned earlier when it was back near Slaughter, Louisiana, and it's kind of stayed basically together, but it's not been tornadic for a while. But still keeping an eye on that one. That's going to go north of most of the populated areas on the North Shore. That's going to generally head north of Folsom, but towards Bogalusa. So keep an eye on that one. And also Franklinton, keep an eye on that cell. Still have the observed tornado ongoing near Silver Creek. Let's take a look at our correlation coefficient. Still seeing a pretty good correlation coefficient. The rotation has backed off some. So that's a good sign. Let's take a look at this again and see where it... you can see both tornadoes. We went from nothing to something real quick here. Look near East Lincoln. How this pops up very quickly in one radar scan. And then actually works to the north. It was on the ground before it was tornado warned. We noted that area of rotation a while back. And then it stayed together, I think, for a little while. Maybe weakened and lifted because it looks like it broadened and the debris signature weakened. But it may have actually touched back down. The debris signature seemed to concentrate just near Woolworth a little bit. And then it finally lifted to the north. And just as that one kind of went away, we saw our other cell develop a pretty tight circulation. I was calling it out. And then the next scan, we got a debris signature, pretty tight debris signature, compact, but a deeper one. And then that continued to work towards the areas just south of Monticello and towards Highway 84. It still may be in here. And if it is, that CC signature is over Silver Creek. So we still could have a weaker end tornado, even though I don't see the deeper CC values. And it looks like it has weakened, but I'm not ready to call that fully gone yet. Is your buddy good in Brookhaven? How about Catwoman95? If you're still in the chat, let us know. She was in the Monticello area just as that tornado warning was going off. And that one came up fast. That was not one that looked very impressive on radar, which is why these QLCS type tornado situations can be very dangerous because they're not long track, supercells that we're following for 40 miles sometimes. As we were watching that one tornado near East Lincoln, this one right here, lifting up towards Fairplay, you can see a little bit of a weaker circulation in here. That's the one that eventually comes up towards Monticello, but it doesn't really strengthen until right here. That's when I started to really note it, as it started to strengthen up at 12:18. And then by about 12:20, it was producing a tornado with a CC drop on it. So within about 5-6 minutes, went from really not much to a tornado producing signature. And I've seen QLCS tornadoes produce even quicker than that. I've seen them go from like basically nothing to a tornado producing storm within like 3 to 4 minutes. Still lifting off to the north and east near Silver Creek and Prentice. We do have a new tornado warning observed. They just extend this out. Damaging tornado radar confirmed. I think they just extended it out, but let me look here at the correlation coefficient. Oh, you know what? There's another one in here too, I think. Not used to this CC. Right here. That looks like another tornado just briefly. very briefly. Near Progress. Still seeing some circulation in here near Silver Creek. So if you're out ahead of this, McGee, Mount Olive, Collins, Seminary, Bassfield, they're warning this whole area. Just they should be. So that's good. They're warning the whole area. And we do have cameras out there. We can get out to that part of Mississippi real quick. We've seen several tornadoes, I think, on this Collins camera in past live streams. So let's take a look here and get this up. It is a sleepy night in Collins right now. Hopefully people are taking the tornado precautions. Let me look. Back towards Monticello. It still may be in here too. There is still a little bit of a CC lowering between Prentice and Silver Creek. It seems to have weakened, but I'm not ready to write that whole storm off. So definitely take your tornado safety measures. So as the debris comes up through the tornado, it does fan out. So we can see a wider debris signature than the actual tornadic circulation. So there is like lower CC values down in this area. That's not the tornadic CC value. This is a little better signature when it was fairly new. Let me see. Do I have a measuring tool on here? Yes. Okay. Let's go back. Yeah, the debris signature was over a mile wide, but likely the tornado was not, because it does fan out over that space. But this could have been a little beefier of a tornado, because we're farther from the radar too. We're not super close to the radar like we were earlier today. So earlier today was pretty concentrated area of circulation, but this one is farther from the radar site. That could have been one of those more beefy tornadoes. And still potentially ongoing. Did they cancel the warning? They may have canceled that. No. I think so. There is still likely a tornado on the ground in here between Prentice and, well, just north of Prentice and Highway 84. Come out towards the Prentice Country Club. Let me switch back. Yeah, there's a different look at this on the other radar app, but it did blow up pretty quick. And then, yeah, I think we had a different tornado near Progress, while the other one was ongoing up near Silver Creek. And yeah, that stayed in here near Progress as well. You know what? This is a new circulation. This is a new tornado on the ground. The old one likely lifted here near Silver Creek. And this does seem to be a new circulation. Lifting just north of Prentice up along Old Highway 84. And this is, yeah, it's on the back side of this circulation here. Doesn't show up great, but there it is right in here near Old Highway 84. Right now I'm using multiple apps because something's up with the I thought it was my one radar app. This is my go-to. It's Radar Omega. And it hasn't been loading the tornado warnings very good in the last hour and a half or 2 hours. So for some reason, just turn off all the stuff. I've reloaded the app. It's not showing tornado warnings. So one of the other really good apps, and this one also has a lot of good free features. So if you're looking for a good radar app and you don't want to pay a lot of money, but you need, enough features that you can see what's going on and get some good weather reports and know where tornadoes are within your area, this is WeatherWise. They have paid tiers too, but what you get in the free is very, very good. So I switched over to WeatherWise because it was showing me the 2 tornado warnings, but now it's not showing me the newest warnings. So it's not showing me the warning that's over Prentice right now. There's another warning polygon that covers like this area, and it's not showing up on WeatherWise or on Radar Omega. So if it's not showing up on both of those, I know it's not a problem with one. It's something with the coding, I guess, of the, I'm not a coder, but it's something maybe with the coding of the NWS weather office right now. Might be glitching out, which is not great in the middle of a QLCS tornado threat. But so I'm kind of using both right now just to cover my bases. But there is an ongoing tornado up along Highway 13 just north of Prentice. And let's get a mile, about 4.5 miles north of Prentice on Highway 13. And that is your correlation coefficient. So this version on WeatherWise, your meteorological targets are in the pink, and then non-meteorological targets show up in the purple and blue color. So this is your non-meteorological targets showing up here. So the radar samples the storm, and if they're all pretty much the same, if they're all raindrops, the storm, or even hail sometimes, but small hail especially, they're all fairly similar sized, and the radar says those are good. And then if it samples something else and sees, boards and twigs and trees and pieces of sheet metal and some hail and some rain, it says these don't correlate with each other. They're not the same shape. So it lowers the correlation value. So lower correlation tends to mean more debris, or less correlation. So, so that's kind of the difference there. And we're seeing that right now, just lifting up towards what? Towards pretty rural areas, but White Sand Church Road. If you're up along White Sand Church Road towards Clem, Mississippi, you need to be in your tornado safe space. And I'm zooming in to find communities. So that is one good sign. Not a ton of communities out here north of Prentice, but Mount Carmel, Clem, and looks like that has weakened a little bit. So that's a good sign. No, it's okay. Let's see. Yeah, definitely. If you have friends or family in this area, give them a text and let them know there's some tornadoes in progress in this area. If I was here, I'd want to be waking up by my buddy. Yeah, this is lifting north very quickly. It's lifting very quickly. If you're south of Brookhaven, you should be good. Along 55, this was, get a measurement on that first one. The first one started around East Lincoln, about 12 miles south and east of Brookhaven. So if he's close to 55, he would have been good pretty much the whole time. This is a problem for east of Brookhaven. And now we're like 37 miles east of Brookhaven. You want to hop down, go back to our storms to the south. Yeah, there's a new tornado warning also. This is not great. I'm sorry, guys. We're not getting the proper tornado warnings on either of these apps, which is, again, it's not an app issue. It's got to be a National Weather Service issue. I'm not trying to call them out to be grumpy either, but we now have tornadoes going on near Folsom. So yeah, so I'm not getting warnings myself. Hopefully you guys are on your phones. Yeah, that's my third backup is on my phone, so I keep looking at it off to my side. I don't know what's going on. Three QLCS tornadoes potentially near Folsom. Yeah, no, I got you. Yeah, radar. I have radar scope on my phone too, so I'm trying to glance down at that too. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I don't know why radar scope is showing all the tornado warnings, and then these two apps have been a little weird, which is really weird. They're very reliable apps too, so I've never had this issue, but it's got to be something on the National Weather Service backend that it's not pulling it right. I don't know. Okay, QLCS tornado threat here around Folsom. Let's look at these. That could be something. These have been very quick to develop too. Yeah, they came out of the Hammond area. This only started to happen about an hour ago. And then WeatherWise was working great. So I switched over to WeatherWise and it was working great. And then it stopped showing too. So I'm not sure what's up. One, two, three possible tornadoes north of Covington, Louisiana. And that's a suspicious CC lowering on this one. A little suspicious. I'm suspicious of all these, actually. They don't look exactly like that Monticello one that we just finished looking at a few minutes ago, but there are a couple suspicious lower CC values in here. This one, not so much, but these could easily be very close to touching down. Everything else is working except the warnings. So that's interesting. And then still looking at that area of circulation down near north of Laplace. That's approaching the lakeshore now. That is sliding north of Laplace. So that's going to be out into Lake Pontchartrain. What part, Jan? If you're in this area east of Franklinton and Folsom, you do want to pay attention to this. Down towards Picayune, Poplarville, if you're in that part of Mississippi. If you're in southwest Mississippi, like back here to Woodville, Liberty, Macomb, Brookhaven, you're good to go out west of Brookhaven. Natchez, you're all good to go. Let's see what else is going on. Jackson, storms are strong, pushing through that area right now. Let's take a look at these cells. Ooh, that looks a little weird. I still think there's a tornado north of Prentice still, it looks like. near Clem. We called you guys out earlier. It's on the backside of this QLCS, kind of wrapping in like that. Not a great presentation on radar, but still looks like the CC is holding there. So likely still there. And then I do want to look at Hammond. You should be good at Hammond. These are all now east of Hammond. Yeah, here's a look at the velocity. 3 QLCS tornadic circulations around Folsom up to the just south of Franklinton. And I'm looking back towards Covington. I don't see anything right there right now. Back towards Madisonville. There's another circulation that was tornado warned earlier. It's north of Laplace, just about to cross into Lake Pontchartrain. Likely a possible water spout. And then let me look at, make sure everything's good south. Those are our only tornado warnings right now. None down near Thibodaux, but this area is one to watch. With that area circulation as well. And yeah, we're having some glitchy issues on all of our weather apps right now, showing warnings. This is still a confirmed tornado, 8 miles east of Prentice. Oh boy, that's messy. That may be it right here. There's another, not really a great signature, but there is a little bit of a CC lowering on the back edge of that. There's definitely a tornado that lifted north of Prentice, but then, and that may be it right in here near Terrell, and then near Lone Star. This is, yeah, this is just near Lone Star with a confirmed tornado warning. 8 miles east of Prentice, moving northeast at 50. Again, sorry for the confusion here. We're working on multiple apps because they're not showing the tornado warnings properly. We have other tornado warnings in progress in Louisiana. We have, let's take a look at these again. Near Folsom, we have a, ooh, that's close. That may be a debris signature there too. To the east of Folsom, along Highway 40 coming towards Blonde. Another signature is, come on. I don't see any on that one. Yeah, these other two, I don't see any debris signatures. That doesn't mean they're not on the ground. Yeah, they're warned, Misty, but there's a glitch on the radar apps. I have 2 pretty solid radar apps that are not working right now. So it must, sorry, I guess it must not be a glitch with the radar apps themselves. It must be something in the coding of them, because both of them are not picking up the warnings. I have an app on my phone, Radar Scope, that is picking up, it looks like, the warnings. So it's got to be something with coding. Or someone has, I don't know, maybe hacked. I don't know. Someone has maybe done something bad to these. I don't know. Not a computer programmer, but yeah, we do have they are warned. And it sounds like we had some people in here from the areas that were under the warnings a little bit ago around Brookhaven and Monticello. And I believe they did say they got the warnings on their phones. So it sounds like that part is working. I don't think that we looked at that earlier. I don't know if that's, yeah, near Meyer, Louisiana. I don't think it's true. We looked at it on radar. We had a camera located like right here at Scott, and it was windy, but it wasn't 132-mile-an-hour windy, and any circulation passed south of there. So unless it was a downburst where winds come out and kind of fan out in all directions, unless it was some type of microburst, which it didn't look like on radar, I'm thinking that it was some type of glitchy radar or glitchy mesonet reading, because even some of the stronger mesonets, if they get into a tornado, they get ripped apart. So I don't know what that was, but I hope that gets corrected if it was a misreading. This is a weird night. The last, however long our stream has been going great until the last hour or so, and all the warnings kind of stopped working. But this is a QLCS tornado situation, so these can pop up very quickly within just a scan or two. And now I am kind of working both apps at the same time to just check. Actually, that can be helpful. Okay, I have CC on one app, and I have velocity on the other. So even though we aren't properly getting those warnings, I can at least kind of see what's going on. A little worried west of Covington. That is starting to tighten up a little bit. We still have some QLCS spin-ups over here near Franklinton, east of Franklinton, along 1072. And then also now well east of Folsom near Blonde. And then also, where are we? Near White Sands Lake Beach. Berry Creek Cabins out here near Isabel in southeast Louisiana. We probably have water spouts. This was a tornadic warned storm earlier. Now over the lake. Other area circulation also showing up over western Lake Pontchartrain. We'll see about those. May have some better visuals. Right now, this is all well north and west of New Orleans. Right now, not a imminent threat for New Orleans. We do have severe thunderstorm warnings that cover the west side of town. Hey, you know what? Have I lost those too? Yes. Hattiesburg, west side of town, severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag, 60-mile-an-hour winds, and a tornado possible north of Hattiesburg up towards Seminary, Collins, and Mount Olive. Tornado warning continues there. Okay, we'll go up here too. Let's see. Okay, this is going to look a little messy, but here is this is our quad radar. We sometimes inspect stuff with it. This does show the warning polygon for the Collins area. So there's Seminary, there's Collins, and Mount Olive. They just kind of trimmed it. So it's now east of Bassfield, approaching Collins. I don't even know. Based on the radar earlier, it didn't even look like 82. It looked like 62. So I don't know if the radar or if that Mesonet site was properly functioning or not. Yeah, tornado warnings in northern St. Tammany. Let's check these real quick. I do want to look here. I don't see any. Still some rotation in this cell coming up towards Mendenhall, and still some broad rotation near Collins. I don't see anything imminently on the ground. And the storm is kind of breaking up near McGee. So those look a little better in Mississippi at the moment. Let's go back to our cells in Louisiana. And here's a look at those two cells. Northwestern St. Tammany Parish, South Central Washington Parish. That is a radar indicated tornado for both of those. And then Central Washington Parish, also radar indicated. So those are still radar indicated, and I haven't seen any CC really big confirmation drops of those, but there are a couple circulations still ongoing. That one has shown a little CC drop at a time, but it's hard to say. Yeah, none of those have, none of those three. These are the tornado warned storms. These three cells right here. And they're coming up towards Bogalusa and Varnado and Angie. So they actually have them warned. More like that. But there's these three cells. We are watching a little bit of a circulation starting to develop near Covington, and then there's also one right along the lakeshore near Madisonville. So also watching those two areas of circulation. Those are broader than the other ones. And then there is likely an ongoing tornadic waterspout on the west side of Lake Pontchartrain. And then, yeah, severe thunderstorm warnings continue for Franklin, Folsom, Covington, Mandeville, Madisonville, Lacombe, and then over towards Angie, Varnado, Bogalusa. Severe thunderstorm warnings in Mississippi, Purvis, Hattiesburg, especially the west side of Hattiesburg, and Summerall. And then also up back towards Bassfield and Mount Olive. Again, that tornado warning there has been trimmed to Mount Olive, Collins, and Seminary. And south of Taylorsville. So it's basically in this area here. A little bit of a rotation near Collins, another kind of broader one between McGee and Mendenhall. Both don't show tornadoes on the ground at the moment, so that is good. And things are clearing out. If you're in Brookhaven, if you're in Monticello, that tornado just passed just south of downtown Monticello. No tornado warnings there. Prentice, you guys were close to a confirmed tornado too. You're in a severe thunderstorm warning, but that's going to be clearing out in the next couple minutes. Your tornado chances drop dramatically behind this line of storms. You think these storms will be dying out, at least for a little bit? Maybe. The models kind of hinted at it. The models hinted at it breaking up as it gets into southern Mississippi, but then we do have to watch some of these prefrontal storms. There's possibility of some waterspout type supercells coming ashore. None yet that I see out here, but we do have to watch kind of this area for any storm development to move into areas like Pensacola, Mobile, even like Pascagoula or Biloxi. But the models do generally show weakening. I haven't seen it yet, though. In fact, This is an area of rotation near Thibodaux, Louisiana that does not have a tornado warning. I'm checking literally all of my apps, but probably should. It's pretty close to needing a tornado warning near areas east of Thibodaux. And stuff can develop over the coast, especially like over the lake, because there is less friction over water. So you can get water spouts that landfall. There was one maybe last spring. It was a pretty good, vigorous water spout. Showed really good on radar, and then it basically fizzled as soon as it came ashore, and it never really actually touched Lacombe. So that happens actually quite a bit, which is why areas like Mandeville, like right along on the shoreline on the North Shore, can be susceptible. Hattiesburg is still under these, is still east of this line of storms. So yes, you guys are still in a tornado threat with a tornado watch for another 3 hours and 50 minutes. It's probably not going to take 4 hours to get this line through. It's just really once this line comes through. So, and it's moving. Let me get the time frame for you. The line is moving at now the leading edge of this is north of Hattiesburg, moving at about 70 miles an hour. Now it's sped up quite a bit. So north of Hattiesburg, this is going to get through a little quicker. I'm guessing south of Hattiesburg, this is probably moving at more like 60. So at that speed, if it's moving at about 60, and we'll recalculate, about 20 minutes, that line should get to Hattiesburg, and then, you know, give it a few more minutes behind there. So within the next hour, Hattiesburg should be in a little better spot. I know it's like 1 a.m. So if you want to go to bed in Hattiesburg, make sure you got your weather radio turned on. Make sure you got your NOAA alerts on your phone turned on, so you get your weather alerts on your phone, and or just stay up another hour or so, and then that'll be through. We are getting a new tornado warning for that storm that I just mentioned a few minutes ago down near Des Allemands and Paradise, the area just to the east of Thibodaux. This is going to be a new tornado warning, radar indicated tornado warning for central St. Charles Parish, north central Lafourche Parish until 2 a.m. And it is moving at 35 miles an hour. Paradise, Bayou Gauche, and Lolling around 11 or 1:30. It includes basically it is basically this area here. So there's your winds going away from the radar. Here's winds going towards the radar. Des Allemands is kind of in the center line for this, and then it's going to cross the lake. So not much population out here once it gets east of Des Allemands. But then we'll watch it when it gets over here towards John Lafitte. Oh, thank God. I was really worried because I saw your comment that you're in Monticello, and then literally the next scan there was a tornado, and I called you out and asked if you were good, and I didn't hear anything. That tract looked like on the south side of Monticello, so I don't know if you have any damage, but or if you were just lucky and not on that side of town, but south side of town and then east side of town up towards Silver Creek. That looks like the kind of path this took. Kind of right in there, maybe. Just missed maybe downtown. We're still going. We have some glitches to our radar. Let's go look at some of these cells. Not seeing any CC drops. That is getting tighter and stronger near Bogalusa. So yeah, and that area still has a tornado warning. So up towards Varnado, Bogalusa, you need to take your tornado safety precautions. Down towards Sun, still a tornado warning there. And then, well, actually near Sun, there's kind of two areas of circulation. Watching another area of circulation crossing the causeway right now. And then another one back here, kind of on the central part of the lake. Watch this one if you're near Lacombe. It's generally headed to the east towards Lacombe. So no tornado warning yet, but again, we'll see if that landfalls as a stronger circulation. And then tornado warning back here near Des Almonds, Green Acres, Bayou Gauche, and up towards Kellogg. All need to be in your tornado safe space. Wow. Yeah, definitely call people and let them know you're good. Glad you guys are safe. That threat has moved well east of the Monticello area and Silver Creek and Prentice, but that was quite a little bit of time. Let me look at these cells again. You had people in Hattiesburg. Still just a severe thunderstorm warning for the Hattiesburg area. It's all west of Hattiesburg right now. Actually, Hattiesburg proper is actually out of the warning. The severe thunderstorm warning is basically west of the interstate right now. So you guys are preparing for severe weather, but not under a severe weather warning right now. Same for Laurel. Cells are off to your west, tornado warned near Collins. And again, we're having some glitches to radar products. Multiple radar products that I'm using don't have warnings populating, so bear with me here. As I have one or two that are populating warnings. Oh yeah, here's the warning polygon up here for the Des Almonds storm. Actually, let me see if I can make this one radar. Bear with me here for a minute. We'll do this kind of a weird way, but this might work. Yes. Okay. Let's do this. All right, we're going to get kind of untraditional here. Let's see. Normally I would have our cameras up. And normally I have our tag here. If you're new here, like and subscribe, and then follow us on WeatherCastUSA, WXCastUSA, X and Facebook. But I'm going to... All right. I'll do that and kind of shrink myself down a little bit. I might even disappear for a little bit. That way you guys can see the warnings better. Since warnings aren't populating on most of the apps, except the really old apps for some reason. There we go. Sorry, almost fell out of my chair. Is it bad in Laurel? No, you guys are not under a tornado warning. Here are... here's Laurel. And let me get Hattiesburg in here. Hattiesburg down here. Laurel here. The tornado warning is off to your west near Collins and south of Taylorsville. Now Laurel, as well as all the way up towards Enterprise, Heidelberg, Sandersville, Soso, and Ellisville, all under a severe thunderstorm warning. That is... See, even this is not giving me... I'm clicking all around and I can't get the warning to... Something's going on with NWS warnings tonight. And whatever it is, it's making the apps all weird. Okay, new tornado warning. This is coming up from Taylorsville to Bay Springs. Okay, yes. Here I can get a warning up. Thank God. Actually, this is not good. It's a damaging tornado. Sorry, guys. It's a little hectic. We're kind of flying semi-blind. Without these warnings populate. Wow. What? Wow. Okay. Taylorsville to Collins, or Collins up to Taylorsville, up to Bay Springs, Mississippi. You need to be in your tornado safe space. There's not much showing on circulation. There is a little bit of a circulation here. However, when I go to CC, that is a correlation coefficient drop that we have not seen all night. That is a large correlation coefficient drop, decently far from our radar. And it looks like it went up just north of Collins. And about 10 minutes ago, we can see a little correlation drop just near Collins. And that has ballooned up. It's crossed near Union. This could be a significant tornado. Just looking at the correlation coefficient drop, that shows a deep, low correlation. Yeah. This is moving up towards Taylorsville. If I look here, Laurel, you're down here in this corner of the radar. So Laurel, this is not for you. It's lifting towards Taylorsville and just west of Soso. The tornado warning, you can see it on the left side of the screen. On my other radar product covers basically everything kind of west of Soso. Something like this. So that's your tornado warning with a really deep CC drop on it. Bay Springs, Sylvania, I think that's how you say it. And areas around Lewin, I would also be in my tornado safe space. Bay Springs, Stringer, Simpson, Summerland, Gambrel, Gitano, Taylorsville. That's a big CC drop. It doesn't really show even... It's there, but it doesn't show even like a debris ball on the radar necessarily, but it definitely shows it in CC. This is getting into a weird night sort of situation here. Let's check our friends again. Laurel, Heidelberg, Sandersville, Ellisville. No tornado warning for you guys right now. It's a severe thunderstorm warning. You can see that outlined on the left in the yellow box. Same for Hattiesburg. That area that is severe warned is west of Hattiesburg at the moment. And at the moment, not seeing a lot of rotation in this part of the line. This is what I'm looking at right in here. I can definitely see the rotation up near Taylorsville. I drew that a little wrong. Just south of Taylorsville in this area. And that correlates with that cell. Right now, not seeing that around Hattiesburg, but you are in a tornado watch, so conditions are favorable for tornadoes. Let's go down to the south. And if I'm not covering your specific location, but you get a tornado warning, take your tornado safety measures, because There's a lot going on right now, so we got to cover some multiple people. Severe thunderstorms continue. They're just about out of their tornado warning area from Bogalusa, Varnado down towards Sun. I haven't really seen correlation coefficient drops with these 3 areas of circulation, and they still don't look like they have them. So they may just let them kind of go as a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning. And we can see that on here. Let's see. There is a large severe thunderstorm warning tornado possible tag, basically running from Columbia over towards, not quite to Poplersville, and down towards Slidell. This whole area is basically under a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning, like this. That includes Covington, Bogalusa, Picayune. Oh, they just extended it through Slidell. Let's see. There it goes. So all those areas in yellow are under the severe thunderstorm warning. For 60-mile-an-hour winds, penny-sized hail, and potential remain alert for tornadoes. They can develop quickly. And let's check these. Another area of circulation coming in towards Lacombe, off the water. Not seeing anything there. A little broad circulation just north of Lacombe along I-12. Not seeing anything there. So everything's... There's a couple areas of circulation, but they're behaving themselves in the North Shore. I want to go down to the New Orleans area. New Orleans, severe thunderstorm warning for Kenner and Metairie. And then the tornado warning continues for areas around Green Acres, Bayou Gauche, and then a really low populated area out over the lake. It's now past Des Allemands. It is in this area here, just near Green Acres. It has weakened since the last time we looked at it, but still take your tornado safety measures out there near Bayou Gauche. And luckily, I think there's only just fish camps and no actual population out here in the rest of the tornado warning. So we're not going to probably pay attention to that cell that much right now, but I do want to look at the cell to the south. There is some rotation in that cell south of Chauvin, but that is out also in pretty much wildlands. So I do want to go back to our main storms on the North Shore and then up towards Taylorsville, Mississippi. Still seeing a messy CC in here. And whoop, it's popping up with all kinds of stuff. Still have a tornado producing storm located 7 miles north of Collins. Damaging tornado, radar confirmed. It's going to be near Taylorsville now. And then Center Ridge about 1:40 in the morning. Bay Springs around 1:50. That is a really messy CC, but some of that is blow off, but it looks like it's still in here near Gambrel and Taylorsville. Yeah, it's a weird, really weird CC and circulation, but I believe it's still in there. I treat that like it's still on the ground, whether it is or not. This part of the line is starting to break up a little bit, which is good. But there is another circulation near Puckett to watch. Kind of a weaker end circulation, but keeping an eye on that one. This is now all east and north of Collins, McGee, Mendenhall, Summerall. You guys are in a little better shape there. Still approaching Hattiesburg. This part of the line is a little bit slower, so we're trailing back towards Hattiesburg. No, you're good. Is it Neva? Hopefully saying that right. Yeah, just stick with us here and we'll get you through it. You're not home alone when you got an amazing weather community here on YouTube. And good news is this does seem to have lifted. Not seeing that concentrated debris signature near Summerland and Taylorsville. Once again, Laurel, that is going well to your north. This is going to be about 15 miles to the northwest of Laurel. So Laurel, you're okay. Laurel looks like a great town. I watched that show on HGTV, fixing up those historic homes in Laurel. It looks like a really cool town. Bogalusa, yeah, you guys have had a few circulations pass just around you, actually. I don't think it's actually gone through Bogalusa. They've dropped the tornado warnings that were in effect for northern St. Tammany Parish. And those circulations near Bogalusa have weakened. They are still in here. Not tornado warned at the moment, but Poplarville, Picayune, you guys are under tornado possible severe thunderstorm warnings as these two areas of rotation continue to work to the east. One kind of up there near Varnado, and then one just south and east of Bogalusa. But those are both across the Pearl and into Mississippi. There's two other circulations. One is a little tighter now near Lacombe, actually just north of Lacombe, coming towards Pearl River, Louisiana. And then the other one is a broader area west of Slidell. Let's take a look at this one near St. Tammany. That one's a concerning area. It has tightened up in the last couple scans, so we'll keep an eye on that one. Again, that's these are not tornado warned right now, but they have a potential of producing some quick spin up tornadoes coming towards Pearl and Slidell. So you're out ahead of this line and you're in a severe thunderstorm warning. I would treat it similar to a tornado warning on the North Shore and towards Slidell, Picayune. Lowest level, into your room, away from doors, windows. If you have a super good safe spot for tornadoes, you maybe don't have to go there yet, but just if you're under a severe thunderstorm warning, you just want to make sure you know where you're going to go if there is a tornado. And if you don't have a basement, it's going to be a hall closet, a bathroom, some type of interior room that doesn't have windows and not on an exterior wall. I hate to say it, but there still might be a tornado ongoing near Taylorsville. This is a really weird looking circulation, a really weird storm. But there's still a decently concentrated area of correlation coefficient drop. So that could still be an ongoing storm. And let's take a look at it. Hasn't been updated in a little bit, but still a confirmed tornado, Jasper, Smith, and Jones counties, coming up towards from Taylorsville to Bay Springs and west and north of Soso. So that very well could be still a tornado on the ground near Taylorsville, again coming up towards Bay Springs. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, it's on my bucket list to get down there. Let's see. Earlier near Northfield, Mississippi, in Lincoln County, multiple trees down, skirting blown off a trailer. South of Brookhaven, probably just damaging wind. I don't think we had a tornadic circulation down there. Take a look at our other circulations. North Shore, still all severe thunderstorm warnings. Tornado possible tag, though. They've canceled the tornado warning for southern St. Charles Parish. That storm has weakened. And that's what we were talking about last time too. The one that went through Des Almonds and Bayou Gauche, kind of a broad circulation, but it's also very weak. It's weak and broad. So that's a good sign. There are severe storms pushing into New Orleans. 60-mile-an-hour winds and penny-sized hail. Yeah, 60-mile-an-hour winds, penny-sized hail pushing through New Orleans. And I don't see any really circulations here. You can see it's a pretty straight line between the red and the green. This is wind pushing away from the radar in the red, and our radar site is over in Hammond. So so that looks pretty good right now. So you can see how straight it is. It's just a sheer line between the red pushing away and the green is just the inflow, the southerly flow out ahead of the storms. But that does appear to be a pretty straight flat front right now. That can always change, but right now it looks like New Orleans, it's going to be just a regular severe thunderstorm, damaging winds, potentially gusts up to 60. And then further north, that's where we do have a few more circulations to watch, coming towards Slidell and Pearl River. Those have broadened a little bit, so that's a good sign there. Still just severe thunderstorm warnings in the North Shore and also now into southwest Mississippi or coastal Mississippi around Bay St. Louis, Diamond Head, and areas around Pearlington. There are a couple other circulations to watch in here. They have weakened in general. One has kind of stayed a little stronger as it's now between Bogalusa and Poplarville. And actually on the last scan, that has tightened up a little bit. Not seeing anything there on the correlation coefficient. Once again, this is showing us meteorological targets versus non-meteorological targets. And the radar scans the storm and sees all raindrops and says, okay, these correlate with each other. And then if it scans another part of the storm, but it sees, trees and lumber and, teddy bears and things, then it says those don't correlate with each other. They have a low correlation. That's something we got to worry about. So not seeing that here in this Bogalusa storm, or now east of Bogalusa. But that is a cell to watch. Let's take a look at that again, get it to load. Yeah, it's down here near White Sand, coming towards Derby, Millard, and Nortac, Mississippi. Come on. Let's go, radar. There we go. Yeah, radar's been a little glitchy. Possibly some 70-mile-an-hour winds with that circulation, even if there's no tornado. And then Hattiesburg, we're looking okay right now. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for you guys. Actually, no, still just on the west side of town for Hattiesburg. And that is a line that has 60-mile-an-hour winds in that one. That is going to push into Laurel pretty soon with 60-mile-an-hour winds. And then look at our storm that may still have a circulation on it. Let's see. There's still something going on in this cell. You know what? I think it's finally done. It looks like whatever's left of that storm is here. And the signature's here. I don't think it's on the ground. It's a weird spot if it would be. And there's not really much of a signature anymore. But still a tornado warning continues there. So see if they've updated this at all. They've not updated it. So continue to treat this as a confirmed tornado just in case. Coming up towards Bay Springs. So Bay Springs, you need to be still in your tornado safe space. Up towards Stevens. Yeah, Bay Springs up to Stevens. You want to stay in your safe space there. Tornado warning continues for, that was again, tornado warning for southwestern Jasper County, southeastern Smith County, and northwestern Jones County in Mississippi. I do have another tornado report from earlier in St. Landry County, or Landry Parish. I think that was that area that we were following in near Washington. We're tracking that tornado warning storm back a while ago, so that that tracks there. We're going to get more reports of damage, I think, especially in the morning. But here's a look at our severe weather. Basically kind of a bookend vortex near Forest, and then a broken line of storms. It has started to weaken on this northern extent. The bookend vortex kind of creates its own little weather sometimes, but basically that's your severe threat from areas along I-20 around Meridian and south in Mississippi through Hattiesburg and down into southern Mississippi, and then also into extreme southeast Louisiana around Slidell, New Orleans, and points to the south and east of New Orleans. If you're west of there, this is one of those events that is a one and done. Okay, they have some good news here. The storm that prompted the tornado warning that was confirmed near Taylorsville is no longer a threat. So they have canceled that tornado warning. So we have no tornado warnings on the board right now. Whew. Let's see. Okay, right now, no tornado warnings. I'll regroup a little bit. And get back to some semblance of normal here with getting everything set up. Okay. Still pretty strong storms. Still a broad circulation coming into the areas around Slidell, Louisiana. I do want to look and see. We should have some traffic cams in this area. Yes, we do. All right, there is our traffic cam out of the Slidell area. So pretty strong storms coming into this camera view. And let me get that kind of, for me, laid out. So we should see the lightning. The wind should pick up here in just a minute. This is I-12 in Slidell. Bayou Gosh. Okay, Bayou Gosh. Sorry. Not from the tornadoes. You guys have some heavy rain, lightning, thunder, probably some roadway flooding, some ponding on the roadways, but that tornado threat has diminished. You're past that tornadic threat. Still a little weak circulation there, but that is below the severe limits. It's over Lake Salvador. No. Oh, well, it could be, but young Savage, this is a tricky area for finding tornadoes on, well, for chasing tornadoes and on camera because of all the trees. And also, generally, more humidity means lower bases to the storms. So there can be tornadoes that hide behind those trees. And yeah, a few times we've had cameras facing the wrong direction. I think this one is facing the correct direction. Wow, that's a big blast of lightning. is no tornado, looks like, right in this Slidell storm. It's a broad rotation with some pretty heavy wind. And yeah, you can see the flashes are on, but tornadic situation right now in Louisiana is diminished at the moment. We'll keep an eye on it for sure, though. Poplarville, someone said South Poplarville. Depending on how far south you are, tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning continues for the Poplarville area. Poplarville is right here. Just a few miles to your south, you have one of these little QLCS circulations. It doesn't mean it's on the ground, but it's area of rotation. And I'm not seeing a debris signature with that one. So right now, likely not on the ground. The only other thing this does do, though, is it enhances the wind. So we're used to this brighter wind, 60 to 70 mile an hour in a fairly compact area, about a mile or two wide. But if you're south of Poplarville towards Derby or Millard, that would be an area where you have a little more concentrated severe weather. Poplarville itself is going to get a pretty strong storm, but more of a general severe thunderstorm. And then I do want to pop back north, just check everybody here. That's what I want to see. The CC says everything looks good here, so there's no ongoing tornadoes. Yeah, Laurel, looking okay right now. Severe storms. You definitely have severe storms, but no tornadoes right now in Laurel. Those storms are just on the west side of town. And yeah, not seeing circulations right now like we saw in the New Orleans area. This is a pretty flat face to the line of storms. So nothing's really spinning right now. That doesn't mean it can't. But this area right around Laurel down towards Ellisville, you guys are in a little better shape right now. And it appears same for Hattiesburg. There's the wind and rain. Ooh, that is pummeling the camera pretty good. Yeah, same for Hattiesburg. Not seeing much in the way of circulation there. Really all the way down to Poplarville. And then we do have that southern circulation near Derby. That is the surge of heavy wind coming through the areas around Slidell on I-12. That's going to be now kind of east of Slidell, north and east, right along I-12 where it meets with 10. And it's going to be approaching the Space Center and the Pearlington area, crossing into Mississippi. That's the goal. Hopefully we're keeping everybody aware. I know I said it earlier on the stream, but especially today, it was Mardi Gras here in the South, so I know a lot of people were celebrating that. And then also with Valentine's Day, I think a lot of people weren't maybe paying attention to severe weather, so hopefully we gave them some advanced warning. Strong storms now across the southern parts of Louisiana. They've given those a special weather statement south of New Orleans. Thanks, Katie. Very much appreciated. And let's see. Happy Valentine's Day. I'll send some love back. I think that's a heart. I hope that's a heart. Kind of looks like a tornado. There's like debris cloud below it or something. Let's see. New Orleans, you guys are also under a severe thunderstorm warning. But those strongest part of the storms is moving through right now, especially on the east side of town. And then you guys will be good to go for the rest of the night too. It's looking a little better, guys. We're looking a little bit better. at least in the last, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes or so. I still don't have any warnings populating on two of the most probably major weather apps that are used. Let's see. Let me check the other one. Okay, that seems to be working a little better. I'm still not getting most of the severe warnings to populate, which is weird, but all right. Well, we'll keep it going. You'll see the warning in the box in the corner of the screen, and then I'll keep kind of refreshing and seeing what's up. But here's New Orleans. Severe thunderstorm outlined in the yellow. For Belle Chase, Gretna, the New Orleans area, out on the east side of town, across the bridge, South Point, Venetian Islands, and then over into the Slidell area, over towards Pearlington, Waveland, Bay St. Louis, Picayune, up towards Poplarville. You guys are all in the severe thunderstorm warning. That one is a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning. But those areas of rotation are weakening. Unless I can see them from the Mobile side. No. Those are weakening, so that's a good sign that those circulations are reducing for the moment. And then looks like Hattiesburg, you guys don't have a distinct severe thunderstorm warning. So strong storms coming through Hattiesburg, but they're technically not severe. Wouldn't be shocked if you got a 55 to 60 mile an hour wind gust though. Just north of Hattiesburg towards Ellisville, Laurel, and Heidelberg. Up in this area, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning. That goes for those areas. That's also for 60 mile an hour wind. And that is a tornado possible tag. So you have to watch for areas of rotation along that line. That said, I didn't see many on there. Maybe a little rotation picking up around south of Ellisville. The main line, or the leading edge of the wind is through Laurel. It's through Ellisville. It's to the east of the interstate. So if you're in downtown Laurel, the back edge of the heaviest rain is behind you. Yeah, you guys are good. You're in the severe thunderstorm warning, but the it'll be clearing out in a few minutes. Are you hearing a lot of thunder right now in that area? Up to Sandersville and Heidelberg. And let's check our storm up here. Yeah, looking a lot better up towards Bay Springs. Some gusty storms from Forest up to Carthage, Mississippi. It's all kind of skipped over Jackson. I don't remember calling out Jackson much. Laurel's doing okay. Let's see. We can even see if is there a Mississippi DOT camera there? Oh, there is. Okay, here's a live look at Laurel at I-59 and US 84. And yeah, I'm not seeing too strong of winds. The trees look like they're just chilling, maybe blowing a little bit, but we're not seeing sideways rain or anything like that. I think it looks like the worst part of the storm may be through Laurel. Yeah, I'm not seeing a super strong surge of wind in here, so that's a good sign. And further south, Poplarville, Picayune, severe storms pushing through now. And those have behaved themselves for a little while. Do see a little bit of a maybe tightening of that one area of rotation near the Space Center down east of Pearl River, well east of Slidell, north of Pearlington. That's one to keep our eye on as it comes towards Diamond Head, Mississippi. And let me see how fast that's going. 40 miles an hour. I put it into Diamond Head in about 15 minutes. Actually, sorry. Go back and make it 40. About 20 minutes to Diamond Head. It holds together 41 and 45 to Gulfport and Long Beach. That, again, is an area that's not tornadic imminently, but at least has a surge of wind on the southern side, so a little bit of a rear flank downdraft surge. And then, yeah, it does have a little bit of an inflow notch. Kind of right in there. It's over the Space Center. Let's see. Severe storms are pushing through New Orleans and now to the east, Belchase, Gretna, Chalmette, Algiers, and out towards Littlewood and Venetian Islands. Severe thunderstorm warning continues, but those storms look a lot less healthy than they did earlier. And I don't see any tornadic circulations in those. Looks like the line is starting to break down a little bit. At least in the southeast Louisiana area. Is some rotation. It's very broad, but near Bellamy, Golden Meadow, Cutoff, Louisiana. Pretty far southeast Louisiana, well south of Houma. But there is some rotation down in that cell. Boy, that's far from the radar. It's hard to get a low-level look down there. Yeah, that's far from the radar. So you can see the evolution of this line of storms and those QLCS circulations earlier when they were tornado warned. Those bright yellows, those are some pretty compact circulations. As they crossed the Pearl River, they significantly broadened. The one kind of stayed south of Poplarville, Mississippi, and that has weakened significantly. But in the last scan or two, there is a new area of circulation north and east of Poplarville, towards Lumberton and especially south of Lumberton. That area is one to watch. And this is still under a severe thunderstorm warning. Yeah, this is still under the tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning. So continue to watch this cell as it comes up between Lumberton and Brooklyn, Mississippi. There's the area of rotation here. It's developing pretty quickly, so we'll keep an eye on that one. It should stay north of Wiggins. And yeah, it's kind of beeline for the Brooklyn area. Just in the last scan or two. Yeah, interesting scan there. At, I'm guessing about 50 miles an hour. It's going to be in Brooklyn in about 19 minutes. So we'll keep an eye on that area. It's near Thompson School Road. It's about, let's see, it's about 5 miles southeast of Lumberton, Mississippi. Pistol Ridge, 9 minutes. Carnes, 12 minutes. And then Brooklyn, about 19. Yeah, that is a little area to watch, that little circulation in there. Hattiesburg, Laurel, these storms have passed you guys. Still severe thunderstorm warning there up towards Laurel. But the main body of the storm has passed east of town. Yeah, so a little better situation there. Let's see if we have any, while we're down to no tornado warnings. That's a good sign. Let's see if we have any new reports on social media. Just checking things. I don't see a lot of new reports. Let's see. If you have any damage, tag us. WXCastUSA. All right. Keeping an eye on like 3 or 4 different radar products to make sure everything's working. Okay, while we don't have tornado warnings, let's take a look at our models. This is one of the reasons why there's a tornado watch until 5 a.m. across parts of Mississippi, southwest Alabama, and then into the Florida Panhandle. It does show there's a little nose of some higher instability, some CAPE, convective available potential energy that still sneaks up east to Hattiesburg, up towards Waynesboro, and then down towards Loosedale, Pascagoula, Biloxi, the Mobile area, and then kind of continues to slide to the east into the morning hours around Pensacola, Fort Walton Beach, Crestview around 6 a.m. kind of time frame. So that's one of the reasons there. Let's take a look at the HRRR, one of our short res high resolution models. And it's showing kind of the same thing. It shows this nose of Cape continuing east of Laurel towards Waynesboro, and then still in this area, Loosedale down to Mobile, Bay Minette, Pensacola, Fairhope Gulf Shores through 4 a.m., 5 a.m., 6 a.m., and pushing out across parts of Florida by about 9 a.m. So, and we do have to still watch this area, Santa Rosa Beach down to Panama City, even at 8 or 9 in the morning. Let's see. Same for this is the HRRR, same model, but just looking at the composite reflectivity, seeing what it kind of sees. Kind of wants to uptick these storms around Gulfport. The one that looked a little stronger back near Picayune. So we'll keep an eye on these a little longer and see if that does verify, and then takes it kind of into eastern Mississippi around Loosedale. Kind of breaks it up a little bit as it gets through Mobile, but still a damaging wind and isolated tornado threat. What I wanted to see is how it handles some of these prefrontals. Earlier, it was showing quite a bit of them. They could produce water spouts, but right now it's not showing as many of those. That's a good sign. Until it gets to 7 in the morning, it starts to show a little more of those coming shore towards like Panama City. And that's where we may see the line kind of re-strengthen a little bit into the late morning hours. Thanks, Mom. Mom E513. That's much appreciated. Hopefully everybody had a happy Valentine's Day and is safe. We had a few people, I think, in the chat that were affected very closely by tornadoes. It looks like at least it missed everybody in our chat tonight. Let's see. Taking a look here. Let's go back to our radar products and see what we have. And just scoping everything out. Still severe thunderstorm warnings. Heidelberg, now mostly east of Laurel, Ellisville, out towards, what are those areas? Towards Fox, Mississippi, and up towards Pachuta, Mississippi. But not seeing as many wind reports out of these storms. Let's take a look here out on the Mobile radar, and yeah, those seem to have weakened. It looks like they're going to let the storms kind of run out of the warning polygon, and then they've replaced it with a severe or a special weather statement that covers winds up to about 50 miles an hour, some gusty winds. The other area I want to look at is this little area of rotation between Lumberton and Brooklyn. That seems to be behaving itself. The southern part of Mississippi, I think, has a little better chance in this area of seeing some severe weather through the rest of the evening. There's a look at your warning polygon up in that one box for this area here into southern parts of Mississippi. Most of that is east of Slidell. It's coming through the Diamond Head area, and it looks a lot less vigorous than it did earlier, but still some gusty winds in the Diamond Head area, now east of Poplarville and sliding to the east of Hattiesburg. And then now out of downtown New Orleans, but south of New Orleans towards Braithwaite, Chalmette, Gretna. Still have a severe thunderstorm warning there. It's pushing out, though. It should be off into the bayous pretty quickly. And then also out towards the Lake St. Catherine area. Pretty much out over the lake. That's a good sign. Thanks, Mark. Hope all's well. Still a little area rotation on this Brooklyn area. That does seem to be staying broad, so that's a good sign. Okay, they have canceled the severe thunderstorm warning in for Poplarville, basically all that southern Mississippi area. Diamond Head, they've canceled that warning. So we're losing most of the severe thunderstorm warnings right now. The severe warnings for Laurel, Heidelberg, and Ellisville is about to expire. So that's a good sign. Yeah, not seeing much. The line is weakening. That is a good sign. Sorry, I'm having to like manually scan 3 different radar apps to get you the right information. But looks like they're also canceling the severe thunderstorm warning in New Orleans. It did. We saw some crazy stuff on the stream today. Maybe I'll do a clip of it. We saw some power flashes and some really strong winds in the Houston metro, a couple confirmed tornadoes on radar. This will be interesting to see if it confirms. I think it's bad data, but a Mesonet station recorded 132 mile an hour winds. It was not in a tornadic circulation, so if winds were that strong, it would have been a microburst. But it didn't look strong on radar, so I'm guessing it's bad data. But if that confirms, that's crazy. Oh yeah, Lake Charles. You guys had the 75, was it 72 mile an hour wind gust right at the airport. It looks like we're just starting to see some damage. Construction materials blown away. Horse trailer and a Mardi Gras float overturned. Metal awning. Power lines. Especially this area, south sides of Lake Charles got hit pretty hard. Yeah, most of this happened after it got dark, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see more damage reports come out in the morning. And then usually they're delayed a few hours. It's still raining and storming across this area in Mississippi. Wouldn't be surprised if we get a lot more damage reports there. We saw some pretty significant tornado debris signatures near Monticello, near East Lincoln up towards Woolworth. There's another one near Prentice, and then north of Prentice, something like that. There was probably at least in this little area 4 or 5 tornadoes. And then we also had the debris signature near Collins up towards Taylorsville. I feel like that area's had big tornadoes like all the time. It's been a pretty crazy night, and probably hit the number of tornadoes to actually be an outbreak. I think when we're done here, we're going to probably get, I don't know, there's probably 6 or 7 there. But we're probably going to be in the 15 to 20 tornado kind of range. And it may not be done yet. It is weakening, so that is a good sign. But anywhere east of this line, you do have a tornado threat. So Gulfport, Biloxi, Pascagoula, Mobile, Fairhope, Bay Minette, Bruton, Crestview, Pensacola, Grove Hill, Waynesboro, out towards Fort Walton Beach, Leakesville, Loosedale, Jackson, Alabama, Grove Hill, up to Butler, Alabama. Yeah, that area all has still a tornado threat. And let's just check real quick. We do have some storms developing also over Pensacola. None of those are severe right now, but these are in a lower instability right now, but these are in a very high shear environment. So we do have to watch storms like that. I think what I'm going to do, it's 2:17 in the central time zone. I think what I'm going to do is end the stream right now, since we have no severe thunderstorm warnings, no tornado warnings. End the stream, reset these apps, and see if we can get the older apps. For some reason, Radar, Scope, and this older app that I'm using get the data. So the newer apps, something glitched out with, I don't know, probably the NWS warning system or something, because they weren't getting the radar, and they're still not showing the severe thunderstorm warnings. But I'm going to reset stuff and also just reset my brain a little bit. And because we may be on pretty early in the morning for some severe weather across the Florida Panhandle. If there's 1 or 2 warnings, maybe not come on. But if it looks like their line is reinvigorating, and we start to see more of a organized severe threat, then that's the key that will pop back on. So give us a follow if you're new here, like and subscribe. Click the bell icon to get notifications when we go live. Severe season is just getting started. This is real early in the severe season. It does usually get started on the Gulf Coast, so that's pretty typical. But especially as we get into the later part of February and into March, April, May, it's going to be a pretty regular occurrence. So definitely have multiple ways to get warnings. Make sure your no weather radio is turned on before you go to sleep. Make sure you get your weather alerts turned on your phone, and we'll stay here too live when severe weather is prevalent. And also stay tuned because we generally have at least 1 or 2 a week Outlook videos. I try not to do them daily because sometimes stuff doesn't change day to day, and some people post more clickbait than actual forecasts. So I try to make our forecast videos are more meaningful by picking the right time to do it. So if I put out a forecast video, it's generally for a larger weather event, and then just, oh, it's going to be sunny tomorrow. And then follow us on, there it is right there, perfect timing, Facebook and X, WXCastUSA. Tag us if you got damage photos, if you get out safely and inspect your property. And yeah, we'll see you on the next one. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for the super chats. I could use a coffee tonight, so those will go really nice for a cup of coffee. And yeah, like and subscribe. That does also just as much as some of the super chats too, is the YouTube algorithm. The more people are liking and subscribing, the more the algorithm pushes out this life-saving information, and then also sharing with friends and family that are in the areas of severe weather. So if you see us and we're on, but we're not in your area, just shoot the link over to friends and family that are. Thanks, everyone. Have a great night. Stay safe.